Please stand by for air. The meeting is about to start. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Good morning. We're actually even before 8:30, but we have to give the hybrid Zoom information, so why don't we get started as we just hit 8:30. And Clerk, can you read that information, please?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. During this hybrid commission meeting, the City Commission is physically present at the temporary commission chamber located at Miami Beach Convention Center, 1901 Convention Center Drive, meeting rooms 222 through 225, Miami Beach, Florida. Members of the public who wish to attend the meeting or provide public comment in person may appear at the temporary commission chamber at the Miami Beach Convention Center. To participate or provide comment virtually during the commission meeting, the public may join the meeting by visiting the Zoom app on their smart device or on the web at zoom.us. I'm going to repeat the telephone numbers that you may call twice. The first phone number is 305-224-1968. Again, 305-224-1968. The toll-free number is 888-475-4499. I'm going to repeat the webinar ID twice. The webinar ID is 813-928-576-71#. Again, 813-928-576-71#. These numbers are consistent, so every month we have the same telephone numbers and the same webinar ID. Members of the public wanting to speak virtually on an item during the meeting must click the raise hand icon if using the Zoom app, or press *9 on their telephone to raise their hand. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. So we're going to start the, well, first of all, welcome everyone. Good morning. Thanks for being here, and everyone who's on Zoom. And we're going to start the subject area. Everyone has 2 minutes to speak, and thank you for starting it off.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Congratulations on your victory, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner Magazine. My name is Luciano Isla. I am a resident of Miami Beach. I reside at 5005 Collins Avenue, the Carriage Club North Condominium. I'm a member of the Carriage Club North Condominium Homeowners Association. I'm appearing before you today on my own behalf, myself in my individual capacity, and I'm here to speak in opposition to item R7H. That's Commissioner Dominguez's resolution. I have made available through the city clerk to each of the commissioners a copy of the pertinent city ordinance to which all of you have sworn to uphold. In particular, first, section 90-229 as to selection of the process for solid waste franchise contractors. And I've also provided to you a copy of the published minutes of September 27, 2003, whereby the commission, with amendments, approved unanimously the award of the request for qualifications, that is before you today. As a member of the association, we are opposed to Commissioner Dominguez's resolution because in effect, it would award a monopoly, a solid waste monopoly. And it would take away from my association, or that I belong to, the right to choose among contractors, the right to choose among the various qualifiers that will be presenting to you and which will be due next Monday, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Isla.
Qualifications responses will be due then.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Virtually, we're going to go to our first caller, is Johan Moore. Mr. Moore, go ahead, please.
Good morning, staff, commissioners, and mayor. To the last point, multiple garbage runs mean more de facto deadhead time in those runs. More garbage runs means more pollution. More garbage runs means more danger to the public, and it's inefficient. Sustainability Committee has come out very strongly for a number of reasons, as we forwarded to all the commissioners, in favor of a single waste hauler contract. An advantage of it, in fact, would be that the city could negotiate a set price that would be in effect, and it would give the city greater leverage in order to require progress on municipal curbside compost pickup, as well as rationalization and greater explanation of the recycling matters. I also will add my support for Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, rather Vice Mayor Rosen-Gonzalez, various community-friendly proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, please, state your name.
Name is John Lawson from Lawson Environmental, offices at 9120 Northwest 96th Street, Medley, Florida. I'm here to talk on item R7H as well, which would effectively enact a monopoly on the waste and recycling service. I had served on the committee of Miami, the City of Miami Solid Waste Advisory Committee. I've been part of the Miami-Dade 50-year master plan, and I assumed that this initiative was to address issues identified over the past couple years of problems with the current system, which there are only 2 haulers currently. We've been meeting the industry, community, and the manager can attest that to get to this point, to put an RFQ together. Right now, those 2 haulers, the issues, I was even in meetings years ago when there were 3 haulers, and Jimmy Morales then expressed concerns regarding service, pricing, and communication with the vendors because there weren't enough vendors. The ordinance is set up for 5 haulers. It's been decreased because the big companies have bought up the small companies like mine. And I say that I'm here representing the solid waste industry, but the truth is I'm here representing people like Mr. Isla, your large condos, your apartments, office buildings, warehouses, bars, churches, synagogues wouldn't have a choice to negotiate. And the thing about Miami Beach that's so specialized, alleys, these bars that are set up, the things, there are services that can be provided by small companies that if you bid one company, you will end up with an AT&T, with a large company, cookie cutter operation. Your city, your constituents, your businesses, you don't want to be beholden to that either. I mentioned that because it would be, something like this would be an intense capital investment
Thank
for
you,
small
sir.
business. You're eliminating that
Thank
as
you.
well. Thank you for your time.
Next, please, state your name.
My name is Sayer G, and I'm a resident here in Miami Beach, an owner, along with my 2 daughters. Really love the fact that you're providing this opportunity for residents to express concern over, things happening here in the city that are disheartening. One of which is that being that South Point is such a beautiful park for the public to enjoy, recently a decision was made to prevent the congregation and celebration of music with families, dancers, people that are just expressing themselves. And I represent approximately 5,000 other signed petitioners who are upset that the decision the city made and the way they made it is not in the spirit of why we moved here. Miami is incredibly beautiful. It's diverse, provides us an opportunity to celebrate the elements and one another. And ultimately, my daughter and I were walking to the park the day it was decided to put about 30 police officers there, and she was like feeling guilty that she had a drum that she was carrying. And it was very disheartening. It's not why I moved here. I feel that what the city's doing is draconian. It's also privileging certain individuals over the public who should have a right to assemble and to enjoy, the universal beauty of music. If you have a heartbeat, you can drum, you can dance. Drum circles historically attract all walks of life, all ages, creeds, nationalities, religions, and for us, it's a sacred experience. So once again, thank you for enabling us to express our concern, and I hope that there's a consideration around maybe making it possible for us to continue to congregate there and celebrate Miami. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, please, state your name.
Hi, my name is Dr. Jacqueline Tibbet. I work full-time on Miami Beach. And I'm speaking also on behalf of the over 5,000 signatures opposing the city's decision to end the South Point Drum Circle. I have a personal story of how this particular circle helped save my life. I work full-time on the beach, and I had clinical depression 2022, 2023. And I got myself out to the beach because I heard about this drum circle. And when I went, I was overjoyed with the positivity of the music and the people moving and interacting and all of the joy that that circle brought to the space and the music brought to the space. So I came home very happy, and I started to go regularly. I started to call it my Sunday church. And I'm not happy to say that I'm medication-free and out of depression now. So when I look around at all of the people enjoying the circle, whether they're sitting, whether they're dancing, I also think, who else was having a bad day and needed this today? And who else might benefit from this? And I can see clearly people enjoying themselves. It's a very valuable circle, and art in Miami, public art, public gathering, especially sacred drum circles, are a huge asset to the city, and South Point in particular. For those who think that it's too loud, I would really love to know what the decibel level is, especially in condos and places where it is, people are saying that the volume is an issue. And then also to implore to those people, can you give 3 hours a week, which is 1.7% of the week, to this circle, which is a really beautiful and helpful and positive experience for the city, the residents, and all of those around Miami. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please, and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Rose. I'm a music producer, musician, and sound healer, and I'm a Miami Beach resident. I'm also a mother of 2. My sound healings have been featured in the Miami Herald, on NBC Channel 6. I'm also a voting member of the Grammy Recording Academy. I speak on behalf of our indigenous and native ancestors and the people of Miami Beach. I honor our ancestors, and I acknowledge that Miami Beach is originally native land. Drumming is a sacred art that has been part of all Native and Indigenous cultures since the beginning of time. Drum circles are the heartbeat of our community. Drum circles provide social resilience and bring our communities together. They have been scientifically proven to build mental health, to establish emotional well-being. Drum circles provide a safe space for our people to dance, sing, and pray. Over 5,000 people gather at South Point Park from all walks of life, all religions, all cultures, to acknowledge our land, to take time for themselves, and to connect with our community. Drum circles are the heartbeat of Miami. And we're asking for respect for this sacred art. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please, and state your name.
How are you, everyone? Good morning. My name is Carlos Felipe Roballo. I'm a resident of Miami. I've been doing drum circles for 13 years in the city of Miami Beach. I'm leadership in the Miami Drum Circle that you guys probably know, that has been active for more than 25 years. And I've been participating for 3 years in the South Point Drum Circle, invited by other drummers and other friends, because all of us know each other as friends, as brothers. First, the drum circle that you see in South Point is not made by any company. Nobody is making approach with money, and is made organically by the community. What community? Your artist community, the Miami Beach community artists, the people that represent you in Miami in different nightclubs, different artist environments, theaters, musicians, fire spinners, performers. This is what's going on in South Point. It's people that engage in their free time to enjoy something that we call in America drum circle. And as you guys know, the drum circle is an American invention that comes from different roots, and it was made in USA to prevent the criticism of different religions. So when you go to the drum circle, you see an open space for every culture. It doesn't matter where you're from and where you're coming from. It's just a drum circle that opens to everybody. Our culture is music. Our religion and spirit is from music, and we give music to the community. I give my music for free to the community because that's how I heal, that's how I live. And I want this space open because I think it's an amazing space for the community and for the Miami. You guys are getting benefit in different ways. You guys are having the best face of Miami Beach with us. Thank you so much for the time.
Good morning.
Go ahead, please.
I'm Mitch Novick. Just like to welcome the new commission. I have to say this is the best dressed commission I've seen in a very long time. All kidding aside, I hope you move forward with decorum and are able to build consensus to sensibly move our city forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Roberto Salcedo. Ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, distinguished members and honored guests, today I stand before you to share an exciting vision for the development of an iconic property in the heart of Miami Beach's historic Collins Park neighborhood. This vibrant community, steeped in a rich history of Art Deco architecture and fine arts, has long been a cornerstone of cultural significance. From the renowned ballet to the stunning proximity to the beach, Collins Park thrives on the pillars of creativity, gathering, and entertainment. The Barclay, strategically situated on the crossroads of bustling Washington Avenue and the more local Park Avenue, is envisioned not just as a property development, but as a responsible contribution to the city of Miami Beach. Our commitment extends beyond bricks and mortar. We aim to create a space that not only offers more affordable and workforce housing units, but also serves as a hub for communal engagement and artistic expression. Crucially, 65% of the Barclay project will be dedicated to affordable and workforce housing, addressing the pressing need for accessible and livable spaces in our city. We are committed to serving residents across the spectrum of income levels, catering to 30%, 80%, 120%, and 140% area median income. In a city where the cost of living is escalating, it is our shared responsibility as commissioners, community members, and businesses alike. The cost of living is escalating. It's our shared responsibility to champion the projects that ensure everyone reaps the benefit of our collective success. In conclusion, the Barclay is not just a development, it's a commitment to preserving the spirit of Collins Park, enriching the lives of its residents, and contributing to the cultural tapestry of Miami Beach.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Good morning, Mayor Minor and Commissioners. My name is Bill Warren, and I'm a longtime resident of Miami Beach. I reside at 810 11th Street, and I'm the owner of an insurance agency, Benefits Design Resources, located at 407 Lincoln Road. I'm here today to express my support for item C7S that's on your agenda for discussions today. This is the development of the Barclay Plaza Hotel located at 1940 Park Avenue. The developer, Legacy, has plans to convert this abandoned property into a housing project that will further enhance the College Park neighborhood. Legacy is proposing to renovate and rehabilitate the existing building and develop a new building on the property. The development of the two buildings will create 71 new residents. The main reason I support this project is because 65% of the property will be converted to affordable and workforce housing units, and everyone knows the massive need for workforce housing on Miami Beach. The developer plans to develop all 40 units in the existing building into affordable and workforce housing, and 6 of the 31 units in the new building into workforce housing. Additionally, they plan to partner with the Miami Beach Housing Authority for the 20 units dedicated to very low-income residents. The 20 units for low-income residents may not solve all the housing problems for the residents of Miami Beach, but it is a step in the right direction. The College Park area is becoming a real jewel on Miami Beach, with positive changes happening all over the area. If the abandoned Barclay Park Hotel is renovated, it will be one more step in the right direction for the College Park area. So my request to the Commission today is to seriously consider redeveloping Barclay Plaza Hotel for, number one, providing additional workforce housing, and secondly, to rid the College Park area of an unsightly abandoned building.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Next, please.
Good morning. Thank you so much for hearing me today. My name is Crystal Aria, and I recently moved to Miami Beach. My son just turned 6, and we have a serious problem in Normandy Isles where there's very, I would say, no parking. My son cries, having to walk home. I feel like a prisoner in my home. I know I only have 2 minutes, so I'm trying to express my feelings and also control myself, because this is the biggest source of anxiety in my life. I have to live in the area that I do to have accessibility to my son's school. It is the closest place that I can afford based on his father's residence. And I have a herniated disc in my back, which makes it very difficult to carry heavy things, such as groceries. And I can hear all the arguments. You can order groceries online and have them delivered. You can do this or that. The situation is going to get increasingly worse. The apartment building next to us was just converted into residential housing from Section 8, and it's empty and starting to rent, and there's no parking now. There's 108 units in that building. There are 2 more buildings that are going to be constructed. They're converting the property on 73rd, I don't know what it's called, right by the beach, into a commercial area similar to Lincoln Road, which is going to bring more vehicles to the area. I have gone around the entire neighborhood talking to all of the people that live there because I am new to the area. And I've been informed that people park in our area because we don't have residential parking decals. So they don't have to pay in the public lots to go to the beach and to go to the restaurants and the bars. So the people that live there have nowhere to park. And so I'm in reference to C4C to please have the commissioners call this to action and do something to resolve the problem for the people that live there so that we can live a normal life. Please and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jennifer Inacio. I also reside in Normandy, Isle. But first of all, I would just want to give thanks to this opportunity for you guys to listen to us, residents of Miami Beach. Same as Crystal, I'm here to ask for support and revision of item C4C, which refers to residential parking for the residents of North Beach. In order to have this quality of life, which we certainly pay for, it's crucial to address the parking situation. If we don't come home before 6 or at a really early time, I often find myself circling around at least 3-4 blocks for at least 30 minutes in search of parking. One moment I would definitely like to highlight is about a month ago, I came home after working a 14-hour workday, and after circling around for 30 minutes, not finding parking, not being successful, I decided, let me take a break, let me go upstairs, change my high heels, go to the bathroom, and to my surprise, after going back to my car, I found a ticket for obstructing traffic. This is, it's unheard of. I can't believe that myself as a hard worker, after coming home from a long day of work, I have to go through this. So again, as my former neighbor, my neighbor mentioned, I do ask for you guys to reconsider. I have lived in South Beach. The parking system here works, I believe. So I would ask for you guys to consider thinking of a similar solution where we have decals for residents after a certain time. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. One virtual speaker next, Mr. Dave Dobler, and after that, we have 2 more. Just letting you know, 2 more only. So anyone behind the gentleman in the white T-shirt? Oh, you want?
Ralph, let's let anybody who's online can.
Okay.
I'll allow, but after that.
Got it. Thank you so much,
Thanks.
Mr. Dobler. Go ahead.
Good morning, Good morning, Mayor Minor and Commissioners. I'm Dave Dobler, a clean water advocate and Vice Chair of the Marine and Waterfront Protection Authority. I can see you have a nice long list of items on today's agenda, and I wanted to share my appreciation for the focus on Biscayne Bay and environmental issues. There are 2 very specific items I'm strongly in support of. R9F, introduced by Mayor Minor, investing in water and sewer infrastructure projects. Some of our city's critical infrastructure is up to 80 years old, but only intended to have a 40-year lifespan. I believe the Parkview Island no contact with water issues are caused by leaking pipes and can only be addressed by a complete rebuild of the sewer lines. I especially appreciate Mr. Minor's references to the county's Biscayne Bay Task Force report and looking to this guiding document to identify ways in which Miami Beach can play a part in Biscayne Bay recovery. The second issue is R5Z, introduced by Commissioner Suarez and co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine, prohibiting balloons at the marina and beaches. Balloons and balloon releases are sometimes used for decorating boats and photo shoots, but are a direct source of marine litter that poses a direct risk to wildlife. So this is an easy one. Thank you, and I look forward to watching your progress today. Be well.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Thank you. Good morning. My neighbor Kai and I are here today. We'll split the 2 minutes. Thank you, Mayor, for allowing us to do that. Welcome all new commissioners and the team on the panel. We wanted to talk about the Barkley, not a new subject. It's obviously a very sore subject in the city, and the city's done a very poor job of managing it and making any difference at all. I'm going to talk about the fact that I think the panel that taxpayer money pays for, which is for all of you, we want you guys to have sound judgment, critical thinking, and be forward-facing regarding this. We don't think this panel is a playground for personal vendettas or past scores. We think it's unethical. And I think, Mayor, we're thrilled that you're here to look after where we want to go forward. And quite frankly, I think the legacy team and the Peebles Group have done exactly what, Commissioner Rosenberg asked for, which is to bring forth more money, a lot of workforce housing, affordable housing, and I think they've done an incredible job. So we hope that you'll use critical thinking and sound judgment to move forward instead of be in the past and settle scores. Thank you.
And my name is Kai Kochi. I'm also on the board of Mansfield Park, which is south of the Barkley. I'm for saving the Barkley. The reason why is because it's around us is only hotels. So we're looking forward to having an apartment complex with 46 new affordable and workforce housing units, total of 71 units. The Barclay also encompasses a ground floor revitalized with restaurants and cafes, providing a canvas for locals and art enthusiasts. I think given the Art Basel folks that were in town, they were walking by that area on Park Avenue, looking at the Barclay in such a disarray, so I'm hoping this is going to be coming to a resolution soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Good morning, I'm David McKinney, and Mr. Mayor, thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate that. It is indeed a new day for the commission, and I appreciate it. Also, I recognize most of you from my door, because you've been right there to my door. And so what you told me is citizens first. And you know my song and dance, all of you, about the community center. But what I want to talk to you briefly today is the process. The real tragedy of this is that the citizens were cut out of the decision process from the beginning, and that your city staff has given you misleading information that began with the city manager's predecessor, who told this commission that Morris Lapidus did not design the South Shore Community Center. Deborah Tackett, the historic preservation officer, refused or neglected or just somehow did not put letters into the public record from the premier American architectural historian in this country, Richard Guy Wilson, from the Society of Architectural Historians, and from the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation. Of course, I want to preserve the Morris Lapidus South Shore Community Center, but I want a new day from you. I want you to truly make citizens first, where decisions are not made by staff and sprung upon the citizens, and then, quite frankly, all the resources of the city are used to move the staff's decision forward. Please do what you promised me at my doorstep. Make citizens first. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Rico Chirito. I am a resident of Miami, master massage therapist, holistic practitioner. I want you to imagine what it's like to be at a park and it's covered by police. Now I want you to imagine what happens if you have a drum and you play it. You run the risk of getting arrested, thrown in jail over a non-violent crime. It's not a good feeling to feel that risk. You're not doing anything against the law, and the commission has used the sound ordinance to get around the First Amendment without being able to prove the decibel levels of the drums or what the residents are so-called saying is too loud. Effectively nullifying itself. The commission is using police force and Miami Beach taxpayer dollars to effectively coerce residents and visitors to not play drums, music, or sing and dance. It is discrimination of a group which is not allowed by the commission. And I ask where the residents that don't want the drum circle are. As you can see, there's 5,000 petitions. 5,000 people have opted to have this drum circle. Where are the residents that don't want it? So I can only imagine that whoever is telling the commission to take the drum circle down is not here. So where are they? Who are they? And what kind of power they have over the commission? So please listen to the residents. Make Miami an art city. We're only there to make people happy. I hope. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Canalupo. I'm a resident of Miami Beach and an arts advocate. I just want to further finalize what everybody was saying about the drum circle, which also is included salsa dancing, rook dancing, and a variety of different artistic practices that have been unfolding naturally in our city for many years now. I have spoken to many members here. I've spoken to the police department. We've been down this road before. And we reached a solution. As far as I could tell, there was an agreement with the Parks Department. There was an agreement with you, Commissioner Fernandez, that stated that we would have a 3-hour window. I may be mistaken, but well, at least with the Parks Department, there was writing. And there was a 3-hour window that allowed for the freedom of expression in the park. To be able to have independent art and culture naturally flourish on this beach should be a major priority of the city. When we have a weekend where Art Basel comes in and all major art players from around the world come in, that's great, and we all get to enjoy the beauty of what that does. But naturally cultivated artistic experience gets to bridge a foundation for the future of the city. Drum circles, salsa dancing, zouk dancing, the diverse cultures that are being able to experience and happen at South Point Park are the very core of the artistic and cultural renaissance of this city. So I just implore that we have the conversation again to be able to reinstate what we already all sort of accepted, and have it in a public forum to be able to finalize it and be able to move forward. These people aren't going away. The 5,000 people plus aren't going away either. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mayor, that concludes Sutnick for this morning.
Great, thank you. I'd like to call our Miami Beach Fire Chief, Virgil Fernandez, to give an inspirational message.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Madam City Manager, City Attorney, and City Clerk. Let us please bow our heads. Dear God of all creation, we thank you for this beautiful day and the gift of life. We thank you for the many blessings you have bestowed on us and our great city. We pray for our brothers and sisters that are sick and hungry, for our brothers and sisters that are suffering from natural disasters, and from our brothers and sisters in Israel and all around the world that are suffering from the brutal and evil effects of war. We pray for our community, those who live, work, and play in our incredible piece of paradise we call Miami Beach. As we gather here today, let us invoke the spirit of unity and shared purpose. We ask that you guide us to listen attentively with compassion for each other, our constituents, and the needs of our community. Dear God, we're thankful for our newly elected mayor and commissioners, those commissioners that continue to serve, and our city manager for the leadership they provide our city. Fill them with your love, wisdom, and courage to embrace both the easy and difficult tasks we face. We pray for all our City of Miami Beach employees, and that we may be guided by fairness, understanding, and a shared commitment to the well-being of those we serve. May you continue to protect us while we faithfully perform our duties. And may we be challenged to give our best always and be assured of your presence with us. Let nothing perturb us, nothing frighten us. All things pass. God does not change, and patience achieves everything. We pray for this in your holy name. Amen.
And Chief, I understand we have the members of our fire department who actually went to Israel and volunteered and served.
They are. Most of them are here, and Captain Adonis Garcia and those that served are here with us.
This is a good time to acknowledge them.
Sure. If they could please come up. Mr. Mayor, behind me stand a few of the great men and women in public safety, both in police and fire. These individuals came up to us, our city leadership, and me, and asked if they could go help our brothers and sisters in Israel, who those firefighters were called to war and were backfilling at fire stations for 2 weeks. I'd like for the person who came up with the idea, which was Captain Adonis Garcia, if he would like to say so.
Welcome to our new mayor and our new commission. It's exciting new times. I can't wait to see how things are going to go. But I'd like to just very briefly just say that that it was a very natural task to ask for this. It was an extremely righteous cause. Our country was attacked without deserving it, and some horrible atrocities happened. And I called our current mayor, Mayor Minor, and told him that we just wanted to do whatever we could. I'm very proud of the fact that these men behind me left their families, risked their lives. And I'm also proud of the fact that it's the first time in U.S. history that a fire department has deployed members to a war zone. And I'm just glad that we made it back okay, and I'm very proud, and we're very proud of what we did, and we do it again in a minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I would like to thank you and the previous commissioners, and I'm sure the same would have been with this one, who fully supported our efforts, our city manager, who made sure that if anything happened to our firefighters, that they would have been treated as a line of duty injury or death. That was an incredible task. There's a lot of firefighters that have gone on their own to help in Israel. And the one thing they have been told for sure is that if something happens to you, you're on your own. And Miami Beach did not do that to our firefighters. And for that, to the president and the previous commission, we owe you an incredible debt of gratitude. And thank you, Madam Manager, for just supporting us all the time. We appreciate it.
I'm so proud of you all. I'm proud of our city, our commission, our previous commission, and our residents who overwhelmingly supported this. And I've said this before, and when Adonis called me, that was the most emotional moment I've had since I was elected. It was a statement that really reverberated around the world. I got calls and texts not only from people in Miami Beach, supportive throughout the country, in Israel, and other countries. Who this made international news, but I know you didn't do it for that reason. You did it to help, and we're extremely appreciative. It makes a real big statement about who we are in Miami Beach. So thank you for supporting, the good people of and your efforts, really putting yourselves on the line. It's incredible. Thank you. Adonis, you want to lead us in the pledge? Actually, all of you.
Actually, Chief Messes.
Perfect.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. Mr. Clerk, do we have any announcements?
Yes, sir. On Addendum 4 is on the dais. You will see a copy of it. The title of Addendum 4, it is item R9Y. Discuss, take action, demonstrations at Miami Beach Convention Center requested by Mayor Minor. So that item is on the dais. Additionally, Mayor Minor has requested to hear separately all the addendum items that were on consent. So I will read those to you. On Addendum 1, C4X will be heard. It's a referral to finance, small business grant funding for restaurants, August-September months, requested by Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez. In Addendum 3, C4Y, referral to Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, enforcement of excessive noise violations by the mayor. C4Z, referral to Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, Mount Sinai Medical Center for North Beach residents, requested by Commissioner Fernandez. C4AA, referral to land use, review code sections regarding expirations of land use board orders, requested by Commissioner Fernandez. C7X, authorize employees leave donation, American Friends of Megan David Adam, requested by Commissioner Fernandez. And C7Y, approved $10,000 grant, waive permitting fees, Premier of Zoro, requested by Commissioner Fernandez. So Mayor Minor has separated those items. In addition, he has separated item C7R. And all those lists are on the dais if you want to follow. Commissioner Bott has separated item C4C, as in cat. Commissioner Dominguez has separated two items, C4V as in Victor and C7T as in Tom. So again, Commissioner Dominguez, C4V and C7T. Commissioner Fernandez has separated two items, C7S as in Sam and C7U. Commissioner Magazine has separated two items, C7W. Oh, I'm sorry, one item, Commissioner Magazine, one item, C7W. Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez has separated one item, C4C as in cat. And Commissioner Suarez has separated one item, C7H. Again, that list is on the dais. You have that on the dais.
Thank you, Ralph. So I just wanted to explain my reasoning for pulling all the sort of addendum items. And I thought, and most of them are referrals. I think we could probably dispose of those pretty quickly later on. But since they were addendum items, I thought we should consider them separately so we don't have something get through and approved on a consent without proper consideration. That was my only consideration there. And by the way, looking forward to working with all of you. Really, I think I'm excited about our commission. I'm excited about the decisions our residents made, and I think we're going to do some great work together. And today's the start. So that should be great. By the way, I mentioned that I'm not a huge fan of addendum items, although I am guilty this week as well of putting a couple on. So I can't be critical, but it's probably something we should revisit at a future time. Have you read the time certains, Ralph, yet?
There's no need to. They're on the list, and the list is.
Okay, great. So I'm going to hear two items first. One is R9X, and actually this is an item that I put in late. And the reason why I put it in is just to give it a try. It's sort of a pilot program for today, how we'll run the meeting, and it sets a couple of procedures, namely that each commissioner will have up to 5 minutes to speak 2 different times. That doesn't count questions that may come up.
I'm sorry, Mayor, just for the record, this is item R9X, if they can put it up, please. I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
So that was the reasoning. I didn't want to make it permanent yet because we'll give it a test to see how it works, but I think it's a good practice, try to streamline the items. It'll force us to keep our comments concise, and hopefully we'll get through as many agenda items as possible. Anybody want to move the item?
I'll move the item, Mr. Mayor.
Any second? Okay.
So by consent, we could.
Wait, can I, okay, so we can only speak for 2 times on each item? What if I enter into a series of questions? Does that count as 1 time?
Questions doesn't count.
2 times. And if I speak a third, what happens?
Well, the commission could move to allow for it. It's a trial basis. It's just this meeting.
Okay. What, so we're gonna be on a timer?
Yes, Commissioner, for this is for speeches, again, not for questions or for making a motion. What's wrong with my mic? But yes, there would be up to 5 minutes for 2 rounds, not including questions or making a motion.
Commissioner Reiner, first and foremost, I'm not one of the very verbose members who might go on over 5 minutes. But at the same time, I don't want to limit any of my colleagues who might choose to go over 5 minutes. I find it almost an affront to our positions here that we're being put on a timer. Does this exist anywhere else? Is there any other commission that limits the amount of time that a commissioner can speak?
And
on a
we can look
dais?
at that, but as a special rule of order under Robert's rules, it is permitted to either limit or extend the time limits for debate. And what is being proposed is if after 2 rounds, the commission is making progress on an item and wants to continue discussion, then either at the discretion of the mayor or the body on a majority vote, you could extend those limits on a particular item. But the intent is to ask folks to be mindful of time limits and try to, address their comments as efficiently as possible.
Could we ask for this without codifying it like we're doing right now? I don't want to.
So this is not codified, I'm sorry, Commissioner, but this is just a special rule of order for today's meeting only.
Only for today.
Only for today's meeting.
And next meeting, anybody can speak as long as they want.
Well, unless we bring the item back to extend it, I want to trial it as a trial basis to see how it works, see if it streamlines efficiency, and if it doesn't work, first of all, we all have to vote on it. I'm not making any executive decisions here. We're all going to vote on it. Even now, we're voting on it to see if we agree.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
Here's how. Wait, I'm the.
Oh, sorry. I thought you
See,
pointed
like
it
right
out.
now, I'd be on my second time, and I wouldn't be able to speak again after that on this item. And the thing is, you can't limit us because you can limit us, and you're trying right now. But the problem is that we can't speak outside of these meetings, and sometimes we need to have conversations. And now you have Mr. Granado down there who's going to have to count the amount of times that we speak, and we can't have a dialogue based on this, correct? I mean, you're just saying our opening statements or any statements. I'm a no on this, not because I understand the need for efficiency, and I think there are ways to get through the items in an efficient manner. But I definitely feel like this is limiting because I was elected by the city, as were all of my colleagues, and I don't know how much time I might need to get a point across, and I don't want to be limited, and I don't want my colleagues to be limited. I don't think this bodes well for any of us, and I would like to see maybe we can be efficient in other ways. I do know that I don't like to limit anyone speaking. That's the truth. So I'm against this.
There is a motion and a second. Should we call the vote?
Yeah, and just a question, if I may. I just want to make sure because in this special rule, and by the way, Mr. Mayor, thank you for bringing this item for our vote because you are the chair of our city commission, and the chair always has the floor. And procedurally, I believe under Robert's Rules of Order, you could probably do this under your prerogative as the chair of the city commission, as a presiding officer. But, Mr. Attorney, I just want to confirm, we can each speak up to 2 times, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And each time for 5 minutes.
For up to 5 minutes.
And then, in addition to that, we can still be recognized separately for the purposes of making questions, doing a point of order, or making a motion.
Yes.
And so that means that we can each speak up to 10 minutes in speeches, aside from questions. And if each one of us does that, that means we could spend up to an hour and 10 minutes on an item, which I don't think we would ever do. So I think this is very reasonable, Mr. Mayor, which is why I'm supporting it. And again, thank you for bringing it to your colleagues for consideration, because as the presiding officer of this body, you do have the prerogative to do it, but you decided to include us in that. So thank you so much.
Oh, so this isn't even a vote. If you wanted to limit us to 5 minutes, you could without even asking us?
I'm not going to do that.
Oh. You do realize, Commissioner Fernandez, that many a time you go over 5 minutes?
I do, yes. I think we all have, so.
Okay, I'm a no.
Unless there's any other objections, can we call it for a vote?
Voice.
Aye.
Aye. So it is 6-1 with Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez as a no. Thank you.
Wanted to call R7A.
Oh, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I believe if you may want to ask for a motion for the consent agenda excluding the pulled items.
We can make a motion for the consent agenda excluding the items that our clerk read into the record.
I move the remainder of the consent agenda.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. Consent agenda approved.
Ralph, you want to call R7A?
Yes, sir. So R7A is the setting of the 2024 commission schedule. On the dais, you'll have two calendars, one in white and one in pink. The difference between the pink calendar is at the request of Commissioner Suarez, who has requested alternative dates. Just so you know what we did with the calendar, we considered, if the calendar in front of you has, it's colorful. You'll see that it has 6 presentations meetings. Those are the ones in green. It has 11 commission meetings. Those are the ones in red. We took into consideration, which is also on the calendar there, religious holidays, federal holidays, and we also took events that are occurring in the city. So the proposal is in white, and Commissioner Suarez's proposal is in pink. If Commissioner Suarez would like to.
Yeah, the only reason I did this is because I have 50-50 timeshare with my first son, Zev, and I get him on Wednesdays. So I would be losing essentially a whole day with my son on Wednesdays. And I was wondering if we could move it from Wednesday to Tuesday.
Well, it's tough to say no when you bring it up like that. I can tell you, for the challenge for me, and I think, and I don't want to speak for the administration if they want to speak. For me, I have my agenda briefings on Monday, and if the meetings are on Tuesday, that gives me literally very little wiggle room. I use Tuesday as a, sort of a buffer. I literally took yesterday afternoon a number of calls just fielding about the agenda. And I think for the administration, having it early in the week, I think would be a challenge as well. But I'll let you speak, Alina, and if anybody else wants to speak.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations to you on your first meeting. For us, and Rafael and I both have discussed it, it's just a function of pushing our deadlines backwards, and we would have to readjust all of our deadlines, and that's certainly not an issue. We would have to readjust our schedule for briefings, and we would do that the week before, and that's a function of all of you and how comfortable you feel with being briefed prior to the week of the commission meeting. And we would work with each of you to accommodate your calendars, clear our calendars, and do whatever needed to be done.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez?
I work on Tuesday mornings at the college, so I would not be able to make a single meeting, so I would be out.
You know, may.
Yes, Commissioner Bott.
So, as a parent who shared custody of my kids when they were growing up, I understand the challenge. But also as a person who's looking out for the residents of the city, all of us, to change what has been how we operate as a city. I mean, it's hard enough getting people understanding how to advocate for themselves as residents when they know what the schedule is and how things happen and when things happen. I appreciate that, you know, that it would have to go through and probably be a court discussion, and that would have to happen, but it seems like it would be not a great way to continue the improving transparency and outreach to our residents. So I would urge you to see if you could work with your family and your legal matters.
It was just an idea. I didn't know we had to discuss it on the dais. And, so, I mean, it's fine if we want to keep Wednesdays. Okay. So
Thank you.
I'll make do.
So do we have a motion to approve the calendar as set by the administration?
I have, may I be recognized?
Of course.
I have a conflict on April 17 and wondering if we could move the April commission to the 10th or the 3rd.
I'm okay. Since we have a meeting in March 13th, I would be okay with the 10th.
Yeah.
Looks like we have a conflict from Commissioner Fernandez.
I can do the 10th only if, actually, the 10th I can't. I can't, I'm sorry. Unless we end at 5 p.m., I won't be able to do the 10th.
Yes.
And Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, you teach on Tuesdays and Thursdays, right? You can't switch days that week.
No, I could do a Monday or a Friday, but Tuesdays and Thursdays are like sacred on my schedule. I also wanted, I don't have a conflict. I mean, as long as it's on a Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, I'm fine. I have a different conflict that I wanted to address. In January, is there a reason why we're going to the 24th from the 17th? And traditionally, we've always been like the second Wednesday of the month, so.
I didn't set the dates, so if anybody wants to address that.
If the 17th of January is U.S. Conference of Mayors, if the mayor is not attending, then it wouldn't be an issue, so.
I'm sure you
I
want to
have
attend
jury
that.
duty on the 10th of January.
You have jury duty on the 10th. So we're on the 24th. Is there any way you could do the 22nd? On a Monday? I know it's not ideal, but. You can't? The 26th? Oh, so you'd miss the meeting too? No, I think it's the 24th.
We're talking about January right now.
Oh, January, okay, I thought we were talking about
January,
April,
no.
sorry.
Um,
24th.
Okay, I don't know, what about the 3rd? Is that ridiculous? I'm out of the country on the 24th, so, and the mayor has the meeting, and the 10th, somebody has something on the 10th?
Does anyone have anyone on the 31st?
So you have jury duty on the 10th and the 3rd? The
We have-
3rd and the 10th and the 24th. I would propose then the 31st, so we could all attend.
And we don't have to have 6 presentations meetings. That's a goal. If you
Mhm.
want to not have a presentations meeting in January, that would be acceptable too.
Oh.
And we have one in February, so that wouldn't be
'Cause
that much of a hardship, so why don't we do that?
It wouldn't be the worst if we did January 31st, because our February meeting is February 28th. So it does allow for a full month between meetings. It's not a crazy idea.
Everyone okay with that?
Is that
That's
okay?
fine.
Yeah,
So
okay.
the commission meeting is going to be on the 31st of January, and we are not having a presentations meeting in January.
Okay.
Did we
Agreed.
come to a conclusion for April?
So where are we on April?
Can we do the 3rd or the 10th?
Somebody, Commissioner Fernandez can't do the 10th. I'm okay with the 3rd. Any objections to the 3rd, April 3rd? Are we good?
Yes, can I say one
Sure.
more thing? I would, like, moving forward, I know that a lot of us have obligations, but, you know, keeping it in the middle of the month is what we've traditionally done, so we should try moving forward to keep it on the 2nd or 3rd, because then it just gets all messed up. We have one meeting, and then there's like 2 weeks between one meeting, and then 6 weeks between the other meetings, so just for all of us to keep in mind that second, you know, not to plan stuff on like the second week of the month, right? Technically, so that we can kind of
Agreed.
stay in rhythm. What? Okay, well, we have events, obviously, all of us, but, you know, just in general.
Okay, with those 2 changes in January 31st and April 3rd, are we all in agreement? Anyone want to move
So
it?
we're going to have a meeting on March 13th and then on April 3rd?
It's not ideal, but we're trying to accommodate.
And we can't do it on April 10th because Laura has jury duty?
No, that's January. Alex can't do it the 10th.
Okay.
You can't get an accommodation for jury duty for work? You know you can write in.
And this is the change of date, but we're not talking about January.
Oh.
April, I'm talking about April.
Oh.
Well, can we do, who wants to make, can you remind me, who wants to move the April date?
So I have a conflict April 17, and I suggested the 10th. Alex can't make, Commissioner Fernandez can't make the 10th.
Why don't we
What about the-
set it so we can get this done? We can always revisit April in the next meeting.
Sure.
Is that fair? Okay.
April 3rd? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, April 3rd.
Okay, anyone want to move it?
I'll move it.
Second?
I'll second.
Great.
So by unanimous consent?
Yes.
Great. don't we hear R5T? That's the Sister Cities item.
Yes, R5T is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the city of Miami Beach Code entitled Administration by amending article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by amending division 15 entitled Sister Cities Program by amending section 2-181 thereof to reestablish the city's administration of the Sister Cities Program by and through a coordinating council appointed by the mayor and city commission with the office of the mayor and city commission to serve as the supporting department of the council, providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a first reading. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5T.
Okay.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Thank you. So the Sister Cities program was started by President Eisenhower, and he saw the benefit of the people-to-people exchange as a tool for global citizen diplomacy and establishing best practices among the shared communities. And the mission of the program is meant to be led by local and state governments, and it always was led by our city of Miami Beach. And a couple of years ago, our city handed it over to the chamber to do. But I'd really like for the city to be more involved. The chamber should absolutely have a voice and continue to give us input on spearheading the Sister Cities program. But since their main goal is economic development, it's not really in the spirit of the Sister Cities program. And I'd like for us to spearhead bringing it back and have those discussions.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez?
I'm so glad you brought this item, Commissioner Dominguez, because I really wanted to bring this item back. Our residents used to attend, these trips. The government used to be, I loved the Sister Cities program, and I do think that it should be housed at the city because it is supposed to be a delegation on behalf of the city of Miami Beach, the elected officials. And it was moved to the chamber, and they've done a great job. And they had several delegations that went all over, but none of us attended any of them. And we are, in fact, the elected officials and the designated representatives. So I do feel like we weren't necessarily involved to the level that we should be, like we were before. And we have amazing sister cities all around the world. And we used to send a delegation to the Sister Cities Conference. And, when we're invited, when you see the Sister Cities delegations that come to us from Japan or Ukraine or whatever where all around the world, it's always their group of elected officials. And we have not been doing the same in kind. And I know that there are many people within the city that would like for it to be housed back in Miami Beach again. So how long was I, by the way? How much time was that?
A minute.
A minute?
Actually, 2 minutes.
Commissioner Bott?
So I also support moving this back to the city. With all due respect to the chamber, it is very important to have the chamber involved because, after all, part of the mission of this is economic development. But as those of you who know me have heard me say before, Miami Beach is a village with a global impact. Well, village might be understating it, but a small city with a global impact. And if we don't treat these opportunities to build bridges and extend community and learn from best practices and welcome cultural and information and economic exchanges with cities and countries around the world, as represented by our elected officials, with the due respect that it is treated everywhere else in the world, I think we are devaluing what it means and missing a huge opportunity for us. So again, this is not a knock on the chamber. We want them to be involved, but I think it is the right place to house it at City Hall.
Mayor, I'd like to move the item.
Does anybody want to be, wait, you can certainly move it. Does anybody want to second it?
I'll second it.
Okay, I would like to hear from a representative of the chamber as well, but I don't want to cut off any of my colleagues if you want to speak before.
Just as they're coming up. So this is an item to move it to committee for discussion. I think the point of that is I'd certainly want to hear the input from the chamber and make an informed decision.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. Is that on?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Jerry Libben, immediate past president and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce, and Richard Siegel is our current chairman of the board. Just to give you some, for those of you who are new on the commission, some historical information on how this evolved. Back in early part of 2019, Mayor Gelber called me at the chamber and asked us to meet with him to discuss the potential of the chamber administering, and I don't like the word taking over. We didn't take over anything. Administering on behalf of the city, the Sister Cities program. And we had a detailed conversation in his office along with Jimmy Morales, the city manager at the time. And the mayor's reasons for recommending and asking us to do this were really largely around the fact that there was difficulties at the city getting quorums. Staff spent a lot of time organizing meetings. They didn't have proper quorums. And as you know, with Sunshine, that was one of the major problems. Any of you that have planned and organized a major event to have people either traveling to or from, there's a lot of details. There's hundreds and hundreds of details. Who's going to the airport? Who's picking up? Who's transport? What restaurants you're going to use? What hotels you're going to stay at? Who's going to negotiate the price? And all of that has to be done at the city in a Sunshine meeting, which wasn't happening. A lot of the meetings didn't prove fruitful. So he said, look, you guys are experienced. You do a lot of chamber stuff. Would the chamber be willing to administer this? And I asked him, I said, listen, three requests. We would do it under 3 provisions, all of which were approved, and the full commission approved it. Number one, that we wouldn't be under Sunshine regulations. That's the whole point. We would not have to have publicly advertised meetings. At a subsequent time, Commissioner Rosen was concerned that we didn't have access to people in the community that may want to serve on the committee, and we changed that. Any of you want to appoint someone, we can have 30 people on the committee. It doesn't matter. They don't have to be chamber members, so we opened that up, and subsequently Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez approved that it stay at the chamber. Second thing was, besides the Sunshine, was that we said, listen, we can't do unlimited numbers of these exchanges. The city gave us $20,000. Think about this. So the budget was $20,000, okay? And we have about 11 sister cities organizing one event. Okay, let's just take an example of a group that came from Portugal, okay? There were 5 rooms that we needed for 4 nights. So think about the average cost of our hotels per night. And you spend about $10,000, $12,000 just to house the group for the 4 nights, okay? So we go around as a chamber begging, for discounts and asking for money and trying to, get things thrown in. We go to the GMCVB and ask them to throw in bucks. We raise money privately. It's very difficult. I want to give you what we've done since 2019, just in a thumbnail. I'll try not to exceed 5 more minutes. But just, you didn't vote on the public speaking. So in 2019, the other provision we asked was if the chamber would be able to bring to the commission for your consideration new sister city opportunities. And it was approved if we brought forth some cities, and you approved it. So we brought forth Cascais, Portugal in 2019. You all approved it. We had a delegation, and Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez, just to correct the record, we did invite the commissioners. Commissioner Gongora at the time went with our delegation. We had 24 people that went to Portugal, and we had a meeting with their officials. We had a sister city official signing ceremony with Mayor Carrera. Subsequent to that, Portugal, we had a part of the reason was a cultural exchange, and we had a cultural exchange where we had their dancers come here to Miami Beach. We had a 3 or 4 day weekend where they came. They performed at the Women's Center. All the commissioners were invited. I think Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez was the only one who showed up, and it was for a few minutes, didn't really stay for the program. We've invited people all along, and we get very little participation. Another thing that we did, as you know, at the behest of Mayor Gelber, was to create a sister city with Odessa. Even under the extremely trying conditions, we created a sister city relationship with Odessa, Ukraine. Last October, at part of our annual meeting, Odessa sent 2 city officials who came to our annual meeting at the Ritz-Carlton. We had a major program for them. Once again, they stayed at hotels, and we also, our oldest and longest relationship, do you know what it is? Fujisawa. We're celebrating 65 years of that relationship this year. And the last thing I want to tell you is about the relationship with Fujisawa, if I may, and then I'm going to ask our chairman to speak just for a couple of minutes, if you would allow. So Fujisawa...
Okay, please, just a couple more minutes.
Yeah, Fujisawa invites the city of Miami Beach, and the manager can testify to this. at least several times a year. Please come. We're having this boating, yachting weekend. We're having this, constantly inviting the city of Miami Beach. They came here in last year in March to participate in the Miami 305 run after we sent a young man, Merritt, 10-year-old, who was honored here at the commission with his dad, Chad Perwin, to run in their race. We did an exchange. And when they were here, I had lunch with them, and I asked them, they said, oh, can the mayor come to another event? And I said, listen, we can't. We have a $20,000 budget. We have 10 cities that we're trying to deal with. We just can't do it. So they said, $20,000. We have 5 cities that we're allowed to do. Each city has a $20,000 budget, a $100,000 budget. They have $500,000 for 5 cities. And they said, we understand. So they're coming now to run in the race in March. They're paying their own way. It's a little embarrassing for the city of Miami Beach to have a city coming here and saying, okay, we understand you don't have the money. We'll pay our own way. Could you just register us for the race? So these are the kind of challenges that we have. I doubt you're going to deal with $20,000 anywhere near as effectively as we have, okay? Because we've had about 7 different exchanges and opened up 2 new sister city relationships. And you've been invited to go. Richard, if you would.
Just briefly, all of you know I've spoke with each of you individually. On behalf of the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce, we want to work with each of you. I see this as a beautiful thing, that all of us want sister cities to flourish. All I'd kindly ask for is, instead of going ahead and taking it over back on the government side of it, let's work together for the next year or 2. Let's have open transparency. The chamber will go ahead and spearhead it. We will be completely inclusive with all of you, make sure that you all are involved, and let's see where it is in a year or 2. And if it's still at the position where we want to go ahead and take it back and go ahead and have government run it, then we'll do it. But over the last 3 years that we've been doing it, I think Mr. Libben did a very nice job of explaining we've done everything we can with the budget that we've had. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez wants to say something.
Oh. Here's what I could say. I'm not denying that you haven't done a couple of beautiful events, but I will say that at the Ukraine event, you guys were having dinner with all of the elected officials who were representing the other side, and you didn't have a single person from Miami Beach. And I walked into your dinner at the Ritz-Carlton. We weren't invited. We were not invited to your dinner that night. And when I saw that, I thought that that was a huge slap in the face to all of us. And I asked my other colleagues at the time, had you been invited to this dinner that they were having, this very official dinner with Ukraine, and we weren't included. And so I'm not saying that you haven't done a wonderful job. I'm just saying that this really is our position. And if it's so horrible and you only get $20,000 in funding, then why are you fighting so hard to keep it, Chair?
I'm not fighting for it. I'm just telling you what is the reality. And by the way, again, to correct the record, Commissioner, you were there for part of an art show. I didn't know you were going to be there. We would have invited you. But Mayor Gelber, in fact, was invited, in fact, was at the dinner representing the city.
By the way, please go through the chair.
I'm sorry,
and
Mr. Chair.
continue. And this is what I don't want to have this back and forth. You made your point. You made your point. I think we got it. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you. I think it's really important for the city to continue with this program and have the chamber's involvement. That's no question. But the purpose of the sister cities was for government to do it, not for a chamber of commerce. We want your input. We want you to be involved. Thank you for doing it for the past couple of years, 4 years, what it was. But it's important for this to be a city program. No other chamber in the country manages sister cities programs because, as President Eisenhower intended, it's a local government initiative. So I'd like to, again, reiterate, move the item, and I believe I had a second already.
Could I just make one comment? Yeah,
absolutely.
I think I'm supportive, given that background of my colleagues. But I will say it's critical that we include the chamber as they spearhead it. And if funding is an issue, and this is an important, crucial program, come to us and we will work with you on the funding. So while I think I'll be supportive of my colleagues, I do think it's critical to have the chamber's continued involvement.
Yeah, if I may just, I'm actually not going to be supportive today. I hear both sides. I hear the arguments. I don't see a compelling reason, though, to make the change. I think there are things we can work on. And actually, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, you actually brought this item, I don't know, about a year ago or so it's almost like the same conversation, different commission, though. But I'm still not there yet. I think there's ways we can improve it and extend invitations. I know personally, I can't speak for what happened in the past. If I were to get an invitation, I would like to extend it to all my colleagues as well to attend, so that I try to be as inclusive as possible. So I see a lot of the benefits and the positives you've done, and I'm not willing to just pull it out just now. I'm not. Maybe we could do it better, but I'm not convinced. And I think it also brings up a lot of other issues once the city, is handling and spearheading the sister cities. So I'm not going to be supportive of it today. Commissioner Suarez.
What would be the financial difference between a city doing it and the chamber continuing to operate?
Well, at this point, it's my understanding that the city actually does not provide a grant at this point. All the costs associated with the program are currently being absorbed by the chamber. Is that correct, Jerry?
No, we're permitted to submit an invoice to request $20,000 of funding a year, which is completely inadequate. And as I assure you, you guys run it, it won't be a dime less than 50.
So certainly that $20,000, Commissioner, would be redirected towards the mayor's office for purposes of administering this program. Depending on what the needs were, we would certainly address that through the budget process.
It's a great question, Commissioner Suarez, and I think what potentially could happen is, obviously with sister cities, there would be trips involved that we would all be able to access, and certainly that could run up the tab pretty quickly.
Again, what would be the cost difference? So if Miami Beach took this responsibility over, what are we looking at as far as cost? And would there be a cap on cost?
Well, if I may answer, I think obviously that would have to be determined, and there'd probably have to be a referral to finance. But Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
I was here when we administered the program up until a few years ago. It always had a minimal budget, I believe, $20,000. Many times delegations invite us and they pay the cost. We can fund it with whatever we want, but when you look at the benefits of this diplomatic program and the goodwill that it creates, and I believe the structure of the program previously was a committee appointed by the mayor, right? I don't think we each had an appointee. I think the mayor appointed the people to the sister cities. Are you, as part of your motion, do you want to go back to exactly how we were, or is it just going to be one appointee per commissioner, or how do you see the committee moving forward? Because what we did have was we had a committee. It was funded with the same amount, David. I don't think it's going to be an added cost to the city unless one of us decides to add funding to it. And I would not be opposed to adding funding to it.
Commissioner Suarez?
Yeah, I mean, the chamber says, I'm assuming it'll be less. You think it won't be any more than $50,000 or less than $50,000?
I think it'll be a lot more than 50, depending on how many exchanges you'd like to. Just think, what are the hotel costs? $500 a night is more or less maybe an average when it's not Basel. By the way, you're right, Commissioner, when you go out, the host city, meaning Miami Beach, when we have Ukraine come here, when we have any of the cities come here, we pick up the costs for their delegation. Not the whole delegation. If 20 people come, there's usually 4 or 5 rooms. The lead people, the elected officials, that you pick up all the costs for their entire stay. The hotel, the transportation, the meals, their entertainment, whatever you're doing for them. Local people, we pay our own expenses. We don't use the money on ourselves. It's okay. But think about if 5 people come and there's 4 nights, that's 20 room nights at an average of $500 a night, which is modest in Miami Beach. You're spending $12,000 on one delegation to come for 4 nights. And then you still have to feed them, you have to transport them, you have to have activities when they're here. So think about how far $20,000 goes. I'm telling you, we go around begging, which is embarrassing for the city of Miami Beach. And I know you guys aren't going to do it, because every time you need funds, you come to the chamber and say, we're not allowed to ask for money. Can we work with your nonprofit? Can you guys go and do this so that we don't have to ask for money? And you're not going to go around as commissioners and mayors and say to Nike, could you please donate stuff because we can't buy the stuff? Could you give some gifts to the people when they come here for the race? And you're not going to go around to hoteliers and restaurants and say, could you cut the restaurant price in half because we don't have the money? You've got $100 million in surplus. You're going to allocate $100,000 to this program, and you're going to go and you're going to spend it. Okay, that's just the reality.
By the way, just a reminder, and going forward, please go through the chair when addressing, which is me. Nope. By the way, I'll also make suggestions. I can't move the item as the chair, but if anyone wants to make a motion to refer to finance, that actually would take precedence over your motion, Commissioner Dominguez. Sorry, but that is a possibility since we are talking about what this would cost. That may be a possibility to refer to finance and consider what the economic ramifications would be to the city.
I'd like to make that motion I'll move it to finance, or make a motion to move it to finance, or refer it to finance, rather.
Do we have a second?
So wait, if we move it to finance, but we can also vote on Commissioner Dominguez, we can vote on both. We can move it to finance to figure out what the funding is, but we can also vote on Commissioner Dominguez's item to take back the program at the same time today. We can do both, correct?
And I can address that, Mr. Mayor. So this is a first reading of the ordinance, so you can pass the ordinance. It would require 5 votes today. You could also refer it to finance and request that it be heard at finance before the item is heard on second reading.
So we can vote on it today. I'm sorry. Sorry. So we can vote on it today, have it go to finance in the interim, and then have it come back for second reading. Okay. I would call the vote if somebody wants to. Mr. Mayor, would you call the vote on this, please?
Yes, but the referral goes first, so I'm going to, Commissioner Bott made a motion on the referral to finance. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we're going to let's take a vote on the referral to finance first.
So all in favor of the referral to finance?
Aye.
Aye.
So it's unanimous, 7-0.
Okay, now we have Commissioner Dominguez's motion with a second on this item.
So Commissioner Dominguez moved the item, seconded by Commissioner Bott. It is a roll call. Commissioner Suarez.
And can we make sure that it happens, that the Finance Committee hears the item before we have the second reading?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the direction.
Right, then aye.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
No.
Mayor Minor is a no. The item passes. The second reading public hearing, at this moment, I'm going to make it for February 21st. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Fernandez.
I just want to confirm with the clerk, so if the second reading of this item is February 21st, will that occur before, will the hearing at Finance occur before that?
That would be the intent, and if not, the second reading would be continued to a later commission meeting.
So perhaps this should be referred to the January Finance meeting.
And we could certainly, by acclamation, do that, to have it heard at the January Finance Committee meeting. Once it's constituted and the calendar is set.
Right.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have 6 minutes before our next time certain. So by the way, just to let everyone know what I did, I asked each commissioner to give me 3 of their top priority items, and I'll be doing that every meeting. And I'm welcome to suggestions, but I think it's a good idea to make sure that we hear the items that are most important to each of us. Obviously, the administration can do the same. So some people send me 4, that's fine. Some send 2, that's also good. We do have a 10 o'clock time certain, so I'm going to try to hear a quick item. I think R5AB, Commissioner Fernandez. I'll let our city clerk call it up. Agenda items not.
R5AB, it is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach entitled Administration by amending Article 2 entitled City Commission by amending Section 2-14 entitled Meeting Procedures and Agendas to require that agenda items that were not reached during a City Commission meeting shall take precedence over other items at the next regularly scheduled City Commission meeting, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is item R5AB. It is a first reading.
Commissioner Fernandez.
It's pretty straightforward, Mr. Mayor. This is an item that if we have items on the agenda, oftentimes interested parties and members of the public take the time to either tune into the meeting, participate on Zoom, or come in person into our chambers to speak on the item. At times, the item won't be heard because we have heavy agendas. If the item is not heard, the intent of this ordinance is that then those unheard items will take precedence at the next meeting of the City Commission. That's the item before us today. I move my item. Happy to answer any questions.
And I agree with that, so no issues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So, Mr. Mayor, is that a second for?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
May I call the vote?
Let's call the vote.
Oh, wait. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I believe Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez was.
Oh, did you want to be heard?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm just so happy. I have items on this agenda that have been here for a year. literally. I'm so excited to hear some
We
of
will
my
hear them
items
today.
We can all understand that. So I'm a yes, resounding yes.
Thank you. I'll call the roll. It is Commissioner Fernandez moved it, seconded by Mayor Minor. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is January 31st.
We have a couple of minutes before our time certain. Why don't we go to the consent items that were the addendum items that are referrals? I think we can just all agree to probably very quickly dispose of those and refer them to committee.
So the first item that pertains to is C4X. That's a referral to finance small business grant funding for restaurants, August, September, requested by Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez, C4X.
No, so it's a referral item. What I didn't, any addendum item, I didn't just put on consent because I want to make sure everyone had a chance to consider it. So I'm just asking, if somebody wants to move it, we'll move it and refer it. Move your item.
Yeah, I'll move my item.
I'll
to-
second. And I just, can I make a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Rather than limiting it to restaurants, there's a lot of other industries that suffer, like salons, and other retail uses that benefit from the hospitality industry. Maybe refer something that's a little bit more broad. Finance committee can always tailor it, but just so that they have the scope to consider other small businesses that could perhaps be affected by changes in tourism in the months of August and September. It's a great item, by the way.
Okay, I'm not opposed to it, and I do think it's all about employee retention. We train employees all year, and then you have these 2 or 3 months where the weather has become so harsh, and we have to let staff go because we just can't afford it across the board. I see it mainly happening in restaurants, but every single business must suffer. So I would not be opposed to it. We'll have that robust conversation, and I'm glad that you guys seem somewhat supportive of it. So we'll see what we can do, and we can possibly, just something interesting that I did not know, there's $8 million that we fund the GMCVB with. We can use part of that money to fund this, and then maybe the city can match it, and we can do something that will really help people. This is like direct impact to thousands of people, because a lot of people have their favorite watering hole or restaurant too, and and they don't want to see it closed. They don't want to see hours shut down, or so everybody benefits from this, residents, and unfortunately we are becoming hyper seasonal, and this is something that we have not seen in the past, and I think it's a combination of the weather, the oceanfront hotels being closed, the convention center not fully programmed like it should be, and we're suffering the economic impacts of that, seriously. So yes, we're going to vote on it, but I just wanted to explain to everybody why I was bringing this program forward, so thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, we'll have a more robust discussion at finance, but I think we agree on the problem, and I think one thing that we need to address over the longer term is really diversifying our economy, because I agree, like you said, we have become hyper-seasonal when we've actually should be making dedicated efforts to diversify our economy and make it not so cyclical at a time when the state of Florida is adding more full-time residents the size of the city of Orlando every single year. Miami Beach is the only city in all of Florida that is losing full-time residents, and demographics drive the destiny of any city, and as we lose a vibrant full-time residential community, that's why our small businesses need to become even more dependent on our events, our seasonality. So I think we should all make concerted efforts to really focus on building a vibrant, full-time economy.
Can I just say one more?
Yes.
Look, we have $1 billion asset, that convention center. We have spent nearly $1 billion fixing it up, and it is not programmed right now the way that it needs to be. And we approved this convention center hotel. Here we are, how many years after the approval? 3 years, 4 years? They have not commenced construction on that hotel, and the idea is that we cannot bring in the kind of conventions we need to get our economy going and to fuel all of these hotels and businesses that have opened if the convention center isn't programmed. We really need to reach out to the convention center, to the winner of the convention center campaign and award, and ask him, What is the timeline? Why has construction not commenced on the convention center? And what's going on? Because in the interim, we are languishing and we are suffering. And Lincoln Road is seeing the effects of this too. That with billion-dollar asset, I don't know how much money it's at making or losing. We really need to have that conversation too. And I would, speak to our finance director, the GMCBB, but I can tell you right now that it is not a good investment for us in the state that it's currently in. Absolutely not.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Want to call the vote?
It is a voice vote, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. The item is referred as amended to be more inclusive of other small businesses.
Well, thank you all for allowing us to get to 10 o'clock. And our time certain, R7H, waste hurl item, if you can call it up, Ralph.
Yes, sir. R7H is terminate RFQ and prepare RFP for single waste haulers requested by Commissioner Dominguez. It is R7H.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Thank you, Mayor. Currently, we have a single hauler system for the single-family homes, and this item is to discuss the RFQ that's currently out there for multifamily and commercial properties. And the city had gone out and worked with a consultant to get information on their recommendation. It was recommendation that we come back with a single hauler item. And when the item went to finance, it was decided at the time to do an RFQ. And the argument and the complaint from organizations, both commercial and multifamily buildings, is that an RFQ is only discussing or taking into consideration the qualifications. And the better approach would be to do an RFP, which would include price, and it wouldn't be a one-size-fits-all price because we have many unique buildings across our city. And it could include a menu of pricing so that it's mutually beneficial to the haulers and also to the single-family homes and commercial businesses. Also, the competition comes during the RFP process, because you'll hear from haulers saying, well, there's no competition if you only have a single hauler. Yes, there is. The competition comes at the time of the pricing. And so I'd like to cancel the RFQ that's currently in place and move to do an RFP with a single hauler focus. And I'd like to move the item.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? And
No,
would you like to speak,
if
Commissioner
I could
Maxey?
comment, Ms.
I'm
Chair.
taking over as vice mayor right now. So
Where I'm at on this, Commissioner Dominguez, is this is obviously a robust item with a lot of history back and forth, things like that. I do not know where I'm going to come out on this. There's years of moving pieces. I followed it closely over the years. I just do not feel comfortable that I've had time to reach out to all stakeholders, truly get a good feel for the landscape. I absolutely loathe the fact that I am contributing to prolonged government bureaucracy, especially on an item that has languished out there for years. But I would make a suggestion that we refer this to committee to discuss further, because I'm just not comfortable taking action one way or another today.
Vice Mayor?
Commissioner Dominguez?
I would like to, I only need 4 votes in order for this to pass, and I understand Commissioner Magazine's situation, but this has been going on for years, and it already has gone through committee as well. Is there an appetite with the commission to move this item? Do I have 4 votes?
Well, Commissioner Suarez had his hand up. Let's hear what he has to say about this.
I just want to get some facts straight with our administration. The first time this came to the administration, was it the administration's recommendation to go with a single hauler or multiple hauler?
Good morning. Joe Gomez, Public Works Director. Good morning, Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez, Commissioners. To answer your question, when we hired the consultant MSW, initially they came back with the recommendation, and at that time, yes, the answer to your question is yes. We were asked to go back and procure additional data, which we did. We held an industry forum with residents. We had meetings with the haulers, And through the course of the research and the data collected, our recommendation evolved into keeping the non-exclusive franchise agreements, the model that we currently have.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Through your negotiations, you
No,
decided?
not negotiations, through the research that we did, taking
Who's we?
input and feedback. At that point.
Who is we?
The administration, sir.
Okay. So the consultant, you know, they had a, they had a big study, and it's I don't know, it's like 50 pages. But one thing that stuck out to me is that the number of cities reviewed in Florida showed 63% went exclusive, and they are happy with that. And only 5% as non-exclusive. So I'm just curious to know, why did the city administration change their mind from going from an exclusive to a non-exclusive, despite a series of consultant research findings?
I think if you look at the data closely, particularly in Miami-Dade County, for example, the majority of the is an open market, which is it's a version of a non-exclusive, except that it's open to any hauler. So if you look at Miami-Dade County, the majority of the contracts are either open market or non-exclusive, as opposed to exclusive.
But this consultant report was the first, was available to the administration on the first round, correct?
Yes, sir.
So then, again, why did the administration change their mind halfway through on going from an exclusive to a non-exclusive?
When we presented the initial report to the Finance Committee, the Finance Committee asked us to go back and seek additional data, because in the original study that MSW did, I think only 15 municipalities were queried, which the Finance Committee felt was just a very small population. So we went back and we looked at the state of Florida in totality, and actually we even looked outside of the state of Florida as well.
And Commissioner, if I could add to that, I think it's important to understand sort of the dynamic of what was happening. This is almost 2 years ago, and we can certainly recreate all of the timelines associated and the committee discussions. The initial committee discussion comes at the point at which we knew, because we had contract extensions, which, by the way, had already been extended prior to my selection as a city manager. So we knew that we had contracts that continued to be extended, a market that, quite frankly, was buying up each other. And we had gone, I believe, from 5 contractors down to 2, if I remember correctly.
The last round was, Madam Manager, was 3, and then one of the 2 acquired 1, so we went down to 2. But the ordinance gives us up to 5.
Right. So again, we had a business model that was defined by ordinance in this city, and that is the model that the city had for however many years followed. As a result of that, we know we have contracts that are expiring. They've been on multiple extensions in good faith. Obviously, we hire a consultant to do analysis. That analysis gets presented at committee. It gets discussed at committee. The leadership of that committee actually asks and is not satisfied with the work that the consultant has done and asks very specifically for additional information. This goes on back and forth for many, many months. I believe that somewhere along the way, if I remember correctly, it may have even actually come back to the commission for some discussion and some parameters that the commission was defining and basically directing staff to follow up on, and then it went back to Finance Committee, and that went on probably for about 1.5 years. And so that together, the policy direction together with the interaction that was happening at committee led to the recommendation that ultimately went before the City Commission. We all know collectively, and Commissioner Dominguez has provided a lot of leadership to this, that these are decisions that are strictly policy in nature, that there are pros and cons to both options. Both options offer the city and actually our residents and our consumer, which is predominantly commercial in this particular situation, very wide array of options. And so certainly,
Madam Manager, if I may.
certainly moving to a single hauler is a change in our business model and something that we could certainly consider and move forward. But the RFQ is on the street. That RFQ was issued after a significant 2 years of conversation at direction of our policy leaders. And I believe that those responses in a competitive market are due this week.
On Monday, December the 18th.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez?
Madam Manager, do you agree that we should have an exclusive hauler or continue with a non-exclusive hauler?
I think that there's significant analysis that would have to be made to understand what the implications are of a single hauler, but certainly it's an option that is completely open to the city.
Is that a yes or no?
That is I think we need to reevaluate the parameters of our current business model, the franchise fee and what it's worth to the city and the amount that it funds in our sanitation budget, and certainly understand what criteria would have to be included in a single hauler to understand what the financial ramifications potentially of a franchise fee are to the city.
Anybody want to be heard? Perfect timing, right?
The bathroom is so far away. Okay, in heels, sorry. As a resident of Mid-Beach, we operate on a single hauler system. What does that mean? It means if you live in a single family home, you know that your trash is going to be picked up in a timely manner and you don't have to enter into these separate contracts. And that's really what we were trying to avoid this entire time. We wanted the city to manage the contractual portion because all of these small associations were having huge issues. So I'm fully in favor of a single hauler system. I'd like to say to the waste hauling community, and I see all of you here, that I know that you gave a lot of concessions in this other negotiation, but I am a firm believer that when you are accountable to the city, these shenanigans are finally gonna stop. We're not gonna have associations entering into bad contracts, getting charged fees. Trucks are leaking their gook all over the place. They're not picking up after themselves, and there's really nobody accountable because we're not involved in the process. So what this would do, it would make us, we would hold them accountable and hopefully get the best price because they're gonna have to bid on this. So, I mean, I think it's a win. I mean, as a resident of a single-family home, I already have this advantage, and I would like all the other small associations to have the same advantage, and that's why I'm supportive of Commissioner Dominguez's item.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item that we have discussed for such a long period of time. But lingering with our decision have been questions that I've had, an insecurity as to whether it is worth to do a non-exclusive system given the lack of uniformity that it offers to our community. Given that the city has to come in when you have a non-exclusive hauler and provide support for customer service, enforcement on contract issues, oversight on contract management that can often lead to the city having to invest more resources. To the consumer, variations in collection costs and prices and pricing between haulers, these are all real things that that remained a concern for me. Not to mention the fact that with more waste collections service providers, we do have more trucks in the street. I'm open to the idea for this because I do think that ultimately, if we do go with the single hauler system, as you well mentioned, Commissioner Dominguez, as a sponsor of this item, the competition will still exist. The competition will still exist because we do the competition here. We get to look after our constituents. We get to look after the well-being of the residents and the taxpayers of the city of Miami Beach, and not only the residential constituent, the commercial constituent as well. You know, and I think we'll ultimately be able to get more standardized collection costs, which is so important to the consumer. So I'm open to this. I think that this could be heading in the right direction, because notwithstanding the decision we made with the last commission, I still had some concerns about it, and so thank you for bringing this item forward.
Commissioner Bott.
So one of the things that is nice in life is not to have to worry about if your trash is going to get picked up, when it's going to get picked up, if it's going to be spread all over the street, if it's going to be leaking, if there are going to be 3 or 4 different companies picking up trash on your street or behind your building. I think this is a good idea to redirect to a single hauler program for a lot of reasons. And I'm surprised that the direction went against the original recommendation. And so I'm happy to redirect, and I agree with the other points that our colleagues have made. I will say that in reading the research provided by the consultant, I was really surprised that at the cities that were chosen to be examined, because I don't think we're comparing apples to apples here. We are a very odd little city, a wonderful little city, but we have a lot of different needs that most of the cities, or really all of the cities that were listed in the consultant's report, don't. I would have looked at places like New Orleans or Savannah or Charleston that have quirky, narrow streets because they're older cities, and single-family homes, and mid-rise, and, you know, a real combination. These other cities in Florida, you know, it's a useful data point, but it's not the only useful data point. So I would urge, as we move forward to find who the best hauler is, that we see how other cities beyond the borders of Florida or the Tri-County area are handling the issues that we face, where they are a tourist destination, they have full-time residents, they have funky architecture, and really factor that into how we select. Again, as a resident, I know it's great to have one phone number to call and say, hey, there's a problem, come fix it, and that's where my tax dollars are going, right? So, and I would expect that would be the same for other folks as well.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
And I would like to encourage the administration in whatever RFP they do put out to make sure that there is some sort of bulk pickup for multifamily in Miami Beach. Forget this having to drive to some location with your, imagine you're a single mom and you need to get rid of a refrigerator. You can probably get your neighbor to help you get it downstairs and out to the curb to get picked up by the city. But it's really hard to get it to, right now they have to go off location, don't they, and drop it off someplace. And I think that that's not right. And I would really advocate, we want a great contract where they are accountable. If their trucks are sloppy, we want bulk pickup. We want the best deal for the city of Miami Beach. And right up until now, we have not been getting it with these smaller contracts. I want every resident to be able to put their trash out and get it picked up, the big stuff. City of Miami, I'm telling you, even in downtown, they have bulk pickup every Monday of every week. In Miami Beach, you get like 2 or 3 a year, and you have to call. Then you call this number. You get 4. Then you call this number. Sometimes they answer. Sometimes they don't. You go to voicemail. I mean, it's a whole big thing. I mean, even in our residential contract, I would like to work on getting 1 day a week where, like, for example, Mondays, where every single resident in Mid-Beach knows that they can put their stuff out. And if City of Miami can get that type of deal, why can't we? And I think we can, because it's a very, very valuable, this is valuable stuff. I think it's worth like $50 million or something per year, and I don't think it's a lot to ask for residents to be able to have that service.
Commissioner Suarez.
I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I'm still trying to figure out, why did the city administration change their mind halfway through? I know that there was finance meetings. I actually called the inspector general last night, and because something didn't add up, and I asked him, what happened, and he had some opinions, and I'd like to, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to bring him up to the podium and share his thoughts regarding the process that the city had with changing their mind.
Our Inspector General is recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Joseph Senorino, Inspector General. I want to make clear, we have not issued any report on this matter. We have followed this matter to some extent because we tend to follow these projects and a lot of the programs in the city. And we were looking into a couple of ancillary issues unrelated to this actual analysis. But we did follow the process. And we did ask some questions. I had meetings with staff and so forth in the course of this, and we were aware of the issue, and we were aware of the consultant's report, which we reviewed, and we also watched the FERC meetings and the discussions that occurred. And we're interested in process here. We're interested in a good evaluation by the city, and ordinarily, if we feel the process has been an open and clear process, that we might not have too much to say about it, but unless we were asked. And if we had been asked, we would have probably issued a report on this. But in any event, I found some disturbing things in our review of the process, and I've expressed this to a couple of the commissioners over the months that this has been under consideration. There was a consultant hired by the city who gave a report, and it was a report that was presented as the staff's recommendation and for an exclusive hauler. And there was at that time some questions raised in the FERC committee about the scope of their study, and they did ask for more data or more information. And then that led to some more work and some more information being developed in further discussions. But our view of the information that came back was that it supported the exclusive system. We did not see any data that would, in our mind, have changed the course. So we did ask a couple of times, asked the question, and it's been asked by members of the commission. And I still don't understand the reason myself as to why the non-exclusive was then preferred over the exclusive. There were a couple of things mentioned about things like competition or whatever. The competition, in our view, and we've talked to people in the industry, we've talked to people inside and outside the city, and the competition on price certainly occurs in the exclusive system at the outset. That's very clear. People complain about brokers. The brokers wouldn't even exist, I think, in the exclusive system. They're out of it because they're not going to go around. I think part of our concern is always with transparency, and with the non-exclusive system, there are contracts all over the place with different haulers, and the city doesn't have access to those contracts. We don't really know what's going on. We got complaints from people who feel they're being overcharged or whatever, and I think the staff at some point asked the haulers if they could see the contracts. They were not provided. Maybe there were reasons for that, but I mean, the city doesn't know what's going on. It doesn't have control over that process, and obviously that would be different. Now, again, I'm not here to make a specific recommendation at this point, but based on what we've seen, I have yet to hear the technical explanation as to why the non-exclusive is better for the city of Miami Beach. There's been general discussions about, well, we think it's better because it's unique. Well, yeah, every city is unique, but the city of New York City and the city of Los Angeles, two of the most complicated cities probably in the country, who are both pretty unique, and from each other too, have both gone to the exclusive. So anyway, the predominant trend in the country is toward the exclusive, and that's what came out when they expanded the study, when the consultants expanded their study. That's what they came back with. They came back even more conclusive that seemed to be the right thing. We've spoken to the consultant, by the way. The consultant has never changed his opinion about what he recommended. So those are our concerns, and I'm presenting them simply because we have this knowledge. We're independent. We had no stake in this thing. We really don't care who gets the exclusive, if it's exclusive, or who the non-exclusive people are. We have no stake in that. But we're interested in the process, and it'd be an open, clear, transparent process, so we can be explained to the public, why did we make this decision? I don't have that information based on everything we've reviewed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Santorini. Commissioner Magazine.
Well, that was a surprise. There's no way I could vote on this today. I was asking for more time to come up to speed on what's happening, and now all of a sudden, I come to find out the Inspector General is somehow involved in perhaps issuing an opinion, but not a, I don't want to get your words wrong, Inspector General, but all the more reason I am just not ready. I really need to get my hands around this. We don't need to refer it to committee for further discussion. I don't want to belabor that, but maybe if it's just a month to keep here at commission, it certainly rings, alarms in my head hearing the Inspector General's now involved.
So are you making a motion for a deferral to January's
I'm not
commission
going to
meeting?
shove a referral down people's throats, but that's what I would ask for.
A deferral.
May I?
Wait, Commissioner Bada actually asked to, sure, Commissioner Suarez.
I think we have a greater problem here. The Inspector General, I believe, hit it on the head when he said, that he believes in process and transparency. And the fact that the Inspector General thinks that there is something going on here, that there is a problem with transparency in the administration.
If I can, I'm just going to intercede, if I may. The Inspector General, and he spoke very clearly, did not issue any findings, so.
And Mr. Mayor, can I
let me
address that
finish.
through the chair, please?
Yeah.
Let Commissioner Suarez
Thank you.
finish, and then.
He might issue, or he might start an investigation. And I think it's very important that we have transparency in our city, especially the way our administration handles themselves. And before we make any motion, I would like to make my own motion to have the Inspector General conduct a review of how this process happened, where we went from the administration changing their mind through the whole process. And I think the residents of Miami Beach would appreciate that. Obviously, this is a very contentious issue, and that we need transparency. And I think based on what I'm hearing today, especially from what the Inspector General told us, I have no faith in this process.
Madam City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to be heard, and certainly, have serious concerns about the innuendo that's being made relative to any recommendation that I would make and any recommendation that my staff would make. And of course, I would ask, and Joe Santorino and I have been friends for over 30 years. He knows me very well, and he certainly understands and knows the level of integrity that I bring to this position. So I would ask him, for the 2 years that these issues were being discussed at committee, why he never expressed any of these concerns publicly, and certainly in his role as Inspector General, that would have been his responsibility to do, and that's certainly something that someone should probably consider looking at as well. But I would also tell you that I served for many years as the director of the Miami-Dade Solid Waste Department, so I know the waste business pretty well. I actually serviced 350,000 residential homes twice a week for many years. Unincorporated Dade County does not have a franchise agreement, and actually multiple haulers service unincorporated Dade County, the largest city technically the largest city in Miami-Dade County. And as I've said before, these are decisions where you have to weigh not only the business model, not only the demographic of your city, the type of entity that you're serving, and understand the financial implications of what you're doing. And in weighing those decisions and having a technical staff that in fact reviewed that information and did the cost analysis and did the analysis in preparation for that recommendation. And by the way, a policy board that gave very clear direction of what their expectation was and what the language was going to be specific in the RFQ that was going to protect the concerns that some of you are expressing. I think it's very unfair to, after the fact, now come back, and very unprofessional to question in any way the integrity of the professional staff that was managing 2 years' worth of direction that was being provided by a policy board. Again, we are perfectly willing to look at whatever options this body would like to provide leadership to. There are multiple options. There are multiple hybrid circumstances that the waste industry can sustain. In this community, there's a waste-to-energy plant that is currently shut down. There are significant elevated costs associated with waste hauling. There are significant competitive factors that implicate how commercial operations have to negotiate these contracts, and there are all kinds of different criteria that have to be considered in this decision-making process. But I certainly want the record to be very clear, and I would like my friend Joe to come right back up and ask him if he ever recommended to me that this issue in some way had any integrity issues with the process.
Through the chair, please, but please, let's keep it brief.
Very brief. We've never made any innuendos or suggestions that there was an integrity problem. Let me make that very clear, okay? The process, though, where we got to where we are now has not been clear. And that doesn't necessarily mean it's an integrity issue. I don't know what the issue is, but I think it's a logical question for us to ask is, okay, and it's been asked by a number of people over the time, why have we gotten to here? We've listened to the answers, and I still don't hear clarity in the reasons for the decision. That does not necessarily implicate integrity. I want to make clear to the manager that it does not necessarily. We don't have any information that would reflect on integrity directly here, but it does concern us that there is a major decision has been made, and in terms of the clarity of the basis of the decision, we continued, and then this is fairly recently that we've really dug into this a little more. We're trying to find the analysis that leads us to where we are, and we haven't found that.
Commissioner Bott?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a new day in Miami Beach. We had a huge election. 4 seats were changing hands, including the mayor. This is an opportunity to do things differently, and I think a lot of us are taking that opportunity to do that with this meeting and going forward. I think it is incumbent upon us, the elected representatives, whether returning or newly elected, to be very thoughtful about the words we use and casting aspersions in the public record, because while we all want integrity and transparency, I mean, that's literally 2 of the 3 words I used in my campaign, it is a very dangerous precedent to start hurling those around. There are very legitimate questions to be raised about the process. I've raised some, my colleague Commissioner Suarez has, and those are legitimate conversations to be had. But at the end of the day, the administration works under the guidance and at the direction of the commission. And if the commission, prior to this one, set the direction that we want to have a 2 or 3 hauler system over the initial recommendations of the administration, that was the direction that the administration was now working towards, whether or not they thought it was the best option. We have heard, we've read, there are cases to be made, pro and con, any system. You can make anything work. So I appreciate our collective desire to make the city as good as it can be and to be as transparent and forthcoming, and I applaud those goals. But I do want to be careful about the language that we use before we know for what the facts are. So I encourage further investigation. I do believe that this is the time to make a change in the direction of how we go forward. Commissioner Magazine, I understand your reluctance, and I respect that. It is, it's a bear of an issue, even with plenty of time, and we've been following it for a few months, and you for longer than I have. But I think the direction is clear that the system that has been recommended from the get-go is the system that most residents want, most business people want, and that the administration really recommended. So let us move forward and, evaluate the process, figure out what may have gone wrong or may, not have been as great as it could and should be, and move forward.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to call the vote. I thank everyone for speaking, and I think we need to move forward with this item.
I agree, but I do have some commissioners who want to speak. So Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as my colleague well mentioned, it is a new day, and perhaps opportunities that didn't exist before exist now with a new body and a new way of thinking, and I certainly value that. Some concerns raised here today at the podium I wish would have been raised publicly before we ascribe our vote to a matter. The one thing I just want to make sure that it's clear on the public record with the decision that we make here today. I'm supporting this resolution. There are lots of pros to it. I just do know something that did concern me significantly last time, which was depending on the mechanism for pricing. You know, we could end up with consumers ending up with a price increase coming ultimately from something that we are negotiating, not from something that they are negotiating, as the multi-hauler system would allow. Here, we from this table, from this commission, could be sending potentially to some of our consumers a price increase on something that is not optional. Everyone needs to have their garbage picked up. And from this dais, with the decision that we make here, we could potentially be sending a price increase. And that was something that concerned me significantly with the single hauler system when we were discussing it last time. Sure, there's gonna be competition, and that competition is gonna occur here, and we're gonna negotiate for the best interest for the residents and taxpayers of the city of Miami Beach as a collective. But we can't fight for every single consumer, and we can't fight for every individual taxpayer the way that they can fight and negotiate for themselves in the model we had already approved. Notwithstanding that, you know, there are efficiencies that are positive and that do provide for benefits to the public. But I just want us all to know, as a matter of policy, once we approve this, you know, the reason why, for me, the reason why I didn't go with this last time, well, is very clear. You know, undoubtedly, there will be consumers out there, our residents, who will later be calling our offices, telling us that we voted to increase cost for them. But ultimately, in the greater good of good governance, I do support this item. Commissioner Dominguez, thank you for bringing it forward.
Sure, Mr. Chair, if I could, two quick questions. So we mentioned that it went through committee ad nauseum before, and what was the outcome of that? It was the proposing RFQ for a single waste hauler or multi?
It was for a multi with 3 phases in the RFQ, and that's where the flaw came, and that's why I'm bringing this forward
Right.
for single hauler.
Right.
For
So-
RFP.
And I can get, okay, we don't want to send it back to committee because we've already discussed it, but if we're just
And I'm about
doing
to
a
entertain.
180 on policy,
I'm about to entertain your motion on the deferral.
why would we not do that, right? So it'd be one thing if we said, okay, we don't want to refer back to committee because we've already talked about in committee, we're going with the same solution, we're going forward. But we talk about transparency. I don't know. I don't have a firm belief whether single hauler, multi-hauler. There's questions I want to entertain. It'd be one thing if I was essentially affirming what the previous committee discussions recommended, but to do a 180 policy reversal here without having that discussion in committee seems a bit premature.
So I'm going to bring this in, but just a couple of quick comments. This is actually a very complicated issue. I've spent a lot of time on this. I had initially concerns about the not following the consultant's report. I asked those questions publicly. A lot of it was done behind the scenes as well. I will say, since you're kind of the face of this item, Joe, you know, we work very closely together. Other than our police chief, I probably deal with you more than any other person in our city, and
Yes, sir.
and you have a high level of credibility with me, which is
Thank you.
why I sort of grilled you and
Yes, sir.
was ultimately comfortable with the answers. But so I did want to mention that. So thank you for your work on this. Just in order of precedence, we're going to follow Robert's Rules of Orders. A motion for a deferral, which you made. You could also make a referral if you'd like, but you've made a motion for a deferral till next month. And I'm going to entertain that. I'll actually second that motion because it is a complicated issue, and we do have 3 new commissioners. So I think it's worth taking a little extra time. We will be getting the RFQs this week as well. That might be helpful in our deliberations. So I've seconded your motion. And by the way, and you could make the motion for a referral, but I would suggest it was discussed at the finance meeting multiple times. You could probably, I mean, just a suggestion, you could probably watch those meetings, and I think, I'm not sure, we have new people here, so you might have a new perspective, but you probably would learn, and you may have done it already, I don't mean to imply you haven't, but you may learn a lot from just watching those meetings. But I've seconded your motion, and let's take a vote on the motion for a deferral to next month.
So that would be a voice vote?
No.
I'll give it another month.
Yes.
Yes.
So 6-1? Correct?
This is a complicated matter through the chair. This is a complicated matter. The Finance Committee previously spent several months at discussing this matter. So I'm going to support the deferral for next month. I don't think my position is going to change in this because I do believe it's a good policy matter. But out of a courtesy to my new colleague, because this is perhaps one of the most consequential, items directly to our residents. The picking up the trash, one of the most basic services of government. I'll support it because of that.
Okay, I'll vote to defer. As long as it's a 1-month deferral, we come back next month, you have your opportunity to, become further educated on this or speak to the different interests involved. But this was in committee for a long time, and I think that this is an important reform, and I am a yes on this. Hopefully it will come back. We're going to vote on
We will
this
hear
at
it on
the next
January.
meeting. Because it's been a circus. It really has. It's been in Finance Committee for how long? For years. So I just don't want to continue the circus. But when you are, since you do realize, and I'm assuming that, I don't know who's going to be on which committee, we have not figured that out yet. But one thing that I would advise is when we hear it in finance, that you come up with the criteria and that you take
It's being
into
heard at committee.
a committee in
Or, I'm sorry,
finance.
no, it's being heard back
Let's not
in
have a
commission.
back and forth, please.
Oh, what I would suggest is make sure that we get this bulk pickup embedded in the RFP. We want somebody who's going to offer our residents bulk pickup, apart from the best price, somebody who's not going to litter. So we do have to come up with criteria if we are going to reissue this. And that would actually be a good time to do so at the finance, so that when it comes back not just with, with a recommendation on what we should issue with this new single hauler, what we want as commissioners.
Okay,
And
let's,
Mr. Mayor, if I
yes,
could just.
but I'm going to bring
yeah.
this in 1 minute.
If you have 4 certain yeses,
I'd like to make an amendment to the deferral. We have an open RFQ, and it's wasting taxpayer dollars to have the city work on this. Cancel the current RFQ that is there and defer the discussion of single hauler for next month so that everyone can do their homework.
Well, I can tell you, I would support that the city administration shouldn't spend time on it, but I think we shouldn't cancel it. We're going to get them this week, and we should receive them at least, and then the city administration doesn't have to actually spend resources on it. That would be my suggestion. So I wouldn't change anything personally. I would like to continue the vote because we have a couple other items that we have to vote on. So I'd like to just continue the vote on the deferral to next month, and we will hear it next month. I will call it.
I believe I'm the last vote, and for what it's worth, I'm ready to move forward on this item and in favor of the exclusive hauler. So if I don't know if we want to change our minds, because I think I would be the 4th vote to go to exclusive. I don't believe my opinion will change, but
I know, but in order of precedence, and I think we've heard it from a few people, as a courtesy to our colleague.
Yeah, no, and that's why I'm saying.
So let's vote.
I would vote to defer. So.
Okay, thank you. Do we have the votes?
So yes, so it is 6-1 with Commissioner Dominguez voting no on the deferral.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, there was Commissioner Suarez.
I was
had
about to bring
ra-
that up. Yes,
raised
Commissioner
a
Suarez
related,
made a motion
And
to.
if I could just explain, There are several options available for a referral to an IG. The Inspector General doesn't need a referral. He's told you that he is doing a review. Any individual member can refer any matter to the Inspector General directly, and the body can also refer it, and that would be the motion that Commissioner Suarez has made. It would require a second and a vote.
My motion still stands. You know, as far as transparency and of the process of the administration for the city of Miami Beach, I think it's important that we have you know, like everyone said, we have a new day. Let's make sure that everything is open in the sunshine and transparent, and that's why we have an Inspector General. So
I second that motion.
Okay, ready for a vote?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous, 7-0, referral to the Inspector General.
Okay, thank you. Before I call C7R, which is the South Shore Community Center, we just have one administrative item, R5A. If you can call that, we just need to open and continue it to the February 2024 meeting.
Yes, sir. So this item is being requested to be open and continued to February 21st. May we do so by acclamation? R5A. All in favor of deferring it to opening and continuing the item to February 21st?
I didn't. Actually, why don't we also, administrative item R5D.
Okay, one more, Mayor. So I've heard no objections, so this is going to be open and continued to February 21st.
Great.
By acclamation. Thank you.
And the R5D, open and continued to January 2024.
Sorry.
And R5E.
You said R5. So R5D. Okay, 10:30. R5D, again, request to open and continue this item to the January meeting. That'll be January 31st. If no objections, it's so done.
Great. C7R.
C7R is Save the South Shore Community Center. It is an item requested by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez and separated from consent agenda by Mayor Minor. C7R.
What's your item, Commissioner Rosenthal? I'll let you start off on it.
I'd like to start this off by looking at the firefighters union, who was here in full force, and looking at the fire administration, our chief and our deputy chief, and explaining to everyone right here and now that I, as a commissioner, want our firefighters to have the best, okay? And I apologize, seriously, on behalf of whatever administrative direction was given prior to Alina that has allowed your fire station at its current site. I would like to take more than 5 minutes on this. I might need a little bit more time. I don't know, I'm nervous about the timer. Can I? So.
Why don't we see how it goes?
Okay. So I'd like to first and foremost say that, you know, the facility where it currently sits does need a renovation. And nobody is saying that, at least I'm not saying, that we don't want you to have a beautiful facility and a fire station. I just don't understand why this has to be at the expense of the only community center in the South Shore area. And I will tell you why this has happened. First, first of all, it is my fault that this is even happening. Let's go back to 2016, my first meeting, when the proposal from the administration, and Virgil, actually, and Jimmy Morales, was to renovate the fire station on its current site. I am a dope because I said that's a Morris Lapidus building and I think we should save it. And that was my fatal flaw that launched this entire process to where we are now, where we've cast out the seniors, where the kids in the daycare have no voice, and now I've been fighting this for 8 years. It's time that we understand as a group that we can have both. We can save the South Shore Community Center, and at the same time, you can have a fully renovated fire station. I guarantee you, if we took $20 million and renovated the station that is on site, you would have the most tremendous, most beautiful facility. You could. Right now, I've taken on this position to advocate that, first of all, we've had petitions from all the surrounding residents that have said, please don't put this fire station here. We have gone to the daycare center and we have spoken to the parents and the kids. And you know, the administration, it really upset me that somebody from this administration called Little Havana to come in here and say, we want to be cast out and put in a trailer in a park. That, to me, is one of the most egregious things that has happened in this entire process, was calling Little Havana to come forward, okay, and advocate against their own people, probably out of fear. I don't know who in the administration called Little Havana to make them come forward on this, but that is egregious. It's egregious. And first of all, this is a Morris Lapidus building. Don't the kids in the daycare and some of our working class, more modest families deserve a facility like that too? The seniors that live in the area no longer have a lunchroom that they once enjoyed. And by the way, on the second floor, and the facility is in perfect condition, there is an auditorium where we could hold community meetings, where they can hold community meetings. It's a great facility. Does it need some paint now? Absolutely. Does it need some TLC because it's been allowed, like the fire station, to fall into disrepair over time? Yeah, it does. It does. We have the funds. This has grown into a monstrosity, a $30 million fire station from something that was just supposed to be a renovation. The solution from the administration when I said find a permanent home for the daycare was let's put a trailer in a park. But park is not supposed to have a trailer in it. That is not what a park's purpose is for. It is supposed to be green space. That trailer park is temporary. I would advocate that maybe we put, if it's a beautiful facility like everybody said, that the point is you have 12 firefighters that are going to benefit from a station, 12 guys versus an entire community, okay? 12 guys versus an entire community, and a major force with the firefighters union that gets involved in political campaigns and frankly bullies and I believe scares people. I would advocate to sit down with the head of the firefighters union, and I am a proud union member, okay, of the United Faculty of Miami-Dade College. So I am a card-carrying, dues-paying union member, and I understand the rights of the labor to have what they need. I have never tried to bully anybody on our board. I wouldn't even have that power. I don't think we don't work that way. We don't get involved in any types of campaigns. But I think that you will see that we're making a decision to benefit 12 people versus hundreds and hundreds of people. And all I would ask of you is to please understand, I'm at my 5 minutes. I would like a couple more minutes.
Go ahead.
All I would ask of you, after 8 years and my fatal mistake of saying that it should not be renovated on site where it currently is to please help us find either that location, and we design something so spectacular at that location that they are going to walk in and say, I am loving being a firefighter on Miami Beach because I have a newly renovated facility. All I ask is that you give us the opportunity to have both because they are not mutually exclusive. We can keep our community center and we can also have a renovated fire station. Now, Virgil, I know you're gonna come up and give the same spiel that we've had for 8 years, but 12 guys, 12 people versus an entire community. Please, I'm speaking for people who really don't have a voice here. The people in the surrounding condominiums are so furious about this fire station. It could be on any corridor. We can buy a property on Alton Road. There is an abandoned community center on Collins and a health center on Collins and 6th Street. Those are commercial corridors. Look at where our other fire stations are. They are on Alton Road. They are on Indian Creek. They are on major thoroughfares because they can get in and out easily. That is a small residential street. I would like to see the community center thriving again. I would like the seniors from LULAV and the surrounding facilities to be able to have their lunchroom replaced there. I would like to find an alternate facility. Please help me. I will add that during your campaigns, I spoke to Commissioner Magazine. You sat in my living room and we had a conversation, and you looked at me and you said, I'll support finding an alternate location. You did. You looked me in the eyes. You sat in my living room. You sat in my living room and you looked me in the eyes and you said, I will support that. And Commissioner Suarez, there was something. I'm sorry,
this is a violation of.
Is it a violation? Well, then I apologize. I apologize. All I want here is what I was promised by certain people. I'm sorry for upsetting you.
Well, it's an outright lie.
Well, I'm not going to let,
Well, you know what?
We cannot
I think this
direct
actually happened
personal
in front
comments.
of
Okay.
somebody who was working in my house.
I'm
at
gonna
the
I'm
time,
gonna
and a lot of
direct.
people-
I'm gonna.
It's not an out and out lie. And I'm sorry that you're. I'm sorry that I offended you.
I am going to recognize Chief Virgil Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Virgil Fernandez. Respectfully, my recollection of what happened differs from Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez. And first of all, for the record, this thing that's being thrown out there that nothing has been done to the fire station and we're just letting it go in disrepair, these are sheets of continuous work that is being done to the fire station. So that is not true. But almost 10 years ago, I came to the city of Miami Beach, and as I was looking around, one of the things that was extremely obvious was that Fire Station 1 was falling apart. Since that day, we've been trying to keep it in pieces, and I have pictures that I can share with all of you. Initially, the request was, is there anything we can do to renovate the station? And so we started looking at what the cost of renovating the station, and what we did was hire a private consultant to come and take a look at the station and say, how feasible is it to fix everything that's wrong with the fire station, including the level at which the station was built. A recommendation was made to rebuild the fire station. Commissioner, immediately, I was told that Fire Station 1 was not going to be touched because it was a Morris Lapidus building. I'm sorry.
Please.
So
let him finish.
we went on a journey to find where can we fit a fire station. Mind you, when we talk about 12 firefighters, it's actually 14. I'm not talking about just putting firefighters there. I'm talking about building a Cat 5 building, Category 5 building, that can withstand a Category 5 type hurricane so that it can become a distribution point for our community if we get hit by a hurricane. The hurricane will hit you, and after 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 hours, it leaves. And then you have to come back to a community and try to start taking care of that. The whole time, the vision was building a building that would stand a Category 5 so that we wouldn't have to go through what Fort Myers just went through, where their fire stations were severely damaged and firefighters were responding actually from tents. So that was the impetus. The other thing that we looked at is, mind you, this is almost 10 years ago. We're looking at where is development going to be taking place. So we looked at that. We now have a major high-rise building that's going up on 5th and Alton. And all those things were taken into consideration. We then look at response times. I can't put a fire station anywhere. I can't just say, you know what, I don't think people are going to get upset if I put it on 63rd Street. I have very tight constraints, and they're due to response times. So we have to look at a certain geographical area. This certain location gives us an optimum location to deliver emergency life rescue for our community. So we looked at that. Initially, we had no money. The GEO bond, no money had been allocated. So we were directed by administration to do a study on finding a location. We looked at the park. We were going to build a fire station at Flamingo Park where the parking lot currently sits. They did a mass study, and the direction that we were given was take a look at replacing the parking, and then also take a look at maximizing the parking. When you maximize the parking for that location, you would come up with a 5-story building. It really scared everybody at Flamingo Park. And rightfully so. It was a scary looking building. And so we went to the community. One of the things that then we started working towards was the general obligation bond. And one of the things that we promised them, and it was a handshake promise with their organization, was that we would look at some place other than the park to build a fire station. I think we looked in excess of 14, maybe up to 19 places to build a fire station. We found a building that was underutilized, that needed major repair. And at no time was it our intentions to kick anybody out. So once we identified the building, then again, we were told that it was a Morris Lapidus building and that we had to look at someplace else. We went to the Historic Preservation Board where a determination was made, and there's plenty of meetings on that. You know, to say that the community wasn't told about this, I believe that in our numbers there was at least 33 community meetings to discuss this fire station. And look, at the end of the day, I think my job is to let you know that we have a critical need for a new fire station. The site that we have today will not fit what our needs are. You build us a fire station there, you will give me the keys to a brand new building that we've already outgrown. I know it's your decision at the end of the day. All I can do as the subject matter expert in this area is to tell you we need a fire station that we are able to grow so that in 50, 60, 70 years, we haven't outgrown that fire station. That's what this does. It complies with NFPA standards. It provides a point of distribution for our community, and it gives our firefighters, it takes into consideration the health considerations that have been raised by living in fire stations that do not meet NFPA code. So this site would do all of those things for us. I'm not sure if there's any questions, but I'd be more than happy, at least from an emergency response, tell you, answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Any of my colleagues want to be heard?
May I present? I'm on Zoom, and I have some pictures to show of the fire station, just of the fire station.
I think going forward, I'd like those to go through our city administration and PJ.
Sure.
And I think that's the way we should handle it, because otherwise we could.
It's only documentation. There's nothing obscene or embarrassing.
Okay, I'll allow it, but I'd really like to go through the city administration
Can I just
going
say one
forward.
thing? There is no question that the fire station
let
needs
me-
a full renovation. You have to ask yourself, why were things patched but not painted? Why it doesn't look
Commissioner
great.
Suarez has the floor.
But
Go ahead.
So can IT please pull up my feed, please? I'm on Zoom. Okay. Is it share screen? Host disabled participant sharing screen. Can you allow the sharing of screen, please? Got it. Okay. I had the privilege of touring the
the fire station. And I wanted to see full well what was what had been going on. And Virgil, to your recollection, have things gotten worse in the last 3 to 5 years at the station?
Absolutely. As much, we're Commissioner, we're
Just
putting lipstick
please go
on
through
it.
the chair.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, through the chair.
You're recognized.
Yeah, we're at a point where we're just putting lipstick on it.
Yeah.
We keep covering it up. We talk about the walls aren't painted. We can't keep up with the repairs.
So, one of the things that really stuck out to me was the condition that our first responders are living in and working in. And, firefighters have a 24 on, 48-hour shift off. But I find it so disturbing that our administration would allow our first responders to live and work in these conditions. And I don't know why this has been allowed to happen in the last 3 years. This picture here, one of the firefighters told me that no matter how many times they clean this, there's mold, okay? And it just keeps coming back. I don't know, again, to me, this is very frustrating from a management point of view of how we treat our first responders. And the fact that this is allowed to continue year after year, despite, listen, I still don't know which way I'm going on this. Okay, I'm gonna let my colleagues speak, and I'll make up my mind at the end. But the fact that we are waiting on a decision should never allow this condition to continue. I think this is disgusting. I spoke to one of the firefighters here, and he says after his shift, he is coughing up muck. Okay, they have even said that they believe that there's asbestos in the ceiling. I don't know if that's true, but I mean, look at the condition of this place. How does the administration allow this to go on any further? And worse, even if we were to, let's say, move forward with the South Shore Community Center, that's another maybe 2-3 years before the doors open. Where is the sense of urgency to protect the living conditions and working conditions of our first responders in Miami Beach? One of the firefighters showed me pictures of bed bug bites, bed bugs on his arm, right here. I mean, maybe I'll ask this to Madam Manager. How do we actually let this continue, despite the fact that we have a project that will be completed in 3 years?
Well, that goes through the chair.
Mr. Mayor, because I am the administration. All that falls on me. The manager has given me everything that I need. We keep putting lipstick on it. That's all we continue to do.
And that's not this item. That's not this
I
item.
understand,
So
I understand, but
let's-
everything that's being pointed out there, that is me. I am the person that's charged with making sure that that doesn't happen. I do not know how to come here anymore and say, we are in desperate need of a fire station. We keep getting put obstacles in the way. It was the park, then it was the Lapidus building, then it was the community center. We went through all those hurdles. Then it was the kids. Now we continue to go through this.
Do I still have the floor?
But that is on me because I am the fire chief. That building is one that I run. And all I can tell you is that I have sheets and sheets of paper of all the work orders that we put in. And this is not a city manager didn't give me because the resources that I've asked for, I keep getting. I can't keep up with that building that's used for 24 hours a day. There are trucks coming in and out, diesel in the building. we can't put up with it.
Let
We can't
me
continue.
just point out, the item before us, and this can be helpful to making a decision whether we should go forward or consider Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. But the condition of the building and whether we're going to make renovations, that is a separate item, and that's not before us today. So Commissioner Suarez, I think you may have a minute left, and then I'm going to call Commissioner Fernandez.
Yep, again, there has been no, they're working in mold. They have bed bugs. You know, it's infuriating to me that they have continued to allow this to happen and work in this condition just because, hey, we might get a new facility, and so for now we're going to let the mold grow and the bed bugs continue to get. I think that's inexcusable from a city administration point of view.
And that's a separate
I
item.
apologize.
Commissioner Suarez, and if you want to bring that, you can bring that. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For me, this is a very important item, and I'll tell you why. We all run on platforms. I ran on a platform that public safety is my top priority. We can't say public safety is a top priority on a certain issue, but not a top priority on another issue. Right now, we have a significant portion of the MacArthur Causeway. Through the chair, Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, a significant portion of the MacArthur Causeway, it's outside the optimum time of response for fire and rescue services. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. The islands and the southernmost point of the city.
Okay, including areas of south of Fifth?
Correct. The southernmost points of the southeasternmost points of the city.
And we have residents in Palm and Hibiscus Island as well that are outside the optimum time of service.
That is correct.
So, like for example, when we're saying the need for this facility, it's not for 14 firefighters, is for our resident that had a cardiac difficulty on December 4th at a residence on Hibiscus Drive, or the resident that was ill on Hibiscus Court on September 1st, or the person that had the accident with injury on Fountain Street on the MacArthur Causeway. These are all locations within our city that right now are not benefiting from the optimum service that they should be receiving.
That is correct. And the new location would address those areas.
Okay. That, to me, is my number one priority, making sure that people are safe. We have a responsibility in government to protect life and property. That is one of our top responsibilities. And it hurts me because we fight for historic preservation. We fight against developers to preserve architecturally significant properties in our city. We fight relentlessly with the state of Florida against the interests of special interests, against big dollars, to preserve our rights in historic preservation. But we have to preserve life. We have to provide the resources that our fire department needs in order to keep people safe. And this is a need that our city has. What other locations, Chief or David, have been considered for this fire station?
Through the chair. Good morning, David Martinez, CIP Director. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Honorable Commissioners. Since this project first came about in 2015, City has looked, as the Chief stated, at several locations throughout the city. We've looked at private properties as well as our own city-owned properties. We have looked at, as the Chief stated, the parking lot within Flamingo Park. We have looked also at a parking lot at the north end of Flamingo Park. We have looked at parks in south of Fifth. We have also looked at a multitude number of private properties that could have been purchased in theory. And we have, at the time, we had yet to have found a property that provided us the nearly 1 acre that is required to provide a 21st century fire station that meets the needs of the city of Miami Beach with the programming that is required to make this work. I can certainly get into specific locations if you'd like to.
And through the mayor, so correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that the city looked at about 13 locations, some around 5th Street, one on 5th and Jefferson. There were some properties on West Avenue. There were other properties off of Alton Road. There were other properties on Michigan, 3rd and 13th, on Washington Avenue, and 2nd and south of 5th, in the south of 5th neighborhood. The city has looked for properties, and the city has been engaged in this. From what I gather from the notes that I've seen, it seems like since at least 2018, or
2016, January
actually
of 2016, when the item first came up. I'm sorry. For just
I think
historical.
since 2015.
Okay.
Since 2015, that the ICMA and the Commission on Accreditation and International Fire Accreditation recommended the city consider the most efficient and effective option, which could include either complete renovation or replacement. This was a recommendation from the Fire Accreditation International Association that came to us since 2015, telling us that we probably needed a new fire station. And we engage in the bureaucratic process, and perhaps a lot of the situations that we just saw in the pictures could have been solved by now if the political process and the bureaucratic process wouldn't be as onerous as it is. But right now we have residents that are being underserved. They're being underserved because they are outside of the optimum time to receive life safety services. That to me is paramount above all else. And we fight against special interests, and we fight against Tallahassee for historic preservation. But I'm not going to fight against the life safety interests of the residents that elect us. It puts us in a difficult position, and Commissioner Wilson Gonzalez, I understand your frustration, and I commend your passion on this, because boy, have you been passionate about this. But our voters voted on this with the general obligation bonds, and we've received dollars from the state of Florida that we will lose, and that I question whether the state of Florida will be inclined to give us more dollars than we need if we just turn this money away as well. But most importantly, paramount above all else is a public safety need of the residents who live outside the zone for optimum response time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Commissioner Fernandez, would you consider, and here's what I would tell you. Would you consider entertaining 1 month? I will walk every city property in that area, and I will reach out to different, I know that the Galbets own a property on Alton Road. Would you consider deferring for a month while I try to find an alternate facility where we could potentially build? Just so that, give me a month, and I will try it
make the
at
motion.
this point. Wait, but I would also like to say that, Mr. Martinez, which statute?
chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. Which statute dictates that the fire station needs to be a full acre? Could you tell me which law that is that you just said earlier?
Just to correct the record, there's no law that says it must be 1 acre. There's feasibility of a site and everything that has to be included in a site. And in order to be able to fit 10 to 12 fire engines, all the parking required, all the space required, the elevation, the ramps, and all the other features that are required by our city code, such as mitigation for landscaping, et cetera, we cannot fit, and I can professionally tell you that you cannot fit this programming in the facility at the current existing fire station site, which is less than half the size of the current South Shore Community Center property.
I mean, why couldn't we, Mr. Mayor, this is very important to me.
I
It
know.
has been a long time, okay? First of all, why couldn't we just have a small satellite station and renovate where they currently are right now? You renovate that fire station, you make it beautiful, and then we have enough funds to find a small piece of property nearby the islands on a main thoroughfare, okay? Because that's where fire stations go. They don't go in the middle of residential neighborhoods, because they're going to obstruct that narrow street right there. Find the satellite. I would work with facilities to find a solution. Give me 1 month to find an alternate location, and I will find it. What about, look at Royal Media, where Philip Levine has that property. He's had that property on the market forever, right there at the corner across from Whole Foods on 10th and Alton. Why don't we just do that? You know how much easier it is to get to the bridge when you're on 10th and Alton, right there? You could buy that property probably for, I think it's on the market for it was on the market for like $15 or $16 million. He'd probably be so happy. Let me find, if there is a will, I will make a motion. Give me 1 month to find an alternative property. And possibly we can purchase it. We can do this. We can have them both.
Well, why don't we hear from everyone, and
Okay.
then you can make the motion. So I'll speak next. I haven't heard anybody ask to speak, so I'll speak next. Commissioner Fernandez, you made a lot of good points. I won't repeat them, but I'll adopt them. So this is the way I look at it. I do my due diligence on every item. I'm not going to support this item today. It's critical that we get the fire station done, and I'll just tell you my reasons, so it's transparent why. One, I don't want to misstate how many votes I've taken on this, but it's a lot. It's a lot of votes, literally from almost the time that I commenced as a commissioner a little over 4 years ago. There's a lot of votes. I've been very consistent on the vote. And there's been a process. The Geo Bond Committee has gone through this. I'm not gonna say everything is perfectly done. I don't have any specific thing to point out that it's not been, but there's a lot of steps that go into this. But at this point, I think it's critical that we go forward. We just have to, and it's been considered so many times. I also look at the totality. I've really only, maybe I'm missing, and we get a lot of emails every day, but I really, and I don't mean to minimize, there's been 2 residents who've been very vocal in sort of against this location, and I respect them, and I review their emails. I try to respond every time. But I haven't heard an outcry, at least from residents. At least I haven't heard it. As far as, and I'm just repeating information that I've learned, and if somebody wants to correct, I've heard, for example, on the seniors food distributions, there hasn't been there for 5 years. So that's not something that's currently active that we're displacing. There are, I believe, approximately 30 kids there. Again, I didn't have one parent reach out to me. If they are there, if they're out there, I'd love to hear from you, but I didn't hear one parent who reached out to me in any form to say that they were objecting to the location that we will be providing to them. So I have to look at the totality of the circumstances, and I'm very comfortable going forward. I think if we have to, we owe it to our firefighters to do that. And it's not a matter. I understand well, we'll find another location. But I'll tell you, when I was running as a candidate for commissioner 5 years ago, I remember sitting in meetings just trying to get up to speed on this issue because I knew it was going to come up. And I remember hearing different locations. I feel like this has been vetted and discussed so many times that if we haven't found a better spot, a better location that's acceptable to obviously so many factors, our residents, of the community, the response time, our fire department, I don't think it's going to happen now. I just don't. That's why I'm very comfortable moving forward with the vote that we've taken recently, and I think we owe it to our public safety, our firefighters, and I think while maybe not perfect solutions, I haven't heard the outcry from anyone against what we have now proposed. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I've also visited the fire station, and it is absolutely in dire straits. I do know that this has been an ongoing discussion for a long time, and that there are GEO bond dollars that are also at stake. But given all of that and all of the discussions, I would like to support my colleague and give her 1 month to find a solution. And if not, we move forward as is so that we can get the fire station and have the firefighters with what they need.
Can I just say one thing? Oh.
Commissioner Bott.
So there is no question that the city needs a new, bigger, better fire station. Per the GeoBond documents, it's 3/4 to 1 acre. It doesn't have to be 1 acre. There may not be an outcry about the South Shore Community Center because so many people have thought it was a done deal. I don't want the perfect to get in the way of the good, and I feel like that is what has happened, and that's where we are now. You know, I understand that nobody really wants to live next door to a fire station. It can be a little disruptive. However, people do it all the time in cities, and also I know there are municipalities where the fire trucks going in and out don't turn their signals on, their sirens on until they're out of the immediate vicinity. I know there are concerns about you know, access onto the main right-of-way. We have a fire station on Collins. We have a fire station on Indian Creek. We have fire signals saying this is an emergency, everybody stop. I understand that we are trying to find the best perfect location, but I would suggest, and I would support my colleague as well, to give 1 month, because real estate situations are fluid in the city. 1 month will not delay any, well, it will delay 30 days, but it will not change things. We'll either have, we'll either move forward or we'll have a solution that can work for everybody. So I would be inclined to support that. I would like to say, again, in the interest of transparency and good governance, there's not a single person who ran for office or will run for office thinking that public safety is not job one. And for any suggestions from people picketing, or not picketing, but with their union endorsements suggesting that these candidates are in support of public safety over the others is not an okay thing. There is no call for asking candidates to sign pledges or for colleagues to suggest that they are or are not in favor of job number one, which is public safety. So having said that, I do not want to derail this if we don't have a real possibility, but I do think it is worth just one last time, give us the opportunity for 30 days to see if anything has changed. And I know there's a cost implication, but you know, $2 million of the cost is already sunk in the park child care day center, which is going to be a lovely temporary facility. So that cost is going to happen regardless. So I think we need to just, you know, the way we did on a previous item, measure twice, cut once in this particular instance. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Does anybody, well, before we go to second rounds, and does anybody else want to be heard who hasn't been heard? Commissioner Magazine.
I echo a lot of the comments Commissioner Fernandez made. I'll try and be brief here, but it's certainly not a decision that I take lightly. I don't want to get into back and forths. I think the world of my commissioner, my colleague here, Kristen Rosen-Gonzalez. I think we, even in the areas where we disagree, we will work incredibly well together. I know your heart's in the right place. We have a fundamental disagreement about what we discussed on your couch in terms of this. Just to that point, when I was seeking the firefighters union endorsement, I didn't make a pledge one way or another because whether it be you or to them, I'm committing an open mind to this. And I sat exhaustively with city staff. I've been following this going on 6 years. A couple of the things that I'd like to just bring up, I don't mean this to be rhetorical, but I have a hard time, and maybe administration or city staff can correct me, how you would be able to construct a new facility while keeping an already undersized facility operational. In terms of some of the things that we're hearing back and forth, the community center senior luncheon, saying we're losing a community center, is my understanding that's been closed since 2020. When I watched the meeting in September, it was actually stated that a majority of the parents prefer the now temporary facility. And in terms of displacing single moms, I was living down here alone. I came home one day. I had a 1-year-old daughter, and I became a single father. And my mattress was on the floor of my bedroom apartment next to my daughter's mattress. So I was a single father to a 1-year-old. I understand the child care needs, the needs for a community to come together. This is not displacing the childcare needs for any parents, single families, things like that. It is my firm belief, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the temporary facilities in Flamingo Park will have to be fully operational, and that's expected in June before construction on this would commence. And to the extent where we'd be able to essentially mandate, it is important to me, because I was in that situation, that there won't be a single day that that daycare facility is not operational before those temporary solutions are in place. And when this came up to be deferred in September, the reason to defer was a last-ditch attempt to find a permanent solution for the school. But needing to defer this now or terminate the contracts just to find a long-term solution is a fallacy. We can do those things together. In terms of finding new places, I think we need to get to a point where we are moving forward on this or other areas without the bureaucratic process in this city. We could go ad nauseum. You look at every different site. I had actually thought about that Royal Media Center because I looked at it for another project. But that is a 0.7 acre site. I believe it's on the market for somewhere around $20 million. So one, the sizing wouldn't be adequate. But if that is the cost for a piece of land on Alton Road, presumably we're not going to sell the fire center, the current fire station. We wouldn't sell the community center. So we would be paying $20 million to acquire land, have the same construction costs, and that would be on top of possibly losing $11 million in a state grant. So the fiscal implications of this are something that we could go around in circles talking about possible solutions, but after 8 years, I just think it's time to move forward, and I do not take that decision lightly.
Okay, I think some of my colleagues want to speak, so let's do one last round. We'll start with Commissioner Fernandez and work our way down.
So, if we do extend this by a month, if we do defer this by a month, the intent would be to find a new location for the fire station. I want to ask our city administration, when did we move forward with the architecture engineering process for this? At what point? Was this something recent? Was it this year, last year? 2020? What year did we start?
Through the chair, the commission authorizes to move forward with negotiations for a design contract on July of 2019.
July of 2019. So it's taken us over 4 years, 4.5 years to get to this point after identifying a site that later got the support of the Historic Preservation Board to place it there. But it's taken us 4 years to get to this point. And I just want us as leaders of this community, individuals responsible for the public good and making decisions that ultimately best serve not our politics, but that best serve the safety of the residents of our community to understand that we can defer this for a month. And out of a courtesy to my colleague, I will, but I don't think my position is going to change on this, because all that's going to do is add 4 years to something that is long overdue for the residents that deserve better, but as our colleague showed, long overdue to the men and women who serve our community who deserve better as well. And so I just want us to be mindful of that we can defer for a month. If a new location is found, then the discussion is going to be hitting the reset button. But what does the reset button grant us at the end of the day? A 4-year delay on something that's already delayed. So with that, I thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, for recognizing me.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. I believe that Commissioner Bott and then Commissioner Suarez had something to say.
So nothing can happen with the fire station until June, presumably when the daycare center is complete. So we're not losing any time. We are going through the exercise because real estate situations change. WeWork just went out of business. They might be very interested in selling, their owner might be very interested in negotiating with the city to buy the land. We don't know. So we're not stopping anything. We are just taking 30 days to see if the lay of the land, no pun intended, has changed. We are all desperate to make sure that all of our residents in every part of the city that will be served by the new fire station get the best and fastest care and attention from our first responders and our fire team. No one is debating that. And I do agree that it is, an embarrassment that the fire station has gotten to be in the situation that it is. It's appalling. And even knowing that a new one is coming down the pike, I believe the city should have spent the money to do more, better for the men and women who work there. That being said, 30 days, no harm, no foul. If there is a miraculous piece of land that shows up, then we can figure out how to take the existing design and retrofit it into the new piece of land and proceed accordingly. So it is not a delay of another 5 years or 6 years if we have a new opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Abat. Commissioner Suarez?
Like I said, the fact that our firefighters still have to work and live in these conditions is deplorable, okay? Whether we move forward with this fire station or not, it's another 3 years until the doors open. I'm going to want to put a motion forward that specifically addresses emergency funding for this station so that these firefighters aren't at risk of asbestos or mold that could potentially harm them decades down the line. I think we have our priorities wrong here. There is literally mold and asbestos growing in our fire station. So, look, I don't know what we can do immediately to address this situation. It should have been addressed years ago, obviously. But I want to put a motion to put emergency funding so that these firefighters don't have to live and work in these conditions right now. And I hope I have a second on that.
Is there a second for this motion?
I'll second it just for discussion, just because I have a question on that through the mayor.
Okay. Yes, but, okay, so you have a second?
Okay.
But there was a motion, I don't know if there was already a different motion on the floor, but I guess my question would be, I know through our capital budget, we adopt items that look at the rehabilitation of buildings, and a lot of this is already incorporated into our capital budget. I know we look at the award of contracts oftentimes like for items like mold remediation, structural repairs, and other type of services. From my understanding and questions I've asked, because this has been something that's concerned me, and I've been over there with our firefighters, and I've been inside the facility myself, and I've said publicly, the sewer flies, the mold, a lot of these things. But my understanding is that you all in the fire department and our property management department are actively working on addressing these issues on a recurring basis, not on a one-time basis, because since it's an old building like mold, a lot of times mold, you remediate mold, you got to go back, you got to work on it again, if I may ask through the chair.
Yeah, and let's bring this in. I think I think we've heard the issues.
Well, we have two motions on the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Farrar, through the chair, and thank you, Commissioner Suarez. And I will tell you, I apologize for the condition of that station. I just don't know what else to do. It has not been, I have gotten what I have asked for. The building is falling apart. We can't keep up with the continuous repairs. In all honesty, what I should be asking for is to have some trailers put at a different location so that we can run out of clean trailers. Now, where would that place be? More than likely the park. So in order to stop the bleeding, my hope is that we can continue to move in building the fire station, finally get to that point where we can build a fire station, continue to repair the station, knowing that again, we're putting lipstick on it. We continue to repair it, and we continue to repair it. But things continue to break. That cast iron is over 60 years old. We have sheets and sheets of continuous things that we put in to get repaired. We recently repaired the roof, the kitchen. That kitchen that you see was repaired. And so we are trying to repair the station every 2 years, and we just had, it's an odd year, so the odd year stations get a mold and asbestos, get a mold test. So this year, that station passed it.
What?
Next year, it'll be station 2 and 4. It probably does have asbestos, and that's why the apparatus rooms have a false ceiling, so that as long as you don't disturb it, you should be okay with it.
Okay, I'm calling, no. I'm calling this for a vote. I'm calling this for a vote. We have a motion and a second. By the way, I'm sitting here, I've heard the same comments made 3 times. Okay, your last comment, but this is the point why we have these procedures in place, because by the way, our residents are getting frustrated that they hear the same things coming out of our mouths 3 times.
I've never spoken on this. Can
I
I
would
have a
wait.
minute?
It's my turn right now. I would like to say that I gauged this, and I believe we do have the votes for 1 month. Okay, wait, number one. Wait. But I would like to add one thing that I think is really relevant that everybody needs to understand about the 6th Street location. To get in and out of 6th Street, there aren't even any stoplights. It's stop signs, and there's multiple of them on a mini 2-way street. It is not viable. But I am going to call the WeWork that went out of business that is on 5th Street, which would be ideal, because if you need to get to the island from that WeWork on 5th Street, I guarantee you, 5th Street, Alton Road, if I find a better location, all I would ask my colleagues is to just entertain the idea. We would we'd have to redesign it, but guess what? It doesn't have to take us years to redesign something. And we won't have to build a daycare center anymore. That's gonna cost us $1 million. And any investment in property that we make in a commercial corridor in the city of Miami Beach is only going to increase in value over time. I don't know what the future of 6th Street is, but you're maintaining property, you're investing, you're taking our fiduciary responsibility seriously, investing in something that we know will appreciate over time, and only increasing the benefit for all the residents of Miami Beach. Because guess what? We tried to find a property for the daycare, and guess what? The administration, was unable to. But I will tell you that my only hope is that when I work with the administration over the next 30 days, that you do not try to derail the direction of 4 of the commissioners up here to try to find another property. I don't want to be told no, negativity, not helped at all, just because this is something that you don't want. Because we're 4 people up here are saying, you give us a month to try to find an alternative solution that could even be better than this 2-way little tiny 6th Street where you want to put a 1-acre massive fire station that doesn't fit. It doesn't work in that place. So just all I'm asking is to just please work with me and don't work against me.
I'm going to recognize our
I'm
union.
going to have to work. I'm going to have to do some hustling.
I'm going to recognize our union chief, Adonis Garcia.
Well, I have 2 distinctions. I've actually been a resident here for 30 years in Miami Beach, and I've had the pleasure of being a firefighter for 30 years and a union president for 20 years. So I think I can speak from 2 sides, right? What I would like to say is that there's all forms of bullying. I have to address this, right? There's all forms of bullying. There's bullying from the dais, which I've been exposed to before and today. There's all kinds of bullying where you just keep speaking and you call your colleagues liars and cowards. Well, I'm here to say that we are not going to tolerate those lies anymore. We are going to say the truth, like it's been said here, that we are living in deplorable conditions. And I thank Commissioner Suarez for his concerns, and Commissioner Fernandez and the rest of you for, I believe you truly care about our conditions. But what I'm asking for, it's interesting, we were recognized this morning for our bravery, but I'm asking for political bravery, which I know is very difficult at times, especially when you're being badgered by another colleague on a microphone.
This is improper. You're allowing this.
I'm sorry, I'm going to get off that. I'm going to get off that.
See, you allow it, it's
what
selective.
I'm asking.
You're allowing me to be bullied, but you're not, but when I mentioned something that was
I
told to
didn't-
me in my living room,
I
I was
didn't interrupt
bullied. So
anybody.
I do think that there's a double standard
not,
taking
'cause
place
you-
here.
you
I
a-
think he should have probably been shut down on this, because if it was somebody else that was being pointed out, you would have immediately jumped
Commissioner
on
Rosa
it, and I'm
Gonzalez,
not point
you're,
of.
you're out of order. You actually made comments at the fire department and the fire union, and he was responding to it.
And not only that, there've been public emails citywide talking
Okay,
about
but
our
let's move on.
firefighters
Let's
being
move on.
muscly
No,
bros.
but now let's move on.
Okay.
Let's move
so
on.
what I would ask for, respectfully, to every person on this committee, and by the way, when people ask about our political support, including Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez asked for our support, so I think it's ironic. But I will say this: we've never been non-transparent in our intentions. All we've asked for is for a home. That's all we've asked for. And it's not 12 firefighters, it's 50 firefighters, because it's 3 shifts. And those 50 firefighters protect thousands and thousands of residents on a daily basis, unconditionally. So I refuse to have anyone talk about my profession in the way it's been talked about from a person who the worst she can get is a paper cut on her job. So I asked for political bravery today.
I cannot believe he just said that about teachers. That was really disgusting. So the worst I could get is a paper cut, and you're gonna clap for that for all of the teachers that educate your children. It's because you don't have any children that you don't understand the needs of the daycare center.
We call the
Adonis,
vote.
and that's
There's a
why
motion,
I'm the voice on
There's
this.
a motion and a second on
Mr.
Commissioner
Mayor-
Rosa Gonzalez's.
Mr. Mayor, we don't know who the second was. Was it Commissioner Dominguez? Were you the second on the motion to defer? Yes.
So the motion to defer, is this a, Ralph, can
Voice
you call
vote.
it?
Is this for the 30 days?
Yeah.
Well, to the next commission meeting.
So we have a motion and a second to defer this item to January 31st. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone
Wait,
opposing?
how many was that?
Well,
Can we take a
anyone-
voice vote? Let's do a voice vote.
You want to do a roll call?
I do a roll call, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Commissioner Bott on the deferral.
Yes, on the deferral.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez. Yes. Commissioner Magazine.
No.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
No.
So it's 2 votes against, the remaining in favor, to defer the item to January 31st to allow Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez an opportunity to look for alternate locations.
I have another motion on the floor.
And Mr. Mayor, there was a motion for emergency funding that was seconded. Now, the commission could not actually approve a budget amendment for that today because you would need a public hearing. And so what you can do is to provide direction to the administration to review what amounts might be needed for any emergency repairs, and then bring that budget amendment at the January commission meeting, should the commission wish to provide that direction.
So how do you want to proceed? Commissioner Suarez?
Yeah, let's go forward with it. So, explain to me, I have to change my motion to,
Well, we couldn't just approve emergency funding at this meeting today. You would need a budget amendment that staff would need to bring to approve additional funds. And we don't,
My suggestion would be to refer this to the Finance Committee.
yeah, but again, we have firefighters right now living in horrible and working in horrible conditions.
I
don't want-
understand, and our fire chief has told us that he told you a series of steps he's made. I don't think he's ignored it, but obviously it's your motion, so
Right.
you proceed as you.
So, Madam City Manager, what can we do right now to improve the quality and health of these facilities starting next week? I mean, is there a fund that we can
Yes,
get into?
Commissioner, first of all, thank you again for highlighting the point that this fire station is in fact obsolete and desperately needs to stay on a path. And thank you very much for that. You know, and so does everyone else on this dais, how much I care about everything that we do in this city. And I will tell you that this city has right now probably $1.3 billion over the next 5 years of unfunded capital needs. And this is not the only fire station that desperately needs attention and that desperately needs probably future consideration for new stations. That's certainly something that we all discuss as part of our capital discussions in preparation for the budget. I will ask Liz and the fire chief to evaluate the conditions that you're describing. Certainly, those conditions have not been brought to my attention by anyone, either the fire chief or our property and facilities department, but certainly I will ask them to inspect the station and highlight and do some kind of assessment and some kind of a cost estimate. We will come back to you in January, and whatever emergency repairs the conditions that you describe have to be made, they will be made immediately. We are not and would never allow our firefighters to have their life in jeopardy for any reason. It could potentially be millions of dollars. So to the extent that it is millions of dollars, obviously that might even require some kind of special meeting.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just to set the record straight, you're telling me that the fire chief never went to you about these much-needed repairs and the conditions, the deplorable conditions that the fire station is in?
Chief Fernandez, you're being asked by
Virgil.
Commissioner Suarez if you have highlighted any of these needs to me.
We highlight them, not to the city manager. I go through our process, which is to work with facilities as we need maintenance. I meet with the manager every 2 weeks. It is not something that I've brought up to her. It is something that I consider my responsibility, and that's by addressing no more than I.
Hold on, this has been going on for 10 years, and every year
Commissioner Suarez, I'm gonna step in here for a second because this is well known throughout the city. This comes up at multiple commission meetings. There's nobody in this city who's ever watched a commission meeting does not know that this fire station is in a deplorable condition. But you can proceed, but let's make the motion, let's move on. We've been on this issue for over an hour.
Well, look, I'm sorry, Mayor, but this is just another clear example of how our government is dysfunctional. We have a fire station that has disgusting conditions.
And you just voted to continue it for another month where they are begging us. I'm sorry, let me finish. They are begging us for 4 years to move forward with this, and yet we cannot get it done for them. So we can't have it both ways.
But let me respond to that. So, like my colleague, Commissioner Bott, said nothing's going to change until June anyways, and 30 days is not going to make a difference one way or the other. What I am suggesting is that we take action today, because the conditions of this are reprehensible. And I want to get down to the bottom of this, and where is the accountability? Where is
I'm here.
Our city,
no, I'm sorry, but
No,
this
no,
is not.
but
But
I'm here.
Suarez, I'm ending this item right now. You made it. Tell me what your motion is. Our city attorney has told us that we cannot issue emergency funding today because we don't have it in the budget. What is your motion to move forward? And we're taking the call now.
I direct the administration. I have a motion to direct the administration to make emergency funding for the fire station.
Okay, but you just been told that that is not legally possible.
Or to conduct emergency repairs to the extent there is available funding without requiring a budget amendment.
Fine.
Mike, I have a question on that.
We will continue.
I have a question on that. Are we already doing emergency repairs?
Everything's a repair. I mean, I don't call them an emergency. I just call them part of doing our repairs. I mean, I think we've identified over $3 million of things that the fire station needs. As things break down, we start fixing them. You know, this can become a thing where we just dump all our money in there. The bed bugs are being taken care of. The asbestos, the mold issue, we test. We test every fire station. Odd years, the odd stations, even years, the even stations. Again,
Chief,
I take
Chief,
full
I appreciate it.
responsibility, and quite frankly,
we're
I don't.
calling the motion.
I'm
Debate
sorry.
is ended. We're calling the motion. You have a motion. What's your motion?
My motion is to request that the administration move forward with figuring out how we can have emergency funds to help repair the fire station.
Okay. I'm not going to support it because I think we do that now. Does anybody second the motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Want to take the?
Okay, you want to do a roll call?
Yeah.
Okay, so, and originally the second was from Commissioner Fernandez, if I recall correctly. Is that still
Right,
the case?
for purposes of discussion, but I withdraw the second because I
Okay,
align with
so-
the mayor on this. I think
so
we're
the-
already doing this.
So the second is now by
Can I-
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Can I just say one thing on this?
No,
before we
I've
vote?
called the vote. Let's just vote.
Well, I
We're
just-
going to
it's-
discuss
it's
this
very
next month.
relevant. It's very relevant because it's 3 years, Mayor Minor. Three more years. I mean, or 4 more years, whatever we so decide. And as I was walking it, I saw patches that just needed a little paint. When you walk in on the ground floor, you needed to paint that wall so that it looked nice and clean. I mean, there were some things that roof tiles that just needed a
Commissioner, what's your
replacement, and
vote?
those are the types of things. I mean, yes,
Okay.
yes, but I'm saying that this is what he's talking about is simple minor repairs so that we don't look.
I apologize, Commissioner. I tell you,
suffer.
we can't keep up with the painting and the repairs behind the walls. We have to repair the wall. And I can't sit there and say, well, until we get the paint, let's go ahead and do it.
Chief, I appreciate it. We have a vote. We have a call. Can we finish? We have.
So I'll do a roll call then. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
No.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
No.
Motion passes, 2 opposed.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
Ralph.
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure about something. So I want to make sure that the previous action that we took on this item, on September, we took an action to authorize the construction and a process to move forward with this project. And again, we've been in this since for 4 years, and right now we're in line to have a station delivered by December of 2025. So I just want to make sure that the action that we previously took does not pause the construction of the station. I'm all fine giving my colleague authority to go out there, work with the administration to find a location.
We voted on it already.
But I just want to get that clarification.
Well, I just want to be clear that we continue spending millions of dollars. In December, we will spend probably another million. In January, potentially 2.1 million. And so I would certainly hope that we can continue to stay on a path to meet the deadline that has been set by, by the contract.
Okay, thank you.
City Clerk, can you call R9N?
Yes, sir. R9N is update activity, update actions, Police Citizens Relations Commission spring break recommendations requested by Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. It's okay to go?
Yes.
Okay. In a previous commission meeting, I've mentioned that I've been working with the Police Citizens Committee, who set up a subcommittee as a task force to give recommendations for spring break. I also want to mention on the record that the Black Affairs Advisory Committee also submitted their recommendations for spring break, which was distributed to all of us here. The chair of the subcommittee for the police citizens is Seth Fewer, and he is on Zoom, I believe.
Seth, if you could raise your hand if you're on Zoom so we can recognize you. There he is. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mayor. And I'm sorry?
Seth, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Wait, do I need to turn on Zoom or it's just I'm sorry, video, or is it just my voice?
It's your voice.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Minor, City Commissioners, and Madam Manager. Good, almost afternoon. My apologies for not being there in person. My mom's in the hospital in New York, so I'm up here because of that, but I'm 100% in spirit with everybody. Thankfully, she's doing okay, because I know that many of you would be concerned about that. Let me just start off with saying congratulations to Mayor Minor and our newly elected commissioners. I'd like to wish you and our new city commission all the successes in the world. Looking forward to supporting you in your endeavors. In the spring of 2024, the Police Citizens Relations Committee, also known as the PCR, sent an LTC strongly suggesting the City Commission create a task force or committee to address how the city handles the concerns raised during the month of March in our entertainment district, not so affectionately dubbed spring break. With tremendous thanks to Commissioner Dominguez's efforts, the previous City Commission tasked the PCR with the responsibility of addressing these concerns. As such, the PCR created a subcommittee to discuss this and come up with recommendations. The LTC in your possession is the deliverable of the first phase of the subcommittee. The LTC includes recommendations derived from the input from members of the PCR, local businesses, and other key stakeholders. The feedback we have gotten from those that have seen them has been overwhelmingly positive. We hope that the Commission accepts them, embraces them, and they are a valuable tool in handling some of the urgent concerns we expect to be raised yet again during spring break. Phases 2 and 3 will address trying to get that fixed. The PCR serves the residents of Miami Beach first and foremost. That said, Miami Beach is a tourist and hospitality destination that collects significant revenue from these industries, $114 million for the fiscal year ending October 31st this year. That is 11% of our annual budget. More than 4,000 businesses participated in generating this revenue. At the end of the day, it is important to highlight that the perception of crime in our cities continues to be a concern for all of our residents and businesses. The Miami Beach Police Department has done an excellent job in keeping all of us safe at a time where crime around the country is going up. Why is that message not being shared with our residents and the world? We implore you, as the mayor and city commission of our amazing city, to tread carefully on this issue. This false perception has a direct impact on how many of our residents are not feeling safe around Miami Beach, though also on this important source of revenue. As suggested from the LTC attached, the best message our elected officials can share to the world is that we are truly an incredible place to live, work, visit, play, and do business. We encourage the City Commission to simply deliver that message strongly and boldly. The city administration can be in place to handle any of the negative issues that come up during the spring break period and the entire year through. This, we believe, is one of the most important things you can do to help bring this message to the world, that there is nowhere else in the world like our amazing, beloved city of Miami Beach. I invite you to reach out to me anytime. It's my pleasure to collaborate with you and support anything that helps us move the needle. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. I wish you the best with your mom up in New York for a speedy recovery. And I also want to wish you a very happy birthday. I understand today is your day.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Anybody else want to be heard? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez has a request for an item to be brought up. What's the item number, Commissioner? It's the Barclay item.
That's a long one.
Do it.
It's the Barclay item. Will we be breaking for lunch or a working lunch?
C7S?
Okay.
1 second, please. C7S is terminate RFP 2023-115KB, redevelopment of the Barclay. It is an item from Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, and it was separated by Commissioner Fernandez.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to my colleague for bringing this item. So with this item, Mr. Attorney, walk me through the actual action and the direction that the City Commission will be giving with this resolution.
Through the chair, I'd be happy to. So Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez has proposed terminating the existing RFP that the commission has not awarded. There was, I believe, one proposer, Legacy, that was considered for award. And then at the September meeting, the City Commission directed the administration to also negotiate with the Miami Beach Housing Authority, a public agency that is dedicated to affordable housing. And I believe that staff could address it if the mayor, if you would like to recognize staff on this, meetings have taken place with the Housing Authority as well as with Legacy, and those are in progress. But the proposed item would terminate the RFP and then refer this matter to the Finance Committee to identify the approximately $24 million that would be required for the city to design and construct a new facility and renovate the Barclay, which is a contributing historic structure, and then work with the Housing Authority to manage that facility once it's constructed. So that's her item.
Okay. And do we know where the housing authority stands on this. I know at the last time we discussed this, I am aware. Thank you. I know that at the last time that we discussed this, we provided that direction. We provided that direction for the city administration to reach out to the housing authority, to engage in discussions with them. I see the chair of the housing authority here. I'd like to recognize the chair, if I may, through the mayor.
Yep.
If I may.
Good morning, everyone, and congratulations, Mr. Mayor and new commissioners. I am here, professional leadership backup from the Housing Authority, because they have been working for the last week incessantly on a closing for the Vista Breeze project that is off of Normandy. So they are not here, but I'm here to represent. Do you want me to speak to the status of the discussions? So Legacy is actually coming to the Housing Authority meeting tomorrow to do a presentation. And we look forward to hearing from them, and I understand they're here today. My personal question is with respect to the outstanding RFP, which I guess the parameters based on what Legacy is presenting today have even changed on that. So I don't know if it remains the same RFP or it's starting from scratch or what.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, sure. I'll yield to my colleague.
So what we're doing today is we are ending that, what I would consider an unfair bidding process, putting the Housing Authority in a couple of months up against a private entity. We would be ending that, and what we would be doing now is finding the funding to renovate the Barclay, and then the Housing Authority would be the managing entity, I believe. And I think it's good business practice. Properties are at an all-time high. If we had to purchase this property, it would be $17 or $18 million to give it away. For the $3 million doesn't make a lot of sense, given the fact that we can find the funding in our budget cycle for next year to begin the renovation process and have a property funded by the city of Miami Beach that we owned, that becomes part of the portfolio, work with in conjunction with the Housing Authority and the city to get this construction done and hopefully commence the project as soon as possible if we get this direction.
If I could regain the floor, Mr. Mayor, please, I yield.
Commissioner Fernandez?
So I'd like to ask a question of the city attorney through the mayor. So Legacy is going to be presenting to the Housing Authority on Thursday.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow. We don't know what would be the outcome of that presentation. Let's say, fast forward, let's say we adopt this resolution and we terminate the RFP. And let's say the Housing Authority comes forward with a proposal to us that would involve Legacy, hypothetically speaking. What position would that put us then if we terminate and take the action that's directed in this resolution?
So thank you, Commissioner. So if the RFP is terminated and and Legacy comes back with a proposal, whether it includes the Housing Authority or not, then at that point, that would be a bid waiver that would be required with a 5/7 vote, which is the commission has historically disfavored for what is a development deal, a long-term lease. But so if you terminate the RFP today, then you're in bid waiver territory for Legacy to come back with the Housing Authority if they were to partner somehow. We've already been there. If the Housing Authority just comes back alone, then that would require a bid waiver because the Housing Authority was not a proposer under that initial RFP. So they alone would require a bid waiver, but Legacy would not. You have a pending active procurement right now. If it's terminated, that's a different story.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Because my goal would be what I would love to see in the ideal world, and ideally, I would love to see this property stay in the public domain. And I think that should always be our objective. As many of our assets should stay in the public domain. If we can achieve that with the Housing Authority, I think that'd be great. I just don't want to put ourselves in a position that if the Housing Authority partners with Legacy, that then they're gonna face a higher voting threshold that right now, under the current process that we have in place, might not be the case, depending on the structure that could potentially come before us. And that's why I would say that we might be at a better posture to consider this resolution after the Housing Authority has had the opportunity to have their meeting with Legacy, and perhaps continue this item to January so that we know what are those discussions between the Housing Authority and Legacy, what could potentially be coming, so that then we can make a decision that best serves the interests of the city.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez.
I do not want to kick the can down the road. I would like to try to get to, I would like to terminate that RFP today so that I can start to craft some sort of funding and find the funding to begin the renovation of the Barclays so that we can move forward on this. I really want to move forward on this. In my last 2 years on this, serving this community, it is important for me to see this project finished and to see the South Shore Community Center somehow saved and renovated. So if nobody else had pulled the item, I would ask that you allow us to take this different direction, because like I said the last time, it's very hard being up against the private sector. We had no chance to, you know, it was impossible because they have a team of like architects and people working on this versus, you know, the Housing Authority that's closing on this one project. I would like to give definitive direction so that we own this property stays in the Miami Beach portfolio of properties, and that we start the renovation process. We can do this, we can get these things done, but we have to start, you know, we have to start moving forward. So I would politely like to keep my item, and I would move my item. Would anybody does anybody want a second?
Can we have commentary?
Yeah, of course.
I have a question, if I may. Did the Housing Authority put in a bid?
To date, after multiple requests, we have not received a written or verbal proposal from the Housing Authority. So our understanding is that the Housing Authority wanted to meet with Legacy, and perhaps some proposal may come out of that, but to date, staff has not received anything from the Housing Authority.
Have they asked for more time?
The Housing Authority has indicated that they will be meeting with Legacy, or allowing Legacy to address the board, and the implication was that perhaps a proposal might come after that, or perhaps they would partner together and Legacy would continue along the process in collaboration with the Housing Authority, but no extension of time has been formally requested.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, a few questions. My biggest goal is to, one, activate this property that is sat dormant. We had people come up during Sutnick Hour, I believe at the September meeting, and just talk about the eyesore it is for the neighborhood, the crime, detriment to the community that it attracts, and we are in a housing crisis. We talked earlier about not having such a cyclical economy. We need places for our workers to work, to live. So my biggest priority is to get affordable and workforce housing units online as soon as possible, right? And through the chair, I think I just have a fundamentally different view of the world, this particular world, but I want to truly take a moment to try and understand your point of view, and it's hard to do because of the sunshine law. So the way I see this project in this world is the city, regardless if we go with Legacy or the Housing Authority, is going to maintain the ground lease. So we're not giving anything away, nothing. We're giving zero away. In both scenarios, we maintain the ground lease. One thing that I would look to mandate is if the RFQ or RFP is won and continues by Legacy, that the city would maintain some sort of termination clause or buyout. So that means in 10 years, if we fundamentally wanted to go a different direction and build something different, we still maintain the ground lease, or we still maintain the ownership, but we have the opportunity to pay the developer to reclaim that property. I do not know the fundamental difference. If our goal is to provide workforce, and I promise I'll give you a second, workforce and affordable housing, when we're saying keep it in public hands, the Housing Authority is going to go out and contract with a developer Ms. Daniels doesn't build, right? The Housing Authority doesn't build. They're going to go out and contract with a private sector developer. I mean, it took us collectively as a city, what, 5 years to just change out concrete barriers on Lincoln Road for planters? The city, and it's not unique to Miami Beach, it's my fundamental view of bureaucratic government, is not as efficient of doing things as the private sector. But the fiscal implications that this has, and this is where I need better clarity under the thought of keeping it in public sector hands. This is maybe a $30 to $40 million swing, right? We could say, oh, we're only getting $300 million or $300,000 or $3 million. If we do this collectively as a city through the Housing Authority, we need to go out and find $25 million. So it's not just about maybe, you know, the terms that we're getting on the ground lease. We have to go out and pay $25 million for the construction of this. Please.
Can I speak to Marcella and Alba? Marcella, come forward a second. Marcella, how many properties, if we don't work with the Housing Authority on this, how many properties have you and Alba renovated so far and kept in our domain and done very efficiently?
Good morning, or good afternoon. Marcela Rubio, Assistant Director for the Office of Housing and Community Services. The city currently owns and operates 5 affordable housing units, buildings, and they're comprised of 89 units in total. So that's units that we own, operate. We've rehabbed them through federal dollars, through home, CDBG, and SHIP dollars that we receive on an annual basis.
And how long did it take you to renovate these properties that are now owned and operated by the city, not the Housing Authority, by the city of Miami Beach?
The city acquired initially 4 properties, including the Barclay, which would be a 5th property. We acquired them in 2015, and since then we've been allocating federal funding to rehabilitate many structural repairs that were, these properties were in dire condition. Sometimes the London House, for example, which is right next to the Barclay and across from the convention center, had a gut rehab. And so we acquired these properties, we made them livable, and now residents are currently in those properties.
And how much did we pay for the Barclay? Get this. Do you want to talk about?
I know the number.
Don't have these side conversations.
Oh, well, I'm
You have a
asking a
question
series
on
of
the floor?
questions. How much did we pay for the Barclay?
Initially, the RDA allocated $5.2 million for the acquisition of the Barclay.
Okay, so we paid 5.2 million, and we're suggesting to give it away for somewhere around 300,000.
Mr. Chair.
Wait, these are my questions here. So what I'm proposing, and if the Housing Authority cannot get, can't pull it together or can't do it, I mean, I would actually like the city of Miami Beach, because these are assets that we can't repurchase. And when you say it's a ground lease of 99 years, you might as well, I mean, you're selling it. You're giving it away because we don't even know what's going to happen in 99 years. So when you give a ground lease for 99 years, that's fine. I don't think anybody is going to allow, I mean, I tried to put in a buyout clause for it was kind of a joke, the buyout clause that I eventually got inserted. What I'm telling you is that if the direction of this commission is to take this property, renovate this property, manage this property, and it's with or without the Housing Authority, we can do it. We've done it in the past. All we need to do, and by the way, we don't need the full 10 million. If we were to allocate in the next budget cycle 2 or 3 million, they start the process of the renovation. We could do it over 2 or 3 years. I've watched them renovate the London House within 18 months. They did a fabulous job. I've watched them renovate the other 4 properties, and they are incredible at managing them. So my question, we are just in a much better position fiscally if we keep this, because otherwise we're taking an initial loss of, $5 million based on, this other proposition. And we don't need to do that. We don't need to. It's ours. It's right in front of the convention center. By the way, who's to say that we can't, build a larger tower and whatever it is that we want? But I just don't think that giving this away like we are based on, based on this odd process that we've been in with the public sector versus the private sector over 30 days that we've been thrown into is the right decision. Now, I don't know if people agree with me or not, but I do think I was there during the purchase of these properties. I saw it close down due to some mysterious fire that I still question to this day. It should be open and operating. And I think that the hijacking of these properties through, number one, and the allowing things to fall into disrepair, not taking the right direction, all of this bureaucratic stuff. I would just like to take the direction to move forward. And by the way, if you gave David Martinez, and I was on a tour with him, when he said to me, if you gave me a couple of $1 million, I will start this renovation project. I will get it moving. You will see a big difference in the community, and we keep the asset, and we don't lose that money. Why should we lose that money?
Okay,
Why
so
should we
Mr.
lose
Chair.
a property worth $17 million? Do we think of the alternative? We can't buy that again. You can't buy it, Joe.
Yeah,
Commissioner Magazine. You can't buy it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. One, we submitted a national RFP. 177 people looked at that, and 1 person applied. That, to me, is not a hijacking an RFP process. Could have fundamental differences on what that word means, but to me, that is not a hijacking. In terms of giving things away, as I mentioned, the price we paid for the Barclay, that included, presumably, the ground. We still maintain the ownership of the ground, right? And we're looking at reconstructing this building. To any person in this city, once this is constructed, when they walk by this, the people that are living in this, please explain to me the fundamental difference that will occur, whether Legacy or anybody else that would have responded to that RFP would be experiencing versus if Miami Beach or the Housing Authority builds that. The only difference is the further outlay of $25 million of taxpayer money. $25 million. That is what it is going to cost the Miami Beach tax collector. I am not wrong. It was $23 million. We can go through.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, Commissioner Magazine has the floor.
It was 23. Am I right or am I wrong? Was it not $23 million that was suggested as the refurbishment cost for the Barclay by the city?
So we do have a rough order of magnitude cost estimate, and once we evaluated that study, approximately 24, and perhaps by the time it's going through development, it will cost upwards of maybe $30 million.
So we are getting the same exact product. We maintain ownership of the land, but the Miami Beach taxpayers do not have to outlay another $30 million. And the private sector can do this 3 times as fast. We're saying terminate this RFP because we want to build it. Where is this money coming from? You cannot just shake a tree and find $30 million. Even if you do it year by year, $10 million here, we just wanted to go spend $20 million to go acquire another property for a fire station. This is fiscal responsibility. I don't care who builds it, right? The fundamental product at the end is the same. We maintain ownership of this property, of this ground lease. We can pay several $1 million to have a termination fee in here, right, to the developer. So in 10 years, if we want to go out and build a 50-story tower, the city has a different view of the world, and we want to build a larger tower as suggested as a possibility, we can buy out the developer and do that. But it does not make sense to me, and I'm trying to understand the rationale, why we would pay $30 million to get the same exact product that the private sector is willing to go out and build for us. Even if they did that for free, we come out $30 million ahead on net present value of money. But the fact that we're getting money in right now, that asset would be marked on any reasonable balance sheet as a liability, right? Because you have to go out and expend $30 million to renovate it. That is not an asset, right? So if we can have the private sector do something that costs Miami Beach taxpayers $0, we probably have about 30 to 50,000 taxpayers here, $30 million collectively split amongst those. Those are big numbers, and they start adding up. So the fact that we could get the same product for $30 million less while still maintaining ownership of the ground, that is not a giveaway to me. That is not a hijacking. We are providing the same amount of workforce and affordable housing, but at $30 million less to Miami Beach taxpayers. And that's where I come out on this.
Anybody to my left want to be heard?
So the motion right now is to cancel the contract, and we have not heard back from the Housing Authority. Is that correct?
we are here today, we are working with Legacy tomorrow. The Housing Authority, when it does development, partners up with groups like Legacy or Atlantic Pacific that are in the business of financing and developing public housing, but they retain some ownership and ownership interest until the financing is actually paid off and it reverts to the ownership of the Housing Authority. So, there are tax credits, there are programs out there depending on the type of housing and by statute. So housing authorities generally put some funding, but they don't put up all the funding. But there are builders and developers who are in this line of work. Legacy is in this line of work. Interestingly, now their proposal from the original has changed. They have upped the stakes. There is still money to be made by the partners that we have. Right now, we're signing on the Vista Breeze, and we have partners, Atlantic Pacific and others, who are part of the process until the project hits, I think it's maybe like 10 years out, where the financing is re-upped, the Housing Authority becomes the sole owner, and the developers and others are actually paid off, and order is maintained. So I don't believe that you're gonna get a $10 million buyback clause into a 99-year lease. It generally doesn't work that way, but you'll always give up something to get something else, right? If you invest in keeping this property owned and operated by the City of Miami Beach or the Housing Authority, you retain ownership. If you give Legacy or any other developer a 99-year lease, you've effectively signed off on the next 100 years. And then potentially at the end of that 100 years, the building reverts back to the city's ownership. That's all. You always give up something to get something else.
You have anything else, Commissioner Suarez?
So how much more time would you need to work with Legacy?
Like I said, Legacy actually was supposed to come to us last month. We had a lack of quorum, unfortunately. Some of our members were unable to be present. We are meeting with them tomorrow. But all that to say, if it's on the Housing Authority, we will have partners to do this project with us. The city can also be a partner or retain ownership. As Marcella was saying, they do a phenomenal job in providing housing, workforce, and or affordable and managing, or we could become managers. I mean, we're happy to work with anyone. We're interested in keeping it, and we submitted this almost 2 years ago when the Barclay situation came into being, where City of Miami Beach basically was acquiring the Barclay by the ownership being defunct. So this was a gift to the City of Miami Beach, a gift back to the city, and we're happy to work with all partners to try to make it work. We believe in the city, we believe in the Housing Authority's mission as well, and that's all.
Through the chair, if I may clarify, when we asked the Housing Authority to provide us with a proposal, we knew that they potentially would be having talks with Legacy. And we intentionally wanted to make sure that if such talks or discussions with Legacy were not fruitful, that we would still have some sort of proposal from the Housing Authority that could stand alone, so that we would have something to come back to the Finance Committee with as directed. One of the things mentioned earlier, low-income housing tax credits, oftentimes housing authorities do have partnerships with developers in the affordable housing space. Those low-income housing tax credits are usually a very competitive process and don't necessarily come through at the first application or second or third application. So there are various considerations for different avenues. Of course, if the city were to develop it and manage it, the revenue coming off of the project would be retained by the city. I do agree that our Housing and Community Services Department could potentially manage these housing units. So whichever direction the commission would want to go, staff would analyze and provide a recommendation.
I believe I still have the floor. So look, I'm not ready to vote on this. I'd put a motion to defer this. I think
second
it
the
needs
motion.
more time to look into this. And, I mean, in reality, we only had like maybe 2-3 weeks to go over these issues, and I think we need more time to do something, especially for signing a very long-term lease, so.
On the deferral, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Actually, Commissioner Bott is next.
I just don't understand why we would terminate something before we see what the proposal is.
Exactly.
So I'm concerned about that. I'm okay to defer it for a month, but, at the end of the day, we as a city would likely have to partner with somebody who's a builder, and whether, we might see the project and say thanks, but no thanks. We might see it and say, wow, that's great, and the terms are great. And Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, I respect and appreciate your concerns about retaining our assets in the city. It's one that I share with you, but I'm not ready to pull the plug on something when I haven't seen anything. So why would I say no on the off chance that it's brilliant? It might be terrible, who knows? But I would like to have that opportunity to gauge that without having to say yay or nay before.
So I would support a deferral, which means that we have 4 votes to defer to prolong my purgatory.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was the intent of pulling this item, was for there to be a deferral to allow also that time for the Housing Authority to meet with Legacy and for us to actually see what could potentially come from that. So I second that deferral, Mr. Mayor.
Just a logistics. So what happens if there's not a quorum tomorrow?
There will be a quorum tomorrow. We've checked and double and triple checked. We're a small core group, so we are ready to move forward with it tomorrow. And I believe Legacy is here today to present to the commission. Am I wrong?
So wait.
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessary.
And at what point would the commission be apprised of what the deal could be, or what got presented and discussed?
So, through the chair, if the commission directed that staff come back with an update on what the proposal or proposals are, we could do that at the next commission meeting in lieu of coming to the finance committee, which was previously the direction at the September 13th meeting.
Well, because we don't even have a finance committee date set yet.
I'll be signing committees very soon, so.
Okay. I would just like to see it wherever it ends up, because we can all go to the finance committee and see it if it doesn't come to the commission first before we vote on pulling the plug or not. That's my view.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, and let's bring you in
I'm
for a
fine
vote.
supporting the deferral, which I think there are 4 votes to defer, so we can, and I'm not opposed to it. And honestly, I feel like I have just a little too much historical knowledge. I've seen all the shenanigans over the past decade. And when you're here and you're witnessing it, and you see the estimates to a property go up, 2, 3-fold, you see a fire happen that shouldn't have happened, you're fighting against your own administration. Like, honestly, I know how this is going to play out, and Donna, you Peoples Jr., you have won the lottery. I'm not going to fight it anymore. I just give it away. Let's give it away. That's what we're doing. I'm sorry. And Moj, thank you for coming here. Thank you for waiting. I'm hoping that you can work something out with Legacy. It pains me to see us lose these assets because of poor.
To get the best thing done for the interests of the city and everyone.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I think we're all working together to get the best results for the city and for the residents and everyone else. And I just checked with Ms. Alba. She will be also at our meeting tomorrow, so.
Great.
Mr. Mayor, if I could?
Yeah, go ahead. Commissioner Magazine.
I would just say, my view boils down to 2 things: expediency and fiscal cost to the Miami Beach taxpayers. So it's not as if I have some fundamental belief that this should be in private sector hands or it should be in public. In fact, because I think the end product will be the same, I'm rather indifferent to that. But if I sit there and evaluate the private sector can do this quicker and for less cost to the Miami Beach taxpayers, that is the route that I would go. So to the extent that the Housing Authority or the City of Miami Beach can better thread that needle, I will reasonably evaluate all things in front of me. But those are the 2 things that I am most focused on. So to the extent that the Housing Authority could compete better fiscally to Miami Beach taxpayers or on an expediency thing, I am all for seeing that proposal.
So my view is, as many who've watched these meetings know, that I am very against no bids. This is not a no bid, so that's the exact opposite. And I've taken some heat for it, but I've stuck to my guns on the no bids. But I have the exact opposite view of when we have an open bid process. So we had an open bid process, and I think that we have to be careful not to honor that. But again, I want to see the best deal for the city. Absolutely. I mean, is there? I mean, I don't even know if Legacy is here. Do they? I mean, they're part of the partnership here. Just any views, any objections to deferring this a month?
I have a few words, if I may share them.
Briefly, please.
Okay. Yeah, it's brief. So, Mr. Mayor and Chair
And
of
your
the
name,
committee,
please. Your name?
let me put this up a little bit. Timing
name,
is
please.
crucial in this business.
Your name, please.
Oh, Roberto Salcedo. I also spoke
And who
in
do you
the
who do you
Senate.
represent? Who?
I work for Legacy Real Estate Development. So timing is crucial in this business, and the city has held onto this property for about 7 years, right? That's 7 years, of promises to resolve it in some way, whether it's funds or transferring it to FREC for a decision. But this is a property that was once considered one of the Collins Park gems. So I stand before you commissioners to affirm the commitment to facilitating the achievement of this goal with greater ease. Not only can we collaborate with the Housing Authority, but we also can apply for different bonds. And we can apply to different grants, as we are dedicated to providing affordable and workforce housing. Furthermore, in addition to these bonds, we can bring in private equity, a vital component for the project's success. In essence, we not only offer to achieve the same goal in far less time, but we also bring access to private capital to the table. Our team, which includes designers, general contractors, engineers, and consultant, has already been assembled. We have been working closely with the city staff to make progress in aligning city objectives and community goals. Eliminating this request for proposals would only restart a process which we have already initiated with more limited resources.
Can I cut?
Ultimately, yes,
I
absolutely.
think the issue on the table is not so much. I don't even think we're entertaining the termination at this point. I think we're just entertaining a deferral for a month. So that's. So I think you're okay. And if that comes back, I'll call you up
Okay.
again. And any issues with, because you're meeting with the Housing Authority
Yes.
tomorrow, any issues with deferring this a month?
No, absolutely not. We actually want to work with the Housing Authority and come to an agreement with them. We've been reaching out to them for for about a month, and we were going to meet, but there was unfortunately not everybody from the Housing Authority was able to meet that day that we were supposed to meet, so we moved it up to tomorrow. That's one day after this commission meeting. It was just an unlucky date. But we definitely are looking forward to continuing working with the city to figure out, the best project for all people involved, whether it's
Okay.
community members, city, and obviously Legacy.
And I'm sensitive to what Commissioner Suarez said before as well. I mean, there's a lot, especially for the new commissioners, there's a lot getting thrown out, and I think you made the request to have more time to consider it. So, and then let's call this in for the vote.
Okay, and what I would say to Legacy, because we were given that property as a gift, like $5 million that we paid as a token, but it's worth like 4 times that now, that Legacy at least come in and recuperate our initial $5 million our capital expense for the property. I think that would be the responsible thing to do. So I'm willing to accept this, but give us back our $5 million if you'd like this property. Because even though we paid $5 million for it, we paid way under value because it was given to us by a different housing authority. It was a gift, okay? So that was just a token small payment. So at least give us back our $5 million when you make when you come in and you make the proposal, because that would be, I'll agree to that. He wants it, fine. Give us the $5 million. You're getting an asset that's going to be worth, I don't know how much, $40 million by the time it's over, by the time it's renovated. So, I mean, I think an initial outlay of maybe 12% isn't the worst ask in the world.
So if I may speak, Atlantic Pacific actually pursued this project a while ago, and they did actually come out. They were working with the Housing Authority. They were trying to figure out, a way to move forward. And ultimately, I think one of the reasons for that, although it might not be said, but if we just follow the, the paper trail, and what's been said and what's been done, you can clearly see that they just, they weren't willing to pay a certain amount for the property. Just because the redevelopment, of that historical property, it's actually going to cost a lot of money. There's a lot of structural issues, there's a lot of complications, and as you can see with the fire station that was talked about before, these things can cost a lot. And so that's why it's not only gonna be a combination of efforts, but it's gonna be a combination of different sources of capital. And that includes public capital, it includes private capital. And that's what we're here to try to help. You know, we're not trying to be a problem for you. We're trying to be helpful.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Was there a second? And this is to defer it for 1 month.
Defer to January 31st, yes.
I'll second.
It's been moved and second.
Oh.
Do you want to call the vote?
Yes, by acclamation, all yes?
Yes.
The item is deferred unanimously.
Okay, why don't we break for lunch? We're back for Sutnick Hour at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Testing 1 2 1 2. I can hear myself well. You turned that one off completely? Test.
Please stand by for air. The meeting is about to start. Please stand by. We're going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Okay, welcome back from the lunch break. We have Sutnick hours. Anybody want to speak on any item? We also have potentially people on Zoom.
Yes, Mayor. We're going to first call Alan Levine, who's appearing virtually. Mr. Levine. Mr. Levine, go ahead, please. PJ, let's go to the next call. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name's Alan Levine. I'm a Miami Beach resident. I was and I'm commenting upon the call from the mayor for an inquiry into the protest at Art Basel, and particularly with regard to the chant from the river to the sea. in addition to having been at the protest and seen what happened, I'm a civil rights lawyer with an expertise and experience in First Amendment law. So the beginning is to say that that chant is, of course, fully protected by the First Amendment, and so the commission should not even be discussing what to do about it. Your lawyers will confirm there's nothing you can do about it. Beyond that, I know there's a temptation because you have a large Jewish constituency to clamp down on protest against what Israel is doing in Gaza. I'd like you to know that there are substantial numbers of that constituency that do not agree with what Israel is doing, and it's your obligation to respect their rights and to serve that constituency as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, please. State your name.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for having me speak. My name is Sophie Ringel. I'm the founder and executive director of Clean Miami Beach. We host weekly beach cleanups to inspire and educate our community about the negative impact that plastic has on our environment and how everyone can help make a difference to help save the ocean. We have hosted since 2019 over 300 beach cleanups and picked up more than 93,000 pounds of trash, and not one cleanup goes over where we do not find balloons. We find them at every cleanup, and I would like to urge everyone to help save the ocean by banning the balloons. That's on the agenda item sponsored by David Suarez. Thank you so much, Commissioner. And also, thank you so much, Mayor Stephen Miner, for adding the sewage the sewage system renewal item on the agenda. This is really, really important. There's so much poop ending up in our bay. The pipes are so old, and it's really important to protect the bay from every pollutant there is. So I urge you to vote yes on both. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Donna Neville. Please unmute yourself. Donna, go ahead, please.
I'm also speaking about the protest. I'd like to say two things. One, from the river to the sea is about equal rights for all from the river to the sea. You might not support equal rights for all, but it most definitely does not mean in any way, shape, or form genocide against Jews, no matter how many times one says that. Two, these protests are a powerful, beautiful call for justice. As a Jewish person deeply rooted in my community, there is no place I feel that more expresses my commitments as a Jew than being at these protests. To try to paint these protests in a negative light is truly a shanda, a disgrace. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Always got to lower it. Hi, my name is Bonnie Waxman. I'm the programs manager with Debris Free Oceans, here to stand alongside our friends at Clean Miami Beach. We work intimately with them. We're a local nonprofit that inspires Miami to go plastic free by being preventative rather than reactive to our growing trash crisis in our own beautiful backyard. We've not only a moral obligation, but a huge economic incentive to protect the bay. According to the 2023 Biscayne Bay Economic Study, the overall contributions of bay-related activities amount to a whopping $64 billion in economic output, $24 billion in income, nearly 500,000 jobs, and $4 billion in tax revenue for Miami-Dade County. All of this prosperity depends on one thing: clean water. Banning balloons is low-hanging fruit and will protect our wildlife, water quality, and personal experience out on the bay. We consistently find balloon litter on cleanups, not only along the coast, but also in the water. Over the summer, we found balloons on nearly every scuba dive cleanup we did, some of which were smothering the coral reef right next to Port Miami. What's more, alternatives exist, including bubbles, paper cards, and candles. It's also imperative to protect the bay by doing everything we can to stop sewage leaks. According to Miami Waterkeeper, both Dade and Broward are plagued with crumbling sewage infrastructure that is cracked and leaking. Many pipes are as old as 100 years. This has caused tens of millions of gallons of sewage leaks, and as Sophie said, poop, in our water over the past several years, resulting in beach closures, algae blooms, and fish kills. I urge you to vote yes on the balloon ban and sewage system renewal to protect our bay. On top of the economic value, this ecosystem is worth protecting for our quality of life here in Miami. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual caller is Johan Moore.
Yes, good afternoon again. As a fellow member of Sophie's of the Sustainability Committee, I want to add our voice as we have added our motions by way of letters to commission in the past to any support you can give for cracking down on balloon releases. In my other capacity as a private citizen, I want to address item R9Y. While certainly it might be worth looking into why the disparity in arrests occurred in terms of pro-Palestine and anti-Palestine protesters, the premise of the question by the mayor is in fact a seeming violation of governmental responsibility to not interfere in free assembly and free speech rights. In fact, we have another issue, which is apparent violation of state regulations regarding the placement and treatment of flags, U.S. flags having precedence over foreign flags, specifically by the mayor in the public's mayoral office and its balcony. And I urge the commission to look into that. And I will circle back to the first subject by thanking the commissioners and the mayor for their commitment to the Bay and the environment. And I hope we can all keep these issues separate as we move forward for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Yes, hello. My name is Christian Hampton. I'm the Outreach Impact Manager with Clean Miami Beach and Sophie Ringel. The biggest problem we face when it comes to balloons is that people don't know that balloons are a problem for the environment. Ultimately, we cannot blame people for doing something that they don't know is harmful. While bans can create effective change when written into law, the reality is that when people want something bad enough, they'll find a way, regardless of the obstacles that are created by legislation. Here are the facts. Balloons are the #1 killer of seabirds and the #3 killer of sea turtles across the globe. Research and data shows that balloons are harmful for the oceans. There is no debate. The question now is, how do we make kids, adults, and businesses aware of the harmful effects that balloons present? Is a ban a step in the right direction? Yes, it could be, but I do implore you to consider more funding for organizations like ours to inspire outreach and educate more civilians to rethink their consumption habits. Education, collection bins, and awareness campaigns spearheaded by your passionate and local nonprofits are what will make a measurable difference in the community. Vote yes on the balloon ban and take it one step further to find ways to continue to fund our nonprofits so that we can continue to raise awareness in the community. Thank you to the commissioners and David Suarez for bringing this to the docket.
Thank you. Our next virtual speaker is Wayne Roberts. Mr. Roberts, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to say that I am so enthralled with this new commission. I respect every individual on that dais immensely, and I think it's like the dawn of the day. A new day has arisen, and I look forward to your engagement and improvement of the city of Miami Beach. In that respect, I wanted to touch base on the community center. The past administration fooled the people too often. The GO bond was for $10 million, and the project is now $45 million and growing. The fire station. They promised in meetings, or it wouldn't have passed, a world-renowned daycare center for the kids that are housed there. Now it's in the park and a trailer, and that's inappropriate for $1 million. So we're putting $45 million to the fire department. It gets paid $250,000 a year on average. So when that union official came forward and smeared Kristen and about her fingernails, when a fire pension plan has the life expectancy for a fireman to be 8 years above the American average. I find that offensive. And as much as I find like like defund the police offensive, I find the wall of blue offensive. We need to have moderation, and that gentleman was out of line. If you move it forward to the Barclays Center, I love Joe Magazine. I think he's going to be fabulous, but it's not $25–30 million because there's rent payments, right? So I don't know what the operating expenses are going to be, the maintenance, but it's not $30 million in buy. You can get a $30 million.
Thank you so much, sir. Is there anyone else here in the audience? Otherwise, PJ, let's go to Beth. Beth, please unmute yourself.
Hi, yes, I am in support of the, sorry, I just have to get item C4C for parking permits in North Miami Beach. I wanted to add that without these permits, parking has been very, very difficult. I'm in Normandy Isles right now. I'm a resident of Normandy Isles, and sometimes parking can cause us to find a parking space and we have to walk over half a mile to get home. So I am in support of item C4C.
Thank you so much. If no one else here in the audience, we're going to go to Ella. Ella, go ahead, please.
Hello. Sorry, it just gave me the option to unmute. I am just here to echo the sentiments of Donna and Alan previously in naming that the phrase "from the river to the sea" does not mean the genocide of Jews. And these protests have been a deeply meaningful way for me as a Jewish person to live out my values of Tikkun Olam and B'Tselem Elohim, and to try to silence or set parameters around these protests is heartbreaking and, as Alan pointed to, unconstitutional. So it's frustrating to see this on the docket for today when there are so many other things that I would like to see our government focused on. For example, building more affordable housing. I feel very strongly about that as a Miami Beach resident. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next virtual caller is Nicole M.
Hello, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I am also speaking on the question of protests. I am a Jewish person who was at the Art Basel protest. And like others have said, this is an important way for me to live out my Jewish values. It's not the place of the government to decide what the right way to be Jewish is. And for those of us who were there chanting from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, we are expressing our commitment to freedom and equality for all who live in the land. If others have a different perspective because they themselves are not comfortable with freedom and equality for all, it's unfortunate that they would project that onto us. And I would just reiterate that it's not the government's job to decide what the right way to be a Jew is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If no one else in the audience, I'm going to go then to Lori Beckham.
Hello, everyone. Lori Bockham on behalf of Power Access and the South Beach Jazz Festival. I'm here representing David New and our board of directors. We would like to say thank you, Mayor Minor, commissioners, new and returning, Manager Hudak, city staff, and all members of the Miami Beach community for your unwavering support of the nonprofit South Beach Jazz Festival. We are very excited to invite you all January 4th through 7th. We will have activations throughout the city, the most we've ever had, thanks to the generous support of the city sponsorship. We have added a new free public concert in Collins Park that will be on Friday evening. It's a headliner concert. We also have the big bandshell concert, which is ticketed, but has resident discounts, and 2 free days of programming on Lincoln Road. We invite you all to come out, and we want to thank you all for your support that has been ongoing, both as public officials and as residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our next virtual speaker is Marty. Marty, please unmute yourself.
Hello, yes, my name is Marty Rajendran.
I live in Miami, but I was at the demonstration on Friday. When it comes to the saying, from the river to the sea, I am looking at a photograph of Mr. Netanyahu, and he presented a picture of the new Middle East at the UN General Assembly. This picture of the new Middle East has a picture of Israel. It has no picture of Palestine, of Gaza, or the West Bank. So if we are looking at the saying, from the river to the sea, this is something that his right-wing government has talked about for Israel, from the river to the sea. I am not Jewish, but I have been in support of justice for Palestine for decades. And it is time that we recognize the state of Palestine as intended in 1948.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak? Mr. Mayor, everyone has spoken at least once.
Thank you. That'll close the Sutnick hour. We'll get back to the commission business. Let's call R5B. That's the Sunset Harbor Restaurant Seating Parking Requirement. Commissioner Dominguez, but let's have the clerk call it up
So
first.
R5, excuse me, R5B is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach amending Chapter 7 Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 2, District Regulations, Section 7.2.11, CD2 Commercial Medium Intensity District, Subsection 7.2.11.2 Uses, CD2, Subsection B, Supplemental, excuse me, Conditional Uses Regulations, CD2, to amend land development regulations applicable to restaurants in the Sunset Harbor neighborhood, generally bounded by Purdy Avenue, 20th Street, Alton Road, and Dade Boulevard, and amending Chapter 5 Off-Street Parking, Article 2 Vehicle Parking, Bicycle Parking, and Off-Street Loading Requirements, Section 5.2.4 Vehicles Off-Street Parking Requirements to modify parking requirements for the Tier 2 area, a parking district, and providing for codification, repeal, or severability, and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5B.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item was supported by the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association, and there was back and forth on a community benefit and the actual number that they were requesting. Initially, they were requesting 299 seats, and we brought that down to 225. And the developer has also come up with a community benefit that was strongly supported by Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association. They're going to do lighting and other landscaping and different items, particularly around where the pump screen is located. And I believe it came up to about $100,000 worth. To tell you a little bit about the project, there are 2 restaurants that are coming to the ground floor of that area. There's a parking garage that has 562 spots, and there's been traffic studies done on the occupancy levels of the garage at different points of the day, and there's always an excess of about 100 spots. This particular restaurant, these 2 restaurants at this project, they're also expecting it to be a big walk market, and potentially even people that use rideshare. But even if they don't, there is that garage that has a total of 562 spaces. And anything else that I'm missing?
No, I think that covers it, Commissioner. The only thing that I would add is that this particular project also has 75 parking spaces within its own building that will provide operational parking. And when this ordinance was approved at first reading, a modification was made to have the maximum number of 225 seats at the 1/8 parking ratio.
Thank you. And I'd like to move the item.
Second.
This is any objection? Want to call the vote?
This is a public hearing as well.
Oh, thank you. Commissioner Suarez.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure a couple things. So is there, I think there's been, I look at the meeting minutes from October 18th, and Tom, it says I think you said they currently provide a certain number of those spaces within their garage, and that is why they are asking for 1 parking space per 8. If they do not do that and keep it at 1 parking per 4, he believes that they would be short between 20 and 30 spaces, which would require an impact fee of $40,000 a space, close to $1 million. So could you just enlighten me on that?
So when I had mentioned that, after taking another look at the code, that was actually incorrect because this particular building is over 15,000 square feet in size, and as such, it's not eligible to pay the one-time impact fee. So without this parking amendment, they would not be able to do the larger restaurant. They would have to maintain the size of the current restaurant that they have an approval for.
And again, the location of the restaurant wasn't on the amendments. Where is the location?
This restaurant is
Yeah, I know it's-
located within a building that is under construction on the east side of Purdy Avenue between Day Boulevard and 18th Street. It's right
Okay.
across the street from Maurice Good Park.
So that is the streets that surround this building. Is it 1 lane or 2 lanes?
This building actually fronts 2 streets. It fronts both Bay Road, which is a 2-way, and it fronts Purdy Avenue, which is a 2-way street.
Okay, so it's 1 lane each going in either
Yes.
direction.
Mhm.
Okay. So look, this is my only reservation about this. You know, I think on the campaign trail, one of the biggest issues we had, one of the biggest issues we heard about was traffic and congestion. And I don't know if by doing this, we are going to be opening up Pandora's box to more traffic and congestion in a very small little neighborhood that seems to be perfect right now. And what I am uncertain of is, do we really want to have a destination restaurant in Sunset Harbor where there's only 1 lane in either direction? That could potentially open up a lot of congestion. And so, look, I understand the developer has been working with the neighborhood association for a while now on this, but I'm assuming he's a good operator, okay? But what's to say that if we do this, we're going to be opening up the door to bad operators in this neighborhood? And so I just want to be cautious of the intensity that we're going to be inviting in. And so, I mean, Tom, you're the planning expert. I mean, there's a science to everything. Is this going to increase intensity in Sunset Harbor?
So the ordinance actually does 2 things. It does increase slightly the maximum occupancy for restaurant uses.
How much?
What's that?
How much?
From 199 persons to a maximum of 299 persons.
225.
Well, that's the number of seats that you can provide for the 1 per 8 parking ratio, but the maximum number of persons would be no more than 299 persons. And that's an important distinction because Sunset Harbor is actually one of the few areas in the city that has that ceiling on occupancy. Most other commercial areas of the city, they don't have an occupancy ceiling. You have to get conditional use approval if you go over 299 persons, but there's no ceiling cap like there is here.
Why is there a ceiling cap there?
Because a number of years ago, the residents of Sunset Harbor lobbied to have a cap on the occupancy of restaurants within that area. And that's why this current operator was seeking code relief, because they ran up against that cap and they couldn't accommodate this particular operator. So after doing a study and taking a look at the availability of parking within the Sunset Harbor garage, as well as the walkability of the area, it was determined that increasing that cap to 299 would likely not have a negative impact as it pertains to vehicular circulation. And so that's why this particular amendment contains those 2 components.
And you said that there wouldn't be as much of an impact because of vehicular. Is that based on parking?
It's, well, parking and circulation kind of go hand in hand. And we believe
Well,
that.
if you can enlighten me, what is the difference between parking and circulation?
So parking is the number of spaces that are provided for parking storage, and circulation is how vehicles move around, and that could include rideshare, that could include drop-off and pickup, that could include deliveries. And based upon the walkability of the area, we didn't believe that the proposed increase of the maximum occupancy to 299, subject to conditional use approval, would have a negative impact on either the circulation or the ability to provide parking storage in the area.
That's assuming that the restaurant is primarily catering to Sunset Harbor residents, correct? Because they can walk there.
Yeah, either Sunset Harbor or people within walking distance, say Northern West Avenue or Belle Isle, but that would be predicated primarily on people that live close by walking to it.
So what happens if this place becomes super popular and everyone in the Tri-County area just wants to come and visit the restaurant throughout the week?
The restaurant does require conditional use approval, and if it was determined that.
Well, let's just assume they got the conditional use permit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, with conditional use approval, the planning board retains jurisdiction and can call them back for progress reports. So if there starts to be complaints regarding circulation or impacts on circulation, that's something that the planning board could take a look at and potentially impose additional conditions to address those circulation issues.
Again, if you can entertain me, let's assume that they did approve it, because planning board is very developer friendly and they rubber stamp everything.
Take exception to that.
If it is approved, will it increase the intensity of the neighborhood, assuming it's not just walkability, but it's a destination restaurant?
Yes, it clearly is going to increase the intensity within this particular building, because you're now allowed to do a restaurant with a higher occupancy than you could do otherwise.
How many other locations in Sunset Harbor would this open the door to?
It would depend upon whether or not that particular property could accommodate an offload of 299 persons. I don't think that there's many, but other establishments or other properties could potentially avail themselves of this. It would still require conditional use approval from the planning board, but it would be open to other restaurants potentially.
Okay, look, my big reservation about this is, I live on 17th and Meridian, and there's a restaurant there on Meridian, or it's on Lincoln, and it's called Mila's, okay? And Mila's is adjacent to Meridian there, where it's one way, not one way, but one lane, either north or south. And almost every night of the week, there is Ubers and chaos right in front of that restaurant. And I'm assuming Mila's is, I don't know how many seats Mila's has, maybe you can tell me, but it's less than 300.
Actually, Mila's, I don't know the occupancy load offhand, but they did require conditional use approval. So their occupancy load clearly is in excess of 299.
Okay, and I'm speaking from direct personal experience that the traffic, and if you can look up the parking department, you can look up citations that have been given, and I'm pretty sure there's quite a few, that it's almost chaos at between 10 and 3 o'clock in the morning. And it's a great spot, sure. But let me ask you guys, are you ready to open up the door to more intense traffic and congestion for a destination restaurant? And what I don't like is that when Sunset Harbor was created, like Tom said, the residents asked for a cap, okay? There's a reason for that. There's a basis for that. It's because, they didn't want it to be becoming so intense. And so I feel like this is spot zoning in a sense for this developer. And that would be one thing. But what we're doing now is we are opening the door for others to come in that we may not have a great relationship with, and things can get out of hand very quickly. You know, I used to live south of Fifth, and you know, the restaurant scene there, Milo's and Fogo de Chao and Poppy Steak, I can tell you from firsthand that at most nights of the week, it's very intense. The people who live at the courts, you know, are always complaining about noise, traffic, honking, horns. And so, you know, I think there needs to be caution when we start tinkering with code that has been set up for a reason, and not to change it for just one developer or one special interest. I think, you know, one thing on the campaign trail was very clear to me was, you know, we do what's right for the residents, and certainly when it comes to traffic and congestion, because look, I mean, we're setting a precedent here that, you know, we're gonna do what we can for these developers to make things more intense, and I find that frustrating, and I also find it very odd that this parking analysis from Kimberly Horn. Okay, they said the appropriate FDOT peak season conversion factor was applied to the parking demand data to account for peak season conditions. A peak season conversion factor of 1.01 for Wednesday, May 10th, and for Saturday, May 13th was applied. 1.01 is 1%. So this report was taken in midsummer July, when we all know it's dead. I mean, it's dead because, you know, Kristen Rosen-Gonzalez wants to put a motion to help these small businesses. So why are they using a report during peak summer, when we all know things are very slow here, and then they have the audacity to put a conversion factor of 1.01 to assume that that's the factor that it's going to be in in December and in January. So look, I don't think I can support this, because, you know, I was, please let me finish. I was tasked with preserving quality of life, and, you know, I respect my colleagues here, but look, the neighborhood association, I know, has approved this. They think it's great because they get a sign, and I'm afraid that they really don't know what they're in for when this is going to open up Pandora's box, and they're going to go back, and they may come back and be like, oh, man, I really wish I didn't have that sign that, you know, that cost maybe $50,000, but every night of the week they could potentially be in all sorts of crazy traffic and intensity. And so, you know, I'm open. Look, that's my belief. I'm open to change my mind, but I'm open to hear what my colleagues have to say about this.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Thank you for your perspective, Commissioner Suarez. There's been some misinformation that's gone out that you've been told, so I'd like for you to get clarification and answer to your questions, and I'd like to bring up the attorney, Tracy Slavens, to come and discuss your questions in detail.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mr. Mayor, my name is Tracy Slavens. My address is 3800 Northeast 1st Avenue, Suite 200. I am representing 18 Sunset Trustee. They are the developer of the 18 Sunset project on Purdy Avenue. I am also a resident of Sunset Harbor, and I like to pride myself on the fact that I not only work very closely with my neighbors as a neighbor, but when I represent a project in my neighborhood, that it's something that I can stand behind. We've worked very closely with them throughout the development, pre-development, and construction process of this project. And the restaurant seats issue has come up in an interesting way. So post-pandemic, maybe I should start before that. When the project was originally approved, it was approved for 2 larger restaurants that required conditional use permits and for several cafes in the floor plan. In Sunset Harbor, you can have a cafe of up to 125 persons that does not require a conditional use permit. So arguably, you could have 2 restaurants of 199 occupants each, plus another 2 cafes of 125 people each. So the intensity is theoretically balanced out if the whole of the ground floor of this building was utilized for restaurant or food service options. We did traffic studies and parking studies. We have been to the planning board, in front of this commission, and in front of the design review board multiple times. The analysis that we did on the parking was actually done in May and in June. And what it showed was that the Sunset Harbor parking garage consistently has available parking, and the peak hour of that garage any given day of the week is actually 10 to 11 a.m. It's when everyone comes to the neighborhood to work out. At night, if you walk around, the restaurants have people in them, but the streets are pretty quiet. And you could jaywalk all over the place because you don't have to worry about it, right? It's generally a quiet neighborhood. But we are all very much concerned about the quality of life in our neighborhood, and the planning board adopted an operational plan along with our conditional use permit that limits the operations of the restaurants and that limits the hours of operation specifically of the restaurants. So these are intended to be fine dining restaurants and full service sit down quality restaurants, not nightclubs. During the week, the latest they can be open is 11:30 p.m. and on the weekends it's 12:30. And that was something that was imposed originally when this project was approved, and no one has ever sought to change that. We think that that's an appropriate operational hour for a neighborhood establishment, and we think that generally this is an improvement for the entirety of Sunset Harbor. We have a lot of empty retail space. We have a lot of empty storefronts. It's a bit of a mix of a community because we have multifamily uses, commercial uses, and industrial uses all within a 4-block radius. And so, yes, there is balancing that needs to happen, and I think that's why the conditional use permit process has been very beneficial for the neighborhood.
Commissioner Dominguez, thank you.
Welcome. My colleagues can speak.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things that that I think is very important is seeing how we can incentivize quality businesses to come into our area. When you look at the capacity of a building, the capacity is the capacity, and it's going to attract the amount of traffic that is going to attract. That's going to happen anyways, because whether you have a larger restaurant or not, the volume of the building is going to allow for a certain occupancy, and that's going to generate a certain amount of vehicular activity. So that concern was already predetermined and created at the time that a development approval is issued for a project of this type. And when those conditional use permits are considered, it is the duty of our local planning agency that we designate the planning board to be, to consider those operational plans, the circulation of traffic, the availability of parking, egress and drop-off areas, areas for driveways, etc. So that's already predetermined. What does resonate to me is that this being a restaurant, is that it's likely not going to be at its peak when there's least amount of parking available in this garage. Its peak usually in a restaurant is probably in the evening hours, probably lunchtime hours if I had to guess. I don't know if this restaurant intends to be open at lunch, but most certainly probably evening hours. And when we look at the calculations of parking demands, this garage seems to have the highest amount of parking availability from 4 p.m. on. 4 p.m., 200 parking spaces, and then as the afternoon goes on, it goes up to 244, 261, 284, 297, 318, 323 at 10 p.m. So as the evening goes on, and as one would logically think, the busier hours of a restaurant would be, the more parking availability is available in the garage to accommodate this. I want to commend my colleague for having very thoughtful concerns, because you truly are looking after the quality of life of the residents of the area. I think we need to balance quality of life and see it from many perspectives. Can we accommodate the parking? I think we can. I think in the area, we can accommodate the traffic there as well. But what also contributes to the quality of life of an area is the diversity of establishments, the activities that residents have that they are able to walk to, that they don't have to go all the way to Lincoln Road to go to a restaurant like Mila, or that they don't have to catch a vehicle to go all the way to a restaurant like Poppy Steak or some other type of restaurant, that they be able to walk within close proximity and to contribute to the diversity of establishments that exist in the area, but also contribute towards the pedestrian experience, which is one of the great things of having something like a restaurant. When you have other commercial uses in retail spaces, you take away from the nighttime pedestrian experience, because a lot of times other retail uses, ground floor retail uses, are not activated at night the way that a restaurant is. And you certainly always want to have a certain level of activation. So to the sponsor of the item, to my colleague sponsoring the item, I think this is good, because this is one of those ways that we can create economic incentives that don't cost the taxpayer money, but that help attract quality establishments into a neighborhood. And it's a win-win when you also have the support of the neighborhood association. So I'm happy to second your motion and to support your item.
Keep this quick. When I look across our region, even here in our own cities, the areas that seem most in high demand are the walkable, pedestrianized areas like Sunset Harbor, like Wynwood, where this restaurant actually seems to have one of their sister restaurants. So I actually look on things like this as being an amenity to our residents. Yes, there has to be control over quality of life and things like that, but for the most part, I think we do need to provide the right type of urban planning incentives to keep up with areas across the bay. We all lament what's happened to Lincoln Road and areas that we all love dearly that have kind of fallen on tougher times. We look areas like the Design District and Wynwood that are kind of growing sometimes at our expense. We need to think of a way to protect residential quality of life, but also be innovative and keep up with those other areas so we do not lose pace. And I actually think restaurants like this, where you can have in a walkable area, where you have an office building, you have places where you can work and go to the gym, actually enhance the residential quality of life and make those areas more in demand.
Thank you. Commissioner Bott?
Thank you for your thoughtful comments, and I appreciate the attention that you're giving to these concerns. I would encourage any residents across the city, whether you're a new resident or a commissioner, everybody in between, to reach out. If you think that a business that has been granted a CUP to operate is not living up to the strictures of that CUP, which is basically, if you don't know, is the agreement that the establishment made with the city in order to get what they wanted to operate. If you think something's too loud, that they're not adhering to that, or they're not following the traffic plan, or that there's more chaos than was intended at the rideshare pickup point, let us all call into the city so that we know there's a problem and it can be addressed, so that that business can come back in front of the planning board or whatever measures need to be put into place so those issues are addressed. Because if we don't know about them, we can't fix them. So I hear your frustration, and that's legitimate, but you know, that other business had an agreement that they were going to do whatever they could do to mitigate the issue, and if that's not what's happening, then so be it. Not so be it, forgive me, that's a bad turn of phrase, then let's address that. However, in this case, this is an item that came before probably the least development-friendly planning board in a number of years. Not to say that we didn't encourage development, but we worked very hard to make sure that residents were heard, that residents' concerns were heard, and when residents like those in Sunset Harbor, who had also submitted a vision plan for their neighborhood, had worked for quite a long time with this business operator to find the best mutually agreeable plan forward. I don't think it behooves us, I don't think it sets a good precedent to dismiss their work and their concern. It's very legitimate to raise the questions and discuss it, but to then say, you know what, I know a lot of work has gone into this. I know the neighborhood wants it, but I don't think as a commissioner or as a body that they know what they're doing. So I would just like to caution us all, especially those of us who are newer here, to let the residents' voices and the work they put in at least guide our consideration rather than dismiss that. There's always opportunity to make things better, for sure, but I think this is pretty well baked, and I do think that if there does become a problem, because it is a CUP, that is a mechanism which affords the city, the residents to come back and have a conversation with the business operator saying, hey, what you thought was going to be the business or the rules of engagement is not panning out the way we planned. We need to revisit it and make it better, which is why it is a conditional use permit, not just a use permit. So I would support this motion. I would go forward, and I would just encourage the very engaged residents of Sunset Harbor and those surrounding who may or may not be impacted by traffic flow issues, that if they see an issue, they let their planning board representatives know or a city administration know and say it's not working as intended. How do we address this?
Yeah, I got some follow-ups.
Commissioner Suarez?
Again, I don't think parking is a problem. I think there's, I don't think the issue is parking. What I'm concerned about is the congestion as a result of an increase in capacity by, a third? Yeah. And, I just want to hear it from you, Tom. Is it going to increase the intensity and congestion in the area by expanding it potentially by a third?
I think the net increase would be the same, because if you look at it this way, and Tracy alluded to this.
Are you talking about a specific project, or are you talking about the whole neighborhood?
On this project, you can have up to, right now the code allows you to go up to 199 persons. So you could have multiple 199 person establishments, and they would still require CUP approval. This would basically, within the same space, take 2 spaces and have 1 entity. So I think from that standpoint, because we have that cap of 299 and because we have the requirement for conditional use approval, I don't foresee a negative impact on circulation.
Well, Mila's on Lincoln, that got a CUP, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I can tell you firsthand that congestion there is out of control, and there's no enforcement whatsoever in the neighborhood as far as congestion goes, and parking and valet, and it's a mess, and everyone's honking their horns, and they're getting bumper to bumper. And look, I might be the only one up here. It seems that is, and that's fine. I have my beliefs, but I have another issue is, I think what we're focusing on here, guys, is that we're doing this for one operator here, and do we really understand what's going to happen by opening this door and leaving it open for other operators to come in and potentially operate something that we don't want. And I understand you can have multiple 199 restaurants, but when you break that threshold of 199 to 299, you have a bigger restaurant, you can have, it becomes, and they're going to put a lot more capital into it, and it's going to be a destination restaurant. And I don't know if Sunset Harbor is ready for a Smith and Walensky type of restaurant right there, where there's only 1 lane each way. I can see it. I mean, there's going to be a lot of Ubers. I mean, most people are not going to come to this, especially if it's a destination restaurant. And what's going to happen on the Venetian if this thing gets really popular? That's only 1 way, and they're going to be coming from the mainland. So, I just look. I'd like to hear what my other colleague Kristen has to say about this, and then, maybe just call it to a vote and bring it in.
Well, I already, Commissioner Dominguez.
Yeah. Smith and Walensky is not coming here. The difference between Mila, it's apples and oranges. Mila does not have parking. This building has 75 spots, and then we have a 562 spot garage in that block. I understand your concern, but I think that both the planning and the attorney here have explained why we shouldn't be as concerned. And the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association supports it 100%.
Tracy, I'll recognize you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, two things. One, I believe that the representatives from the Neighborhood Association are on Zoom and would like to speak. But just to the congestion point, every conditional use permit is required to be accompanied by a traffic study. And the traffic studies analyze the traffic impacts caused by a project, both by the specific project and in the community as a whole. And there's a methodology that goes into that analyzes intersections that are not immediately adjacent necessarily to the development. So it looks at Dade Boulevard and West Avenue. It looks at Alton Road. It looks at 20th Street to determine and ensure that whatever uses and patterns of circulation are being proposed will be sufficient and meet levels of service and not create negative impacts to the neighborhood. And so that is something that has been submitted to the planning board multiple times, and there's actually a current traffic study that is accompanying the current planning board application that has analyzed the circulation and flow in the neighborhood with the additional seats.
Mr. Mayor. And then I'd like to hear from the neighborhood, although I think it's pretty clear where this vote is going, so let's try to bring this in and take the vote.
Yeah, and just a question of procedure to the attorney or to the planning director. So one entity went to the planning board and got a conditional use approval. They presented an operational plan, et cetera. If there were to be a change of entity, let's say a different operator, something happens with the operator that has the current conditional use permit, they go out of business, and then a new operator comes in. Do they automatically get approved, or do they actually have to go back to the planning board for a change of owner hearing at the planning board?
A change of operator would have to go back to the planning board.
To the planning board. Okay, just wanted to get that clarification as well. Thank you.
So, following up on that, with this, in relation to the CUP.
Commissioner Suarez, in the future, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I thought, okay. Following up on the CUP. Okay, it is my understanding that Mila's was 5-2 that they got a conditional use permit.
I believe so.
Okay, I mean, I know firsthand that place is out of control in the evening. Has anyone from staff or residents brought to the planning board to rescind their CUP?
I have not received any complaints. If we do receive complaints, then we would certainly issue a cure letter and potentially bring them back to the planning board if they don't cure that. But I haven't heard anything about issues with drop-off, valet, or circulation there. We can certainly look at that just to make sure. Both code compliance and off-street parking, they handle enforcement of that, and they can certainly keep an eye on that.
Well, you know, I'm gonna stick to my principle here, and then I think that this is going to be a bad idea. And look, I'll be the lone vote on here, and that's fine. But you know, I'm not comfortable with the fact of going through with this and helping special interests possibly make the area more intense. So I'll conclude with that.
Thank you. We have the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association.
This is a public hearing, so if anyone wishes to speak, please come to the dais, to the podium. But first, we're going to call Marilyn in Zoom. Marilyn, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Marilyn, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, My name is Marilyn Freundlich. I am the Vice President of the Neighborhood Association. And the first thing I want to say is that the first thing I want to say is that the public benefit that Commissioner Suarez is bringing up, that was never brought up by this developer to the Neighborhood Association. As a matter of fact, that came about when Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez said to them at the first reading that, okay, you should bring some public benefit to the city, and it was decided then that they are going to work on the sign that the city has been trying to do for 3 years, and they have no funds. So that was like a great thing. But we're not doing this because we're getting a sign. So that has to be very, very clear. Number two, Mila is a club, and neither one of these restaurants that are going to open there are a club. Sunset Harbor has rules that there are no outside speakers, there's music, ambience music, no live music. So it's a very different story than Mila. Number three, the hours here are going to be 12:30 tops. Mila is open until 4 o'clock in the morning. And last but not least, you can trust the Neighborhood Association. There is no better policeman in Sunset Harbor than the Neighborhood Association. And if anything goes wrong in those two restaurants, or if we have noise, or if we, whatever, we will be the first people knocking on Mr. Mooney's door, emailing Tom. Okay, Tom knows that we email him all the time when something is not right. And we will go in front of the planning board. As a matter of fact, one of the members of the planning board happens to live in Sunset Harbor.
Thank you so much, Marilyn.
For a few more seconds.
Oh, sorry. Sarah de los Reyes, the president, is next. So Sarah, please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I echo, you all can hear me, correct?
Yes.
Yes, this is Sarah de los Reyes, president of Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association. As I stated in my email, we have worked very closely with the developer, and Marilyn is correct. And I just want to echo that to bring information that is not truthful in Sunset Harbor is not something to our benefit. It is not a club. We don't have a club. Everything outdoors closes at 12 p.m. The whole neighborhood closes at 2 a.m. And we have worked diligently to see that this type of restaurants will be successful in Sunset Harbor and have less sitting and less people. Ultimately, will be less people in a bigger restaurant versus like 4 or 5 restaurants in that small area. So we really worked very closely with the developer on this, who came up with the information. And true, I was the one, when Kristen actually said a public benefit, I volunteered the sign. That's nothing to do with what happened. I was at that time, and I said, I might as well try to get something done in Sunset Harbor because I've been trying to get the sign light up for the past 3 years, and the city doesn't have funds to do it. So that's the only time it was brought up. It was never discussed before. We never thought about this before. It was just out of the blue that it happened when Christian mentioned. I just wanted everybody to be clear, and the right information is stated in this meeting. That's, and to be truthful on that. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, and I hope you pass it.
Thank you. Our next caller is Robin Malik.
Hi, good afternoon, Commission. Thank you so much for taking my call. I just wanted to echo something that was said about this project. Currently, it's very hard to find parking. I'm not part of the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association. I live next door to this project and very excited for it to finally open. But there is a lot of concern that you can't find parking here. I know Commissioner Rodriguez just said that there was that we have the parking garage that's close by and we have the parking lot across the street. But I'm going to tell you that at any time of day, you can't find parking here. So as much as I respect the fact that we have that opportunity, I would like to see something done for the traffic flow and parking arrangements made so that the residents to the left of the property will not be as impacted as well. Again, tremendous respect to the commission. Thank you all for what you're doing, and congratulations to our mayor. And looking forward to working with all of you. And thank you as a resident of Miami Beach. So thankful for what all of you do.
Mayor, Marilyn is back on. Can I give her a minute?
Yeah, 1 minute.
Marilyn, you have 1 minute, please.
Oh, thank you. I didn't mean to be back on, but thank you for allowing me one additional minute.
Then I'll give you 30. How about that? Go ahead,
Okay. In regards to the parking, of course, parking outside of the garage is a little bit more difficult, but that was the whole idea, to build this garage for people to park in the garage and to allow for the street to be free so people can flow more easily. So yes, there's always parking in Sunset Harbor, always, 100% of the time. You can go to our garage and park. Okay, thank you. I'm going to lower my hand. I apologize.
Thank you, Marilyn. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I would like to start off by saying that every item that we have has financial information, and the city put down here no fiscal impact expected, which is really not true. There was a $1.2 million waiver of fees and economic incentive. Pardon? That's not true? Well, he said something about that right now. I understood. I heard what he said related to it.
At the last meeting, what I had indicated was that if the developer was to avail themselves of the one-time impact fee, it would be approximately a little over $1 million. However, because this particular project is over 15,000 square foot in size, they are not eligible to avail themselves of the one-time impact fee. So they would not be able to pay an impact fee. If this amendment is not approved, they wouldn't be able to have this larger restaurant.
So we approve a larger restaurant without assessing an impact fee at all?
If the parking requirement is modified and the occupancy is modified, it would potentially, subject to conditional use approval, allow for a larger restaurant. That's the purpose of this particular code amendment.
With no parking requirements?
The parking requirement would be decreased to allow them to move forward.
So here's how I feel about it. I'm glad that the neighborhood association worked to get some sort of public benefit for it. I hear Robin Malik, I was there with her the other day in Sunset Harbor, and there really was no parking, but there is that garage, so I understand that. Commissioner Suarez, I love Mila. I can't believe you don't like Mila.
Chaos.
But here's the thing. No, I get it. Listen, I understand. I understand that the chaos that it causes. But injecting that type of energy with some cool Asian place into the neighborhood is probably a good idea. From a traffic perspective, would the surrounding neighborhood walkability be able to sustain a restaurant of that size? Absolutely not. So are people going to be coming to the restaurant? Yes. Is every single Uber generating like more than, a couple of trips for each way instead of going in and going out? No, it's in, out, in, out. So yeah, from a traffic perspective, it's kind of a nightmare. So we have to kind of balance it. Does Sunset Harbor need the new energy? I think it does. I think it's suffering right now, except for a few establishments. You could be right. What I would ask is, would you consider lowering the hours of operation to 11 p.m. and midnight? Is that possible at this point? If you would do that, I would.
That's something that's not in the scope of the ordinance. It's something we can discuss at the planning board. My client is not here today, and we're not talking project specific, but it's something worth considering through the chair. I apologize, and also through the chair. One revenue aspect that we haven't discussed today is the parking revenue that the city will earn if more people come to the neighborhood and use the parking garage. A non-resident, if they were to come to Sunset Harbor, pays $2 an hour in a garage and $4 an hour on the street. And if we have 100 new people coming to the neighborhood on any given night, then we're talking about $220,000 annually if they stay for 3 hours to have a nice dinner and park in the garage. If there are 2 restaurants and we have 200 more people coming to the neighborhood driving, that's $440,000 plus the on-street. If we think about 30 or 30-ish people parking on the street, that for 3 hours at a time every day, then that's $131,000. So if you look at that annually, it's, you know, it reaches $1 million very quickly every year. So, you know, that is important.
I'm going to be supportive, but how can we refer to the planning board the hours of operation to reduce them to 11 during the week and then midnight on weekends so you don't get that spill hour at 2:30 in the morning when people are finishing? It's part of their what?
It's part of their CUP.
If I may, through the
It's
mayor.
part of their CUP. So there's nothing that we can do to reduce those hours of operation?
No,
Yeah, it's a half hour.
Raphael, you want to address that?
I actually agree.
You do, right?
It's a planning, it's a planning question, but can the commission send a recommendation to the planning board that they'd like for them to consider the certain hours that they're not?
Yeah, if the commission wanted to make that recommendation, we could convey that recommendation to the planning board as part of the conditional use review. They have not been to the planning board for their conditional use approval yet. It's pending this adoption of this ordinance, so we could bring that to the planning board if you made that recommendation.
Could we make the increase contingent on those hours of operation? Look, Adonis and I are piling
I
up
can't
right
believe
now.
it, but there is consensus.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Bott is next.
Just a very quick question. Any good lawyer will say that I'm about to do something really dumb, which is ask Tom a question that I don't actually know the answer to. All right, so here goes. Tom, if by as of right, how many restaurants with how many seats and total occupancy load is that space allowed to occupy or have?
Offhand, I don't know without looking at the plans. Tracy might have that information.
I guess what the point I'm hoping to make, and I'll be really embarrassed if the numbers don't bear out, but I think where we're netting out on this is that while this restaurant might be larger and we're doing a waiver for this restaurant, as of right, they could have a lot more people coming and going to a bunch of smaller restaurants and cafes in that space.
I believe if they, and I'll let Tracy confirm, but I believe if they were to reorganize their entire first level, that they could get multiple 199-person restaurants.
Right, so the net result is fewer people coming to fewer seats, probably staying longer because it's more of a destination restaurant rather than a quick meal kind of restaurant. So I share everybody's concerns about making sure that the neighborhood doesn't get co-opted by traffic and Ubers and coming and goings and all of those things, because we all agree that we want to put residents' quality of life first. But I think that, again, and I don't love the idea of the commission supplanting the will of a neighborhood organization that has worked for a couple of years on making this get as far as it has gotten. I think the idea of sending to the planning board a recommendation to really examine the hours, the operational hours, and also put in, you know, a request for them to come back once they're open 3 months and 6 months later, saying, you know, we want to make sure there are no traffic issues that were unintended consequences. I think that's all very good forward direction, but, you know, in the spirit of making our city something where people want to come and open businesses and want to invest and want to do business here, let's move forward and just keep an eye and make sure it's working the way it's intended to.
I'll recognize Adonis Garcia, Sunset Harbor resident.
Hello. I'm also the president of our condo association at the Lofts, and I sit on the Sunset Harbor board also. I'm going to say for the record that I am excited about the project, but I'm cautiously excited. We are the most directly affected building right next door. And I must say I agree with Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez today on something, so that's a good thing. Where I do agree is that when Mila, for example, is open till 4 in the morning, I think that's where the chaos happens. I don't know how many people really need to be in a restaurant after midnight. But that's just from a perspective of me living right next door, and we're going to be supporting the project today, but cautiously. And thank you for at least giving us the avenue in case there's an issue, we can come back to you. Thank you very much.
Mayor, we have one more, since the public hearing wasn't closed, we have one more person. Nicholas Machado.
Yes, hello. Thank you so much for, oh, hold on. Am I echoing?
You're fine, Nicholas. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm also a neighbor. I live in the Lofts. And I wanted to address one point that was made by the attorney. Her math regarding the benefit to the city of the parking is actually assuming that there is no current benefit to the city of the parking. So it's that it wasn't taking into account any current funds that is currently being collected. So that's just like a point of order that there is people using that parking already, and there will be additional traffic. So there is a very likely reality that parking could be full, which is, of course, it maximizes return to the city, but it does continue to perpetuate a parking problem. And secondly, I am also cautious. I'm cautiously optimistic. I think that if given the math that they could open multiple units with smaller seating, that we could potentially feel like an even larger impact. However, I think if the restaurant is smaller, it's less of a destination and it's less of an attraction. So I don't know what the trade-off there is in terms of traffic and people. And lastly, I do want to echo that the hours of operation are critical, especially for those of us that live like adjacent to the property and during the week. And one more concern that I had was with regards to the process for approval of the certificate of use permit. Like I as someone that is only, a little bit familiar with these processes, I think that it kind of brings the entire process to question.
Nicholas, I need you to wrap
it's
up.
possible
Yep,
for
like
someone to then
5
come
seconds, please. Wrap up, please.
When someone can just come in at the very end and make a change such as this, like
Thank you, Nicholas.
to the certificate of use that has already been approved.
Thank you. Can we close the public hearing, Mayor?
Commissioner Suarez, before I speak and we'll wrap this up, I'll give you wanted to speak.
Yeah,
Give the
I have
last word.
a couple more questions for Tom. So, a couple callers called in and they are under the impression that Mila's is a club. Or is Mila's a club?
It's a restaurant bar, so they do serve
That's
food,
fine. Yeah.
and they're open till 4 a.m.
Okay, now they got a conditional use permit to operate till 4 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you, Tom, has a CUP ever been reversed in the city of Miami Beach?
There have been CUPs that have been suspended, and there have been CUPs where certain elements of an operation have been suspended. But I'm not aware of a CUP offhand that's been fully revoked.
Okay, and
Because there was.
Would you mind, point of
Just
order
for 1 second, what about that restaurant, MA, that was claiming out to the restaurant with the chicken breasts?
Is that the one in the parking garage?
Yeah.
That one, the planning board had actually suspended that, but then they went out of business. And
Okay.
now
So it
they
wasn't a
cannot operate
It
because.
wasn't a revocation, but they would, okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
And if you yield, Commissioner, if
No,
you yield through the mayor.
I have a couple, I have a couple more questions. I had the floor. Can the planning board ask for an increase into the hours of operation in Sunset Harbor? Or can the planning board increase the hours of operations to 2 o'clock in the morning if they did so?
The planning board cannot allow hours of operation beyond that which is mandated by code.
Which is
So-
what?
So in Sunset Harbor, it's 2 a.m. for alcoholic beverage establishments. Outdoor areas, it's midnight. But they could not go beyond that.
They could not, but you're telling me that the planning board can increase their hours of operation till 2 o'clock in the morning?
If there was a
If there was a-
request for 2 a.m., they could allow up to 2 a.m.
Okay, and I want everyone to be clear. I don't have anything against this developer. I just don't appreciate that we are going to be inviting unintended consequences for other developers to come in and take advantage of this, of what we're changing here to accommodate one developer. And, to me, that goes against what, I campaigned on. So I'm going to vote for no, and then this will be the final time I speak on this.
Okay, I'll speak for a minute before I call for a vote. So I think what we heard here, and obviously I take everything in and do my own research and due diligence, but
We do have some very good neighborhood associations, and Sunset Harbor is one of our outstanding neighborhood associations, and I've actually seen them push back very seriously. You don't have to go back too far within the past year, but certainly over the last 7 years, they've pushed back hard on developers, on certain projects, on restaurants, and I've actually supported them. So the fact that they've now come and are supporting this resonates loudly with me because they are not reflexively in the developer's side always. And I think this one is a good compromise. And this is the tough decisions we make. This is the very tough decisions we make because ultimately we have to balance. If we approve this high end, we are increasing the potential usage, but the consequences are lower end and many more seats. And I personally believe a higher end traffic problems, parking problems, will ultimately make that determination. The future will decide whether I am right, whether our commission is right, if the vote goes the way I think it's going to go. But these are the tough decisions we have to make, but I'm very comfortable in this case that we supporting this. I think it's the right decision, and I think our Sunset, I want to thank them as well. They spent a lot of time, the Sunset Harbor Board. We heard from a number of the members, Sarah, Marilyn, we heard from Adonis, spent a lot of time negotiating these with the business operators and developers. Saves us a lot of the time because they're doing a lot of the work up front as well. So I am supportive. And do we have a motion?
Yes, sir. We have a motion by Commissioner Dominguez, and seconded by Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, let's call the vote.
It's a roll call. Vice Mayor Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
No.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved as is.
Thank you. Let's call R7B, adopting.
Yes, sir. And for the record, Commissioner Fernandez has requested to defer R7C till the January meeting. So we're going to be doing that. And R7C is leave, I'm sorry, R7C, we go. R7C.
R7B.
R7B. R7B is a public hearing, adopt First Amendment to fiscal year 2024 capital budget, R7B, public hearing.
Good afternoon, Tamika Stewart, Budget Director. This is the First Amendment to the capital budget. It contains 4 items. It recommends an increase of $93,900 and the transfer of $401,000, $497,000 between existing projects. So the first project is a Marine Patrol Dock Improvements projects. The city has received a grant of $93,900, and we are required to have a grant match. So the recommendation is to appropriate the match of $93,900 from available Mid-Beach Quality of Life funds in order to accept this grant. The next project is a Soundscape Park project that has a funding gap right now of $75,000 based on the contractor's costs. The recommendation is to appropriate savings from the Mid-Beach Beach Walk project that has been completed with savings in order to move forward with this project. The third project is the Bass Museum window replacement project. There is a funding gap of $276,000. The recommendation is to transfer funding from the Bass Museum fire alarm replacement project that is going to be incorporated with the Arts and Culture Geobond project for the Bass Museum. And then the final project is the 41st Street Fountain Restoration Project. There is a funding gap of $50,000. The recommendation is to take funding temporarily from the 41st Street Bridges Repair Project. This is a collaboration with FDOT. FDOT is going to start first in 2024 with a structural repair, and then the city will do later on the replacement of the tiles. So once we get closer to when the city's funds are needed, we'll come back to commission to fully fund this project.
I move the item, Mr. Mayor.
I'll second.
It is a public hearing if you want me to call. Is there anyone here on, on R7B it's a budget amendment. And we have on Zoom, Marilyn, are you here to speak on the budget?
No.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Sorry.
Or lower your hand. There's no one on Zoom, Mayor, so we may close the public hearing.
Okay, no objection. We'll call the vote.
It's a voice vote. If all in favor?
All in favor? Aye.
No objections? It's unanimous. R7B is approved.
I'm just going to call a very quick item. Commissioner Fernandez, R7G.
Mr.
Call
Mayor.
it up.
Just a motion to refer R7G to the Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee.
So R7G's approved design Chase Avenue and 34th Street shared use path, but instead it is now being requested to be a referral to?
The Public Safety and Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee.
May we do so by acclamation, unanimous? So R7G is sent to public safety.
Thank you, colleagues.
I'm going to call R9W, kiosks.
R9W, discuss, take action, termination of agreement for digital media kiosk. R9W.
Okay, so to quell any concerns or rumors, this is an item that I'm bringing because I was elected to represent the residents, and since 2017, the residents of Miami Beach have said very clearly that they do not want electronic, brightly lit kiosks in their public rights of way, nor in their historic districts. And yet here we are after we killed it. MBU, by the way, issued a resolution opposing this in 2017 under previous mayor, or 2 mayors ago now, I guess. And when it came up again in 2021, MBU again issued a resolution echoing the voices of residents that this was not the right product for our city in the way it was being proposed. And those voices have not gotten any lighter. In fact, those voices have gotten stronger. In 2017, you might have made an argument that getting information into the public hands might have been useful, but who does not carry a smartphone with them now? That is not a thing. We also have a pandemic that has just happened, and people are even less likely to put forth, touch a public touch screen when the information they're seeking is right in their hand. But more importantly than that, it's just not the right product. I'm not going to get into whether it's legal or not legal. There are plenty of lawyers in here who have opposing views on this. I'll let them duke it out. I personally come down on it's not permissible, but I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to make my argument on that. I just want to refer this to committee because, again, as I said on a previous matter, it is not my intention to make Miami Beach a city that is already notoriously difficult to do business in. It is not my intention to make Miami Beach have even more of a reputation about being a tough place to do business. It is my intention to make sure that the products or the programs that are approved by this city are things that benefit our residents and our tourists. And I do not believe these do. We already have very congested walkways. As an able-bodied person, it can be very difficult to navigate. If you're pushing a stroller or walking a dog, or God forbid, using a cane or a wheelchair, they're very hard to navigate. We have very unique historic neighborhoods all over our city that do not need these unsightly, inappropriately designed, very brightly lit kiosks. And moreover, it is basically a ploy for advertising revenue. And we don't have control over the messaging that is being sent. So it can be, one day it can be for a fabulous art exhibition at the Bass Museum. The next day or the next minute, it could be for, those little squeezy drinks that you can get, the little alcoholic drinks, which they're businesses, and I understand they're legal products, but if we're trying to quell the chaos that happens at certain times in our city, maybe we would like a little bit more control over what gets advertised. I just want us all to recommend that this goes to a committee so this can be vetted. If there is, not vetted, it's been vetted, but the residents have not been consulted early enough in this process. These items do not belong in the public rights of way. Possibly we could find a compromise and position them in entrances to garages where people are sort of figuring out where they're going and how to get there, possibly. But I don't understand why these came back at the very last minute to the commission to be considered. I don't understand why they are being forced into the city against residents' will. The South 5th neighborhood suggested that they didn't care to have them in their neighborhood, and they were magically withdrawn from their neighborhood. It's just not the right thing for us, and I don't understand how we're sitting here all these years after 2017 having this conversation yet again. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Suarez.
If, let me ask Rafael, if we were to back out of this, what would be the cost impact to the city?
So, Commissioner, by backing, I don't know if my mic is working. So by backing out, just want to be clear, we have an agreement in place with the Ike Kiosk contractor. There is no termination for convenience provision under the contract for 15 years. And that was negotiated and approved by the City Commission last year. So if the direction was to nevertheless terminate, then that would be a breach of the contract, and the city would be responsible for damages for the breach of contract. At a minimum, the vendor has paid $1 million in their first payment that would be highly inequitable for the city to retain. And there is a limitation of liability provision in the contract for additional damages up to $100,000. We have been placed on notice by the law firm representing Ike Kiosk that they believe that they will sue us, and that they will sue us for a breach of contract, seeking remedies, and so we will be litigating the limitation of liability provision and the enforceability of that in this context. So there could be significant exposure, even in excess of the 1.1 million, which itself is a significant number. But again, this is not an action that would be pursuant to a termination for convenience provision, but rather the city intentionally defaulting on the contract.
Okay. Let me ask you, who decides where these kiosks are placed within the city administration? Madam Manager?
Commissioner, that is a decision that's made through the Public Works Department in coordination with the company.
May I call up the Public Works Director? Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Hello. Hey, Joe. So, so what is the criteria for where these billboards are placed?
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mr. Mayor. Again, Joe Gomez, Public Works Director, for the record. The criteria, they submit drawings, each location. They submit a drawing to us that shows the site location, the clearances that are required. So there's a specific evaluation that we do for each of the locations. We don't select. They come in with their proposed location, and we review it to see if it's feasible or not.
Has there been any engagement with any of the communities that these things are going to be placed?
I think
by the administration?
By the administration?
Mm-hmm.
No, sir.
Why not?
I don't think that, I think under the way the contract is structured, I think the location of the siting of of where the kiosks are going to go is a responsibility of of Ike to be able to work with the community. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they have done considerable amount of networking and coordination with some of the, look, for example, in Lincoln Road, I believe there was a lot of interaction with the bid and things of that nature.
Okay, so you're telling me that the placement of these kiosks is primarily determined by the vendor and not the city?
To an extent, that is correct, and I think that's a function of where they want their exposure. However, if we have issues with the location as it pertains to clearances for the sidewalk or other issues, then at that point, we work with them to make sure that that is mitigated.
So, Madam City Manager, I find it a little disturbing that there's been no engagement with the community on where these signs were going to be potentially placed, and if there was any sort of formal process that a neighborhood can appeal to the locations. I certainly don't like the fact that the vendor is deciding where to put these with no community involvement. I certainly wouldn't want to see this in my neighborhood. I think this is an issue where there is no engagement in our in our community to properly vet these projects. Now, that being said, I think it is a terrible precedent to renege on the deals of the city. And the last thing I want to do as a city commissioner up here is set a precedent for going back on our award. And I think that's a big slippery slope. And I would appreciate if the city administration can learn a big lesson here, where community engagement is very important when deciding these issues, because we're locked in for 15 years. I don't know why why it's 15 years. I mean, I think that's too long. I mean, if there's some complaints, let me ask you, Joe, is there any recourse for moving these kiosks? Maybe I'll ask Ralph, but.
Yes, sir, and I think we've been working with the folks on Mike when there is a specific issue of concern where the location may be placed, or the kiosk may be placed in the wrong location and all that. We can work with them to relocate it.
Speaking to the contract, if there is, for example, a location maybe on Ocean Drive where an individual does not want the kiosk there after it's been built for maybe 1 or 2 years because for whatever reason, and does the commission have the ability to tell the vendor that, hey, we need you to move this? And would they be contractually obligated to move the kiosk?
So before answering that question, Commissioner, and I'd have to look at the contract for that specific question, but the initial installation in the first place is something that the contractor does not have the unilateral right to do. The proposed locations have to go to either the DRB or the HPB in those, if their location is in a historic district, and at those public hearings, then the issues are vetted and they have to get their regulatory approval under the contract.
If for some reason we need to change a location,
Yeah,
is there a process of which at least the commission can direct the vendor? Ralph, sure.
Yeah, through the chair. Good afternoon, commissioners, mayor. Congratulations to all the new commissioners as well. Yes, the city, in its wisdom, negotiated for the right to seek relocation of a kiosk upon the city's request. So if there were to be an issue with any particular kiosk, you just reach out to us. We will relocate it. We're here to be partners with the city, not confrontational. Anything the city asks of us, we will do. I think the narrative that was initially put forth is I don't think a complete picture. I know there was some opposition to these things in 2017. There was very little to no opposition in 2020 when this process started. We received letters of support from multiple organizations, the Lincoln Road bid, the Washington Avenue bid, the Ocean Drive Association. They later withdrew that support based on, some issues.
That's fine. So if you're telling me that there is a process,
yes,
of which the city can move a kiosk where it may not be wanted anymore, okay? I think I cannot move forward on this because the precedent that's going to be set, and I know our city attorney has reservations about this, because it will open the door for more of these these reneging on contracts that we have voted on and approved. And one thing that I have learned in life is that your award is priceless. Okay, and so I think that the city should stick by its word.
Thank you. I actually had Commissioner Fernandez, and then Commissioner Bott, and then Commissioner Magazine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too have concerns about breaking an agreement that we already have in place, and the fiscal impact that will have to the city, and then the precedent that it sets, as well stated by our colleague. But I just want to go back on the point on resident engagement, because I do think that that is important. Mr. Attorney, as you stated, this has to go to DRB and HPB when it's not when it's in a historic district, it goes to HPB. When it's not in a historic district, it has to be approved by the Design Review Board.
Yes.
And those hearings, I guess interested parties within a certain radius would receive mailed notice of these hearings?
Yes, sir.
So in essence, the public is engaged, the public is able to go appear at these public hearings, oppose these items if they have concerns with it. And then, as well stated by our colleague, if even then it's approved and there still continues to be concerns, they can come to us and we can raise it to the administration, and these could potentially be removed or relocated. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And if I can add that the DRB application was continued to the January meeting, and HPB heard the item and continued the matter to their February meeting after providing substantial comments to the applicant to consider making changes to their application in response to many of the matters raised today.
And so let me ask you this, because right now we have a contract, and so clearly we can't leave this contract. But what happens if the DRB or the HPB do not approve placement of these kiosks?
Well, the contract provides that installation is subject to regulatory approval.
Subject to.
It is.
So regulatory approval is not required. In other words, there's no obligation for HPB to approve these. However, HPB, in its wisdom, can choose under its jurisdiction not to approve these or not. So right now, there is an avenue. If residents have concerns, there is an avenue for them to appear with their concerns, for them to get their concerns heard in a way that does not expose the city to this liability. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. The boards would apply the criteria that they would apply to any similar application. And if it's not approved, then under the contract, there is no right to install the kiosk at that location.
So I think right now our process protects the interests of the residents and the interests of the city as well. We have contractual agreement that dictates a certain process for the consideration and the vetting of each one of these kiosks. That is before these regulatory boards, who retain the authority either to approve this or not to approve this under said criteria. And so I feel comfortable that our residents can be well represented, well heard, and in these boards. And if some of these kiosks shouldn't be moving forward, that would be right now the appropriate avenue through which to do it without exposing us to great liability. To my colleague and the sponsor, I can't support you on this at this time, because I do feel the residents do have that arena to achieve this same objective, which is not to have these kiosks in their neighborhoods, at the appropriate board, which is not the city commission at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Bott?
So, a few things. First of all, under county law, they're not legal. Under state law, I believe they're not legal because they're considered, I don't know what the technical term is, the multiple news rack display, and we don't allow that here in Miami Beach and haven't for a long time. I appreciate your comments, and I am very concerned about setting a precedent. I am not taking that lightly. I'm a business person, and I do value my word, so I'm not suggesting we terminate the contract today. What I was suggesting is that we move it to a committee discussion, to FERC, and discuss how best to move forward. My concern with HPB and DRB, which I agree is a good avenue for these discussions, is that, well, first of all, I would never have approved a contract that said that the vendor gets to decide where to place these items, because that's ceding control over our most precious resource, which is our brand of our city. I know Washington Avenue would be interested in having them, perhaps. I know there are places where they could potentially work. My concern with the DRB HPB route is that notice is sent out to people in affected areas, but we do not know where these kiosks are intended to go because that has not yet been determined. And I think it's wildly wasteful to install them and then uproot them, and you know, that's construction, that's obstruction to the right of way. It's expensive. We have, you know, I would rather get them put in the right place the first time out. And I think that is a very reasonable conversation to have and engage residents across the city and business, you know, districts. And if Lincoln Road and Washington Avenue are eager to receive them with open arms, if our parking garages are a good place, then so be it. I understand look, I am an advertising and branding person. I spent my whole career in marketing. I get it. It's a revenue generator, and it's a vehicle to get ad sales. I got it. I really do. And so I know that position and location is really important, and I respect that as well, but not at the cost of what it does to our public rights of way and to our brand in our most historic areas. I mean, can you imagine that iconic night shot of Ocean Drive with all the neon lit up? And in addition to that, you also have these kiosks that are glowing with, you know, Sambuca ads or whatever they are. We have, you know, we dim our lights for parts of the year for sea turtle nesting season. There are lots of reasons why we need to proactively have a conversation about where these go and how. And that's what I'm trying to effectuate. I'm not suggesting to terminate it. I mean, if I had my way, sure, I'd wave a magic wand and undo all of this, but I don't. And I'm not, you know, I'm a pragmatist. So let's have the conversation in a robust way, and if there's a mechanism so that everybody can be apprised of HPB and DRB, not just the people. I don't know how you would even inform residents that it's coming up if there's no affected area for them to be within the radius thereof.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, personally, not that anybody asked, but I don't like these. I wouldn't vote for them, but I will not set precedent and just breach a contract besides the direct financial implications that we would have, which I think at the end of the day I'd be able to get comfortable around, you know, because that does seem somewhat finite. Just the precedent that sends, the message to the business community, that's not a path that I am comfortable venturing down. I watched the HPB meeting yesterday, and I was incredibly surprised how robust that discussion was. It actually talked about things like the city's ability to dim lighting and things of that nature. I do think we need to ensure we maintain a very robust process of where these are being placed. I saw one area that was suggested, it was right out front of a restaurant, Baoli, which is notoriously very tight on about 20th and Collins. So there does need to be some work around the edges. Again, I don't disagree with Commissioner Bott's overall premise on these products, but I also don't want to go down the path of relitigating commitments that previous commissions made. And in fact, I think from a legal standpoint, even referring it to a committee or things like that, I'd be afraid it would even weaken HPB and design review boards' ability to essentially have their mandate, because then I'd be afraid that it would just be looked at as a backdoor way of trying to, you know, reject these entirely.
I'll speak briefly. I actually did not support this when it came up. It passed 5-2, but I was not supportive of the item. But that being said, for the reasons articulated, I won't repeat them. I have concerns about reneging on the contract. I see we have another visitor up here.
Yes.
I would ask, before I address you, I will say, Mr. Andretti, right now, so far, I've really only heard from one or two people. You may have heard from them as well. I would just ask, it would behoove you to try to work with them, and because I think you're talking about.
We always do. And is this my opportunity to speak through the chair?
I'll address you, and then I'll address Mike Laurenti, and then I want to bring it home.
Okay. Just really quickly, I have 3 points I'd like to make. Three. And I'll be quick. The first one is easy. Even MDPL supports these, and they don't support anything, so I think that says something. Number two, what you're going to hear from Mr. Llorente is that these are illegal, okay? That's nonsense. He's a friend, but it's nonsense. They're deployed in the city of Miami. They're deployed in Aventura. They're deployed in Coral Gables. Your city attorney has opined that they're legal, has rejected Mr. Llorente's theory. I don't know, about 4 or 5 times now. This is probably going to be the 6th time that he says the same. He makes the same, argument. And the state of Florida, who is control of its own rights of ways, has indicated and entered into an MOU with my client and the city of Miami that these things are legal and allowable to be in the right of way. So I would respectfully urge you to disregard the arguments that Mr. Llorente is going to make and be guided by your city attorney's professional opinion, which is they are permissible, and his argument is rejected. Finally, the issue with Ms. Bott's recommendation to refer to committee, that's killing this process by procedure, and here's why. The DRB and the HPB are not going to listen to our applications. They said that yesterday, until such time as the commission decides this issue, whether you're going to terminate or not. We have a contractual obligation to apply for our permits by a date certain in the agreement. If we don't apply by that date, then we're in breach of the agreement. Then you have cause to cancel. So all that is creating a vehicle by which the city can then claim we're in default because we didn't apply for our permits on time. And we can't apply for our permits until we get approval from the DRB and HPB. So this matter of termination has to be decided today so that the city can fulfill its contractual obligations to Ike. And I stand here to answer any other questions you all may have. Thank
Great,
you.
Thank you. And since you made your rebuttal already to the argument that
He
Mr.
may raise new
Llorente-
ones, so I reserve the right to rebut again.
Mr. Llorente.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'll make 3 points as well, and they'll be even shorter than my good friend Ralph's. Number 1, the kiosks are illegal. I'm not going to get into the detail. I've made the arguments before. I've memorialized those arguments in the form of a letter, and I am firmly convicted in that belief that the kiosks are illegal. Will not elaborate. I did want to make 2 other points or clarifications for your consideration. Number 1, the locations are not chosen by the vendor. At the end of the day, they're chosen by the city. The very first line of this term sheet that was approved by the commission says the city manager will initially approve 15 locations. And there are multiple references throughout the contract that the locations are the city's decision. So to the extent that this board wants to get involved in the selection before they're sent over to the HPB or the DRB, you are well within your contractual rights to do so. The final point I'll make is that I've looked at this contract several times just now, and I've looked at it previously. I do not see any right of this commission, to your point, Commissioner Suarez, I do not see any provision in this contract that would allow the city to mandate the relocation of any device. If Mr. Andrade is making that representation here, sort of sua sponte from the podium, that's one thing. But I don't believe the city has a contractual right to require relocation. Thank you.
I like the legal terminology. Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
The motion is to refer the item to the Finance Committee for an update on, and for continued conversation.
Commissioner Suarez?
I just, to Mr. Llorente's point.
Yes, my understanding is that the agreement allows for relocation at no cost to the city if necessary for a roadway construction project, harmonization, flood mitigation, or other public safety reasons.
A harmonization would fall under, so if the commission wanted to move one of the kiosks because we didn't, for whatever reason, are we able,
So my understanding is you would not have for whatever reason, for any or no reason, but if there was an articulated public safety reason or for these other, for roadway construction, harmonization, flood mitigation efforts, then you could request and they would have to relocate.
Okay, Commissioner Bott, and then we're going to call it in for the vote.
And there are, I apologize, and there are 3 where you can move for any reason whatsoever,
Exactly.
Removal for convenience, and if the city pays the cost of those relocations. For the ones that are at the city's convenience.
is that something that we can change today?
Just tell me. No, just tell me. We'll agree to absorb the cost if the city wants to relocate at your convenience.
Then I make a motion to
Wait.
not move forward on this.
I have a question before you make a motion, please.
Well, he can make the motion.
Oh, sorry,
then,
okay.
There's a motion on the table. Can he make a second motion?
It has not been seconded yet.
First motion to refer to committee has not been seconded.
Okay.
And I make a motion to not move forward with this, or to call a vote on this item.
But the only vote, Commissioner, the only motion on the floor is to refer to committee. Commissioner Bott stated that she was not going to proceed with a motion for a termination of the contract.
I just have a quick process question.
What our city attorney just said, Commissioner Suarez, is that the Commissioner Bott has represented she is not going to call this item, so there's no reason to make a motion. She's not going to call it.
Okay.
But she has made the motion to refer the kiosk issues to
Right,
committee.
so that's the only motion on the table.
But it hasn't been seconded.
I second the motion.
And I just have a quick question. Tom, normally when we notice residents for an item coming before the HPB or the DRB, they are within 375 feet of that project. In the event which we are finding ourselves in now, where we don't have decided upon locations, how would you propose to notice residents? Could it be citywide?
Yeah, the applications that are pending before the DRB and HPB were noticed citywide with a published notice. So we could do one of two things. We could do a citywide mail notice for both boards, or we could identify the general locations and do a radius from those general locations.
So we could do citywide via email and advertising or whatever you do normally. And then we could do a mailed location citywide, a mail notification as well citywide?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be possible for the applicant to pick up that mail cost?
I don't know the structure of the contract in that regard, so I couldn't tell you right now.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'm still kind of new to this, but I'd like to take back my second.
Okay. So we have a motion on the table from Commissioner Bott to refer to committee. Do we have a second?
But I have a question.
Okay, we were about to close the item, but.
Well, there's no motion on the table because there's no second.
Correct.
But are you proposing an amendment to, I guess, it sounds like you're agreeing to move devices at cost.
Correct.
That otherwise the city would have to absorb.
Correct. So if the city attorney sends us a one-page letter agreement, we'll amend, we'll sign.
And the sponsor of the item is proposing also some specific public notification so that the public can adequately be notified and participate in the public process as well. And so I think it probably would be well received for my colleague to probably present that in the form of a motion, because I do think that does advance a good public purpose that I think we can all agree to, and it is a good path forward. If you want to make the motion, I'll be happy to second it.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Commissioner Fernandez. This will be a motion to amend the contract as it is currently so that Ike would pick up any costs of any moving of kiosks if necessary as deemed by the city for any reason, not just for those already stated, and that both the DRB and the HBB planning meetings will be thoroughly citywide, publicly noticed in every means available. So via email, via whatever print advertising has to happen by law, as well as a citywide mailer, which will be picked up, the cost of which will be picked up by Ike.
By the applicant.
By the applicant.
And I second that motion.
And we
Okay.
agree.
Let's call the vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous, 7-0.
Great.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's call my item, although there's multiple co-sponsors, so thank you for that. R5J. If you can call that up, Ralph.
Yes, sir. R5J. R5J is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the resiliency code of the city of Miami Beach by amending chapter 2 entitled Administration and Review Procedures. Article 4 entitled Amendments to Comprehensive Plan and to Text of Land Development Regulations by amending section 2.4.2 entitled Amendment to the Text of Land Development Regulations to require an affirmative vote of 6/7 of all members of the city commission prior to any future increase in the floor area or floor area ratio, FAR, of any property to the city and providing for a repealer, codification, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading. The item requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5J.
Great, so I'll tee it up just very briefly because thank you to my co-sponsors, Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, Commissioner Bott, Commissioner Dominguez. So we have the 5 votes on the item, so I won't belabor it. But basically this item that I brought, sheesh, 4 or 5 months ago. Right now, it takes a 5/7 vote to increase FAR, floor area ratio, basically height density. Looking for responsible development, not overdevelopment. This gives an extra layer and really came into play when the Florida legislature took away the voter referendum rights on private development projects. So I think this is a good check, an additional check on what our residents are clearly telling us what they envision for our city, not to have overdevelopment. So if somebody wants to move the item.
Moved.
I'll move it.
Second.
Okay, great.
Motion by Commissioner Fernandez, second by Commissioner Dominguez is what I heard. Great.
Unless there's any objection, can we call the vote?
No discussion, so Vice Mayor Rosen-Gonzalez. Oh, it is not a public hearing, it's a first reading.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bott,
Most definitely.
Commissioner Dominguez. Commissioner Suarez. I'm sorry, he's absent.
He voted yes.
He
when
voted
stepped
yes.
out.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Item passes. Second reading public hearing is scheduled for January 31st. R5J.
Okay, let's go to R5Z. That's Commissioner Magazine, your item. Prohibit balloons at public marinas.
Would like to wait for Commissioner
Yep.
Suarez if possible, through the chair.
May I read it in the meantime, or? Oh, you want to call another one?
Oh, because he's a co-sponsor, so you want to wait? Let's call,
Oh, it's his item, yeah.
let's call R5L, fencing requirements ordinance. Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
R5L is
City
an
Clerk will
ordinance
call
of
it.
the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code at Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 5, Supplementary District Regulations, Section 7.5.1 generally, Supplementary District Regulations, Section 7.516 entitled Vacant and Abandoned Properties and Construction Sites by amending and expanding existing regulations for minimum fence and screening requirements and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and effective date. This is a first reading. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5L.
I don't always love to create more laws and regulations because I feel like we're drowning in them. There's nobody here. Am I vice mayor? What's going on?
You are vice mayor.
Should I just make a motion and move it?
Not sufficient vote.
It's not that exciting. It's a first reading. It's about fencing requirements. It's so that our vacant properties look nice, beautiful. We can't have something like the Deauville sitting there deteriorating. For example, Location Ventures and Rishi Kapoor's abandoned site on Washington Avenue. You know, I would like it to go even further. Do you want to explain exactly what we're adding, Mr. Mooney?
Sure, be happy to. The proposal does a couple of things with regard to vacant and abandoned properties. First, it extends the applicability to all districts. Currently, there's an exception for single-family districts. It also now would require that the fence be measured from the yard elevation where the fence is proposed to be installed, so that for security purposes, in case the yard is a little bit higher than where sidewalk grade is, you'll always have that security. It also requires a minimum of 7 foot high, with the exception of single-family districts that can have a lower height. Additionally, the fence must be aluminum picket, which is considered the gold standard for perimeter fencing. and it could no longer be a chain link fence or some type of wood fence that doesn't allow for visibility. Lastly, there's a proposal to have minimum landscape requirements on the lot. In addition to raising the site to sidewalk grade so that we don't have any issues with pooling water or flooding, a minimum amount of shrubs and palm trees would be required. However, they would have to be installed in a manner that allows unimpeded visibility of the site for safety and security reasons. There is an amendment that has been proposed by Commissioner Bott, and Commissioner, if you'd like, I can go ahead and summarize that for you.
Sure.
Commissioner Bott has proposed that some latitude be granted for single-family homes with regard to the material, so that in single-family districts, the homeowner would have the option of using aluminum picket or a black and green vinyl-coated chain-link fence. And Commissioner Bott has also suggested that the landscape requirements not be mandatory for single-family lots.
Okay, first of all, I have no problem with excluding single-family homes. When does this kick in, Tom? Is it after 6 months of being vacant, or is it immediate vacancy? Because that is it's been so long since I had this ordinance, I can't even believe it finally got called.
Currently, this would apply to vacant lots that are either vacant or contain a subject that has been either abandoned or vacant for more than 30 days.
So this was more for commercial properties when I was envisioning it, and I really don't want to give homeowners any added expense. I would exclude this for single-family homes. I don't think we need it for single-family homes. I'm looking at large commercial sites. I'd even like to add in lighting. Do you see where the Raleigh is, how beautiful they made that site?
Yeah, no,
I would like all
that
of our
looks great.
abandoned locations to look like that, with landscaping, a nice fence, and actually lighting. And we did not include lighting in here, which is a pain in the butt. But you know what? If you have a large commercial space, I mean, if you'd like to have this for residential too, we can. But this was more commercial.
So with the mayor's permission, I did clear this with staff. First, I have a couple of slides of photographs to illustrate and why I wanted to include single-family homes.
Sure.
PJ, if you don't mind.
Just don't want to give them any more.
So this is a single-family home someplace on North Bay Road. Around the 50s or so, somewhere between the 50s and 60s. If they're building an enormous waterfront property, there is absolutely no excuse that this kind of fencing can be permitted and to be in this kind of state of disarray. And there were about a dozen photographs like this around the perimeter of the property. I only pulled out a couple. By comparison, go to the next one, please. By comparison, this was a few doors away, and while this isn't attractive, to your point, Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez, this at least is tidy and clean and doesn't look like, something terrible has happened on that site. And then if you go to the previous one, the one at night, that is actually a commercial property, and it is in disarray. There's another one I didn't get a picture of where the fence is always ratty and the screen is always torn and graffitied, and this is not secured. These are supposed to be secured. So I would like there to be an increased responsibility for commercial lots, and I would also like there to be an increased responsibility for homeowners. What I was trying to protect the smaller homeowner. I don't want them to have to build something really fancy because that is an additional cost. But if you are building a multi-million-dollar home on a multi-million-dollar property, A, make sure the fence looks great, and B, make sure it is maintained properly. And I don't know what the correct vehicle is for that, but I figured this was a good place to start.
That's great. For properties in single-family districts, a black or green vinyl-coated chain link fence, fine. Okay, as amended. I would actually also, for the commercial properties, I would like to add in lighting, ground lighting. Are you guys okay with that for large commercial? How could I designate this? This is for example,
This
the
is first
Jogo
reading,
site.
and for second reading, we could include some text that would have a lighting requirement for commercial properties?
I would say for properties assessed over $5 million, something like that. And that is an arbitrary number, but I can come up with something better, probably between first and second reading.
Or maybe we could let the staff,
Yeah.
with your permission, through the chair, maybe we could let staff say this is where the bulk of the higher net worth properties are. Maybe it's as low as $2 million. I mean, that's a lot of money to me, so.
Okay, all right, so I would amend this between first and second reading. We're gonna add in a lighting requirement, and the idea is that these different vacant sites that are either under construction or abandoned across the city, especially that location venture site, which is driving me crazy with those pillars and it has like the unfinished rebar sticking up into the air. I mean, I want that, we need to have that covered. That's on one of our main corridors. Actually, that would be a great location for the fire station, if you really think about it. We could get it out of receivership. Where is Location Ventures, the Rishi Kapoor site, Tom?
That's located on Washington Avenue, south of 13th Street, between 12th and 13th.
Exactly what we needed. And it's right there, and it is abandoned, and I think it's in receivership. We should try to buy it out of receivership. That would probably be the best property deal that we do. And we put the fire station on a commercial corridor, which doesn't have to go and ruin a single family home. That's another thing. I just added it in here because I thought about it. But anyway, this is positive. It's a win-win, and actually it encourages people to get their sites, clean it up, develop it, get it done.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. If this item's not already in there, when you're looking at single-family homes and the fencing, make sure that there's language that it's not, it doesn't have commercial advertising on it. When I did a tour at Palm Hibiscus, there were a couple homes that had fencing with that, and we had to get code involved, and it got a little complicated for them to remove it.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes, thank you for bringing this. I'm going to be supportive. Wondering if there would be any appetite for a slate-friendly amendment, and I would ask legal to opine, because obviously I don't want to get up against any First Amendment rights, but after coming off of the election, I think it would be very smart policy to also forbid on any abandoned or vacant lot political signage, because, essentially what it became is just candidates running over to an abandoned lot, and whoever got there first put up their sign, and there was no real control over it. It's not the end of the world, but I just think something that kind of cleans up the look of our city.
I fully support that.
Me three.
And Mayor, and Commissioner Magazine, we'll take a look at that and research it and the constitutional issues regarding that. It may be that if we can do that, it would be a separate amendment to the sign code, but we're happy to research it.
And one thing more. For the residential homes, so a homeowner just texted me, could you do 90 days instead of 30 days so that you have, 90 days, you have a little extra cushion as a resident. Maybe you could get something done that you need to get done and you don't have to incur that extra expense. For example, the idea that, I don't know if you've seen these constructions around the trees at every building site. To me, it seems like such a ridiculous expense that we are incurring on our homeowners. Why on earth are we requiring anybody doing work on their house to build a box around a tree? It looks awful. It's expensive. I don't know how to reverse that. How can I reverse that too, if we're talking about?
That, I believe, is a requirement from green space management and from urban forestry in order to protect trees from unintended damage by construction vehicles.
The cost, I can't even imagine what the cost is, but I'm going to actually bring an item next month to possibly reverse that cost for our residents who are already going crazy between the insurance cost, the tax increase, taxes. It's just so expensive, the construction cost, and we're requiring these ridiculous tree boxes. Every time I see one, I clench my teeth, and I'm like, it's wrong. So I'm going to bring that, but 90 days for residents then instead of 30, Tom, and you'll bring something forward between first and second reading. With that, I move this item.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Second.
Okay. Okay, last thing, and then we'll.
I don't want to take too much time, but I'm hoping for the vacant commercial properties along the beach, in the lighting doesn't affect any sea turtles. I don't know, Amy, if, yeah, so, I mean, do we actually need lighting on vacant properties along the beach at all?
I think it's the street side. more along the
Okay.
street side.
All right, well, I think the intent was to make sure that there's no vagrants in the lot, right?
I'm sure that if they have to do lighting, and they have to do lighting along the beach walk, and it's a large multi-million, almost billion-dollar oceanfront property, then they can put in turtle-friendly amber ambient lighting.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion?
Amber.
A second?
A second. Oh, we
Call
have-
the roll?
As amended.
As amended?
Yes.
Okay. As amended, on item R5L, Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The item is approved as amended. Second reading public hearing is January 31st. Pause, you want me to repeat the amendments I have, or you have them?
We have them.
Yeah, okay.
Great, thank you. Good item. R5Z, prohibit balloons at public marinas, beaches, parks.
Yes, sir. R5Z is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach amending chapter 82 of the code of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Public Property by amending Article 3 entitled Use of Public Property by amending Division 1 entitled Generally by creating Section 82-73 thereof entitled Balloons prohibited at public marinas, marine facilities, parks, and beaches, to prohibit the possession or use of balloons at public marinas, marine facilities, parks, and beaches, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a first reading. The item is R5Z.
Commissioner Suarez, this is your item, co-sponsored by Commissioner Magazine.
Hi. I think it's important that Miami Beach continue to be a leader in sustainability and doing whatever we can, minus whatever state preemptions we have as far as plastic. And, you know, I'm an avid boater, I'm an avid fisherman, I'm always in the water when I'm not campaigning. And like some of the callers said at the Sutnick Hour, they see balloons everywhere in our waterways, and a lot of that is because of you know, people just don't understand when you release balloons from either our marinas or our parks or our beaches, it ends up in the ocean. And you know, I have some pictures here I'd love to present, Mr. Mayor. And you know, I think. Well, first of all, I'd love to hear from my colleagues. I don't want to waste much time. I think we would have consensus on this. So.
Yeah, I'm guessing you would, but actually,
Yeah.
just Commissioner Magazine is one of the sponsors. Let me.
Yep, appreciate bringing this ordinance. Environment is of paramount concern. Think this is crucial. I would ask, and perhaps we don't have to make a motion on it today, but just between first and second reading, to see if we really want to include parks in that. Marinas, beaches, I am 100,000% fully supportive. As somebody that lives across from Canopy Park and sees a fair number of children's birthday parties across there, I don't want this to become overkill. You know, those balloons aren't flying off into the ocean, into our public rights of ways and things like that. But I am fully supportive of the ordinance, including marinas and beaches, because it's crucial that we do not continue polluting our waterways. It's really one of our most precious resources here in Miami Beach.
Thank you, Commissioner Dominguez. Okay. Okay. Without objection.
Rafael, so I want to amend it to.
So just one point of clarification. This is first reading, and for second reading, Commissioner Suarez has proposed, instead of a mandatory notice of violation, that a code could provide a warning as an option, a written warning to someone that is violating the provision, provided that the balloons are either thrown away in a receptacle or popped if they're inflated. And so that would give a little more flexibility to code to you know, manage the issues as you educate the community about the requirement.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Without any objection, call the vote.
And seconded by Commissioner Magazine? So as amended, Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
She was absent, but she said yes.
Commissioner Magazine. Yes. Commissioner Bott. Oh, out.
She's not here.
See, Commissioner Bott is absent. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading public hearing is January 31st. The item is, as amended, approved.
Okay, let's go to C4C. This was a referral item to the Finance Committee that was pulled from consent.
I think Commissioner Bott pulled it, though.
Okay.
It was pulled by two people, but, so,
It's built by two people?
yeah, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez and Commissioner Bott separated the item.
Call another,
I
let's
think they're
call
both gone.
R9I.
Yes, sir. R9I is discuss, take action, Police Department staffing, enforcement of reckless driving, speeding, requested by Commissioner Suarez, Magazine, and Bott.
Is your item, Commissioner Suarez?
Yeah. Part of the reason why I got elected was because of the out-of-control nature that we have on our streets. And I have witnessed it firsthand that there seems to be a lawlessness on our roads, particularly as it involves speeding and reckless driving. And, I would like to get an update on how we are enforcing our laws on the roads. And so, Madam Manager, how many traffic police officers do we have dedicated for speeding and reckless driving on our city roads?
Commissioner Suarez, I don't know that number off the top of my head. I would ask our chief to respond to that through the mayor.
Chief Jones, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Wayne Jones, Police Chief. I can take a stab at that question for you, Commissioner. The truth is we have a motor unit, one of the largest in the county. We have 12 officers assigned to a motor unit. But more broadly speaking, the entire police department, patrol division, is trained and actively do traffic enforcement. I want to throw some numbers at you. I think to sort of put in perspective the amount of work we do in terms of traffic enforcement. So last year we wrote 62,000 tickets, traffic enforcement. Year to date, as of last week, there are 57,000 tickets. We write anywhere from 5,200 to 5,800 tickets a month. And so we do quite a bit of traffic enforcement throughout the city.
Again, so how many traffic officers do we have for?
12 motormen assigned to traffic, but each of our 437 budgeted officers are expected to, and often do traffic enforcement. We also have a traffic homicide investigation unit, and much of their work outside of investigating traffic homicides is traffic enforcement as well.
So we only have 12 traffic police officers to cover 7 square miles of the beach. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's more than most departments have, but we have 12 motor officers. Their full-time job every day is traffic enforcement.
Okay. So, I know firsthand along Fifth Street, there is constant speeding. And the other day, I think I raised this to your attention and Madam Manager's attention of a gentleman who lives on Collins in Mid-Beach, and he emailed a couple times, and I want to bring up his email. His email says, numerous neighbors of mine and surrounding buildings in the 50s and 60s on Collins have been getting together to talk about extreme problem with car racing down from 57th Street to 67th Street at all times of the day when there seems to be a lapse in traffic, but especially between 2 and 5 a.m. The engine revving, racing, motorcycle noise, Ferrari noise, souped up BMWs is out of control and waking up people every night. The police are ignoring it. I brought it to their attention months ago, and they did nothing. The last mayor did nothing. If you poll the people who live in the multi-block neighborhood on Collins, they would ask for some kind of police activity shut down some of this racing. Some kind of strips in the road, which I saw they put in a couple of streets recently that slowed traffic down. Many of the Ferraris and Lamborghinis that are racing are rented, and if they get stopped, there should be a penalty fee to the rental company for the misuse of their cars, and they should be held accountable for their renter actions. This issue has ramped up in the last 2 months, much greater than it had been. We don't know exactly why, but it needs some serious attention soon. People are losing their patience with being awakened in the middle of the night and feeling in danger of walking in the neighborhood. As I did a year ago, in January, I'd be happy to sit with the traffic police, people and police, but not walk away with low-key promises, but real later commitments to resolution of this increasingly dangerous problem. I sent a message to our Madam Manager. I said, Alina, please see the concerned email below. Can you please propose solutions on how to manage this issue rather quickly, since this is not only a quality of life issue, but a public safety issue with potential bodily harm. And so what was very interesting to me was Alina, our Madam Manager, responded, "Good morning, Commissioner Hall. Eli, thank you for sharing your concerns with us. I will discuss the police and transportation. Eli, can you share contact information so that we may be in touch with you? Thanks again and have a good day." And so just this past weekend during Art Basel, we got the same person who emailed about the same location. Hey David, Eli here. As soon as Art Basel is over, I'll be beginning my videotaping. We've had an inordinate amount of car racing between midnight and 4:30 a.m. on Upper Collins almost every night. I'm sending a note to the law enforcement people that reached out to me. Additional issue for consideration upcoming meetings, preponderance of electric bikes, scooters, and electric transportation on the boardwalk. We need better signs and ticketing. So, Eli brought this up on November 27th, and maybe 2 weeks later, it certainly seems that the issue's there. And look, I've seen car racings on Collins. I mean, it happens everywhere. And so my concern is, you said we issued 60,000 traffic tickets. Maybe it should be 160,000 traffic tickets a year. So, are we properly staffed for enforcing the law? Because, look, one thing that I envision Miami Beach to be similar to Golden Beach and Bal Harbor and Bay Harbor. Everyone that goes through there, they know that if you're going to speed, you're going to get a traffic citation and you're going to get pulled over. I would love for Miami Beach to have that honor, just like our neighboring cities. It certainly seems, from what residents tell me and from what I've seen personally, that there is a lawlessness when it comes to traffic and speeding on our roadways. And so, when I see on Only Dade, speeding and racing and these biker gangs that come through and cause havoc, what is our response to that? I mean, I don't know if everyone saw the Grand Theft Auto trailer that just came out, and they literally make Miami Beach into some crazy lawless land where anything goes, and it's particularly on the streets. And so, you're telling me that we've issued 60,000 citations. To what baseline is that? I know for a fact that I certainly don't believe 12 officers dedicated to monitoring speeding and reckless driving is enough. So, I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
Well, happy to take more officers, Commissioner, if you want to give me more. I tell you, I think 60 motorman officers is quite a bit enough. And by the way...
60 what?
12 motorman officers is quite a bit. And by the way, the environment when compared to Bal Harbor and Golden Beach, it's just totally different, right? Last year, Golden Beach issued 2,000 tickets, 2,029 to be exact.
That's because no one knows the speed down there.
Okay. Well, okay. Bal Harbor issued 8,837 last year. And so in comparison, it doesn't even come close to what we write in terms of tickets. And the ticket numbers we issued doesn't in and of itself speak to how many traffic stops we make. Officers have at every stop the discretion not to write a ticket. Simply have a discussion with the driver, with the intent of educating the driver about traffic laws and regulations, so they won't repeat the same thing again. And so, will you issue more citations than most police departments? For example, Hialeah, that's 3 times our size, physical, right? About the same number of police officers, issued 37,000 tickets last year. So I don't know what number is satisfactory, but you certainly issue a lot.
Well, Madam City Manager, do you think the current policing on our streets is sufficient?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, a couple things. Certainly, additional policing in our streets is always welcomed. Since I became manager, we've actually significantly increased the number of police officers on our streets, and I'm really proud of that. Public safety has been a top priority of mine and of the commission at the time. We added police officers, we added code enforcement officers, we doubled the size of our park rangers. We have significant statistics relative to all types of enforcement that we do that we can certainly ask everyone to, come up and participate in this dialogue. And I want to thank you for raising this concern and obviously making it a priority early on, because we're about to kick off our budget cycle for next year, and certainly this is a conversation that we can continue to have. As it relates specifically to Eli and his emails, I just want, for the record, clarity. I responded to his email the following morning. I believe that Assistant Chief David De La Spria reached out to him, had a conversation with him. I believe the department followed up with a specific detail associated with his complaint and has been in touch with him. Obviously, he's one resident out of 85,000. We hear from many of them, and we're very responsive to the concerns of our residents. The corridor, Collins Corridor, is a main transportation corridor in our city. It is an FDOT managed corridor along with Alton Road and many of our major corridors. And we do have limitations in terms of what we can do from a transportation perspective to slow traffic. We work very collaboratively with our neighborhoods, and we do a lot of traffic calming devices in our neighborhoods. But the main corridors, in particular the corridors that are associated with FDOT, that's a very difficult ask. So enforcement and any type of detail that we can do is important. To your specific question, do we have enough officers? Well, let's do the math. We have 446 officers at any given time. We probably have X number of vacancies. I'm really proud of the fact when I became manager, we actually had over 50 vacancies, and I approved a concept of actually allowing overages to be funded so that we would always have people in the academy and be able to keep our numbers and our vacancy ratio low. If you do the math and you divide and you pull out of that number, that total number, everyone who's assigned to a specific detail, and then you divide by 3 shifts, you get very quickly to the amount of resource that we have out on the street. And depending on high impact or depending on the time of year that it is, it's obviously limited. So to answer your question specifically, I welcome the opportunity to add police officers to our police force. I think that, we are a community that is deceiving from the perspective that we have 86,000 residents, but on any given day, we have anywhere between 250, 300,000 visitors. And the impact of that is pretty significant. We did do a staffing study when I first came on board, and we had a consultant by the name of Matrix do the analysis. They did not recommend an increase in resource at the time. Despite that recommendation, we did, in fact, recommend an increase. Those are all very difficult decisions that you all have to weigh, and they probably involve some kind of a millage increase.
So, again, I just had a simple question. Do you think we have sufficient police officers right now, or not police officers, traffic enforcement, whether we need more officers or we can reallocate officers to traffic
I think the answer to
enforcement?
that question, Commissioner, really depends on what your expectation and what the Commission's expectation is in terms of level of service. We have, you're describing lawlessness in the streets. Personally, I have not witnessed that, and I don't know how the rest of the Commission feels. Our our actual statistics reflect a decrease in crime, and so we actually, I don't personally feel unsafe in this city. I'm actually extraordinarily proud of the men and women who represent the Miami Beach Police Department and the work that they do to protect us. And so I think, you know, the answer to that question is really important to hear from all of you relative to the level of service that you're expecting. If you are expecting us to do a level of enforcement that's triple, double the amount of what any reasonable police department in this county is doing, then yes, of course, we would need additional resource to do that.
I would like to present, please.
Have you given that to PJ?
No, I thought moving forward I'll do that. So I just like to show a video that was posted on
When I meant moving forward was from this morning. I think there's enough time to get it to him.
But after this, I can
Okay.
do that. So let me join this panelist. So we have a video here that was taken, I think, back in October. And here we have a situation where there was a biker gang that came down Ocean Drive, and we have, as you can see, non-registered vehicles on here terrorizing Ocean Drive. In fact, I think they're even doing wheelies on the sidewalk at one point. And I mean, here we have someone drinking alcohol on an ATV, and I mean, this guy's looks like he's smoking marijuana. And so I don't know, you know, here they are doing wheelies right on Ocean Drive where the bike lanes are, and I'd like you to.
Yeah.
So
By
look,
the way,
I
so
mean,
since you're bringing it up, I will.
I just
Commissioner Suarez, let me. You have a separate item R9J, so I will ask the city clerk to call that up as well, because we have to stick to the items that we're talking about. So
Sure.
let's call that up as well. Ralph.
So R9J is discuss take action regarding road groups of bicycles, ATVs, and dirt bike riders, requested by Commissioner Suarez.
Okay, if I can continue that, please. If we could play it on the screen, thank you. And here we have a situation where there's ATV or there's dirt bikes driving on the sidewalk. And what was really frustrating is that if you back up to the video, you have police officers there, and they're assisting a resident. It turns out to be a resident who got punched in the face by these rogue gangs. And you know, Madam Manager, when you tell me you don't really see a sense of danger, I think that's a little bit out of touch, to be honest. I mean, you know, we live here, and I see what's going on, and so do all the other residents here. And so I find it a little disingenuous for you to say that, you know.
Commissioner Suarez, I'm actually going to step in, because you were actually specifically talking about Collins Avenue and the speeding there. You've now actually shifted the focus. So, you know, I don't need to speak for the administration, but I took your question to be specifically talking about Collins Avenue and speeding between 52nd and 62nd. You've now shifted the conversation.
Well, I'm just showing that there's a pattern of lawlessness on the streets, and whether it's speeding. I mean, these gentlemen were speeding down Ocean Drive, where you're not even supposed to have a car on the promenade. And I think that there's obviously a behavior problem on our roads. And so, you know, I don't think. You know, you can tell me as many stats as you want, but that's unacceptable. What you just saw is unacceptable.
And by the way, I actually agree with you on that.
Hold on.
Hold on.
I have the floor.
No, Commissioner Suarez, I always have the floor. Always. So I actually, first of all, Chief Jones was not the police chief at the time, and I actually called that out publicly. I was furious when this happened, so I am not going to defend those actions, and I'm with you on that. I actually publicly, I very rarely do this, I publicly put out a social media post very critical of that specific incident that happened. So I just wanted to let you know that this commission, I personally did make that publicly discussed about that incident. But go ahead.
And Mr. Mayor,
Let me finish, please. You know, when we met, I asked you, Wayne, who do you report to? You report to the city manager. And so this is not the only video on there. I don't want to waste our time in showing up lawlessness on our roads. I mean, there are dozens and dozens of these videos. And so, yes, this video might have been taken when Chief Clements was here, but ultimately, where is the accountability for this lawlessness? You know, if it is my understanding that your direct supervisor is the city manager, you know, I'm going to ask you, Madam City Manager, how are you okay with this? And you know, if you see, I mean, we have like over 1,000 cameras all over Miami Beach. Are you telling me that we can't tell that when there's a gang of motorcyclists, ATVs coming down either of the causeways, that we don't have a quick response team to intercept and issue citations or impound and tow? I mean, it certainly seems that this is a recurring problem, and it has been so for years. And by the way, I'm not faulting you, Wayne. I know you just got on. Okay, I think that this is I think this speaks to the city manager, and I want to have some accountability here, because this is why there are Grand Theft Auto trailers that show Miami Beach the way they do. It's because this is what appears to be a city where anything goes, and I'm hopeful that, you know, that finally someone's going to wake up and say enough is enough. And again, I can't reiterate this enough. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's really horribly irresponsible to represent that I, Alina Hudak, the city manager, and the wife of a police chief actually thinks that somehow any of those acts are acceptable in our city. And it is, there's a clear record of conversation, discussion, Chief Clements being held accountable for purposes of making sure that we address those. If he were here, he'd be able to speak to what he did and how he addressed it. In Wayne's appointment, certainly his charge, you know, was outlined to him. And I think it's very important for the record to be very clear about what the Miami Beach Police Department does to monitor these types of activities. And yes, you know, there are times that for whatever reason, certain things happen on our streets. We are an urban center. We are a city that has high appeal for these types of acts because they obviously get notoriety and attention, and it is a challenge that our police department deals with. There are multiple aspects of public safety that are implicated in the decision as to how to handle them, and I think it's very important that we ask our police chief to address how they are, in fact, being addressed, monitored, and responded to.
Happy to, ma'am. You know, the images you show there on screen, no one likes them, but it's not a problem that's indigenous to Miami Beach. This is a regional issue, quite frankly, all over Dade County, Broward, Palm Beach. Some would say national issue, where these videos of these type of bikers terrorizing people, as you say. But the thing we do here in the beach, in the wake of this incident, starting under Chief Clements, was we dedicated resources to mitigate these bikers coming here. In fact, the amount of bikers coming here since then has diminished dramatically. And that's because we track them. No other police department in Dade County is doing that. And what you don't show up there is the amount of times we stopped them from coming over the causeway, and they went other places. Now, I don't want to talk in open forum some of the things we do to prevent that. I'd be happy to meet with you, Commissioner, one-on-one and walk you through that and give you some videos, show you some videos and how that works. But we've done a good job, particularly this year, post that incident, to stop this type of incident from happening on Miami Beach.
Anyone else want to be heard?
Yeah, I will, Mr. Mayor. Chief Jones, men and women of the police department, certainly appreciate your dedication to the city. This isn't meant as, from me, some finger pointing. I think a rising tide lifts all boats. So this isn't accusatory. I think we all want to get to the same position, right? And this is in efforts to work together. I don't know what the right amount of traffic citation numbers are, and my position is not to micromanage your operational plan or things like that. What I will say, just from a strictly layman's perspective, in general sense, we do have somewhat of an anything goes mentality that's adopted by a lot of our visitors in town, and that is not directly the fault of the police department. That it's my argument, actually, a lot of that falls on the legislative body, and one of the reasons why that really encouraged me to run is because I think a lot of those solutions fall through the legislative body. But I hope we can have a partnership where not only is this not acceptable, because I don't think any of us would sit up here and say, yes, this is, you know, the types of images that we want to see, but we are all proactive in taking tangible steps to not accept this, right? It's one thing to say it's not acceptable, but you as our first responders and us as legislators, we need to all collectively look ourselves in the mirror and say, what can we do better to essentially get to this goal? So I'll leave that to the experts to say whether it's more traffic police or reallocating resources. I think, you know, in these times, we all need to do more with, not less, but more with the same. And, you know, I put that out there as a challenge to us collectively as the legislative body, to our first responders, that, you know, the answer can't always be more and more resources. I think it's somewhere around 61% of our entire operational budget of the entire city is dedicated towards first responders. So while we're all incredibly supportive, it is a finite amount of resources where we can't just keep saying more and more and more, because it does come with a tangible cost. So I look forward to collectively working together with you, the fine men and women of the police department, the fire department. Truly, you are the linchpin for what holds this together. But I would just say, you know, as a legislative body and to our first responders, let's all not be satisfied with the status quo, but let's all really take it upon personally challenges that we're out there doing more with perhaps the same.
Chief Jones, I have a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
On the motor units, I've noticed, I've seen them during the day. I've actually never seen it at night. How do we handle that? How do we handle speeding enforcement at night? Because I think what we're hearing is obviously the nighttime issues.
Yeah, that's handled by a typical patrol officer that does that. And on special details, our accident investigation unit does that as well. The motor units are typically here during rush hour times, dealing with school zone issues in the morning times and traffic, rush hour traffic in the early evening times.
Are they specifically not out at night? Is that a safety issue?
It is a safety issue, partly. They're operating a motorcycle, we typically have them work into the early evening, up until 8 p.m. in most cases. Sometimes that's extended, depending if it's a high-impact weekend, particularly up to about 8 p.m. at night, after rush hour traffic is done.
Do we have data, when you mentioned the 60,000 citations, do we have data as to what time of day those are issued?
We can find data for it. I didn't bring any data on that today, but I can give you data on that for sure.
Okay.
I'd imagine most of it is during rush hour time and during early morning and afternoons.
I'd be curious, because it does seem like a lot of the complaints do come at night, and it's a different issue, but I'll flag it. As you know, I'm very passionate about the modified mufflers that wake up residents. We have a couple of cameras in our city now as well, but I'll bring that up for another time. But I think it kind of goes hand in hand, the speeding, the modified mufflers that are literally, sounds like firecrackers or worse are in our streets. We also have I know it's in the budget, and we're actively hiring traffic officers.
Yes.
How's that going?
Yeah, PSSs, so we call them. They're civilians that are trained to help mitigate traffic. And the idea is to use them, again, during peak rush hour times, standing in intersection, making sure folks aren't blocking the box. We've hired 3 of them so far. We've got a number of them going through a background process, so we anticipate hiring the additional 7 sometime next month.
Sorry, yeah, Commissioner Fernandez and I had brought that item, so I was just looking over at him.
Sure. So we've got 3 hired so far. Anticipate hiring an additional 7 sometime next month.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank always the men and women of our police department, because certainly it's a ruthless task out there, having to deal with the challenges that our city faces, which are very unique challenges that perhaps most of the other 34 municipalities in Miami-Dade County don't face. And so to this strong force of officers, thank you for always putting yourself out there and fearlessly going up to tinted windows and vehicles without knowing what's on the other side of those doors and windows. But that's the job. That's the job, and that's the job that our residents expect. This is what I hear in this dialogue. We're doing what we can with the resources that we have. For example, we have motormen. But we have a lot of motormen, I guess, right now doing block the box enforcement. Is that the case right now?
Typically, during rush hour time, both morning and evenings.
Okay. All right. But with the hiring of these public safety specialists that are going to help with traffic, with the flow of traffic, we're going to be able to relieve them of that duty, those motormen of those duties, and be able to put them in other locations.
In some cases, yes. In most cases, it'll be supplementing, augmenting the motorman. I heard it explained to me the other day that this island is like a gallon bottle, and every day we get 5 gallon worth of traffic running through it, right? So it's a capacity issue. And so in some cases, they will not replace the motorman at key intersections, but just supplement and augment the work they're doing.
Okay, great. Have we worked with FHP? Because, like, for example, a lot of the concerns, when I've heard of them, having to do with speeding and noise of vehicles, come from state roads. Collins Avenue, the Collins Avenue corridor, the complaints that we get having to do with speeding vehicles and noise comes from the Collins corridor. A lot of the accidents that we've seen, how many accidents haven't we seen on Alton Road at 63rd Street? You know, that's a state road. Have we worked with FHP in trying to get them in and support our officers on these corridors?
FHP provides daily support, particularly on the causeways, 195 and the 395. Within the city itself, we typically police the streets to include A1A.
Because I think that's something perhaps that we should be seeing. Certainly they should be on those causeways, because those are certainly state assets as well. Nonetheless, Alton Road and Collins Avenue are equally state assets as well. And we should be perhaps, now I don't want to say we should, but because I like to defer to our law enforcement experts to guide us on this. But I guess I'm asking you, should we ask FHP if they can provide support on Alton Road and Collins Avenue?
So listen, we're always trying to get better at what we do, more efficient at what we do, leveraging our police partners. It's certainly worth the conversation. You know, I'm not going to say no to help.
Yeah.
So it's certainly worth the conversation.
And I think we've heard from legislators that represent us that they want to support us on public safety matters, and so I think certainly this could be something that we could bring to their attention. What I do see is we are enforcing. You've given us those datas, but the demand for more enforcement is there. That our residents are asking us for more enforcement. And what I would do is, you know, maybe let's do a referral to the Public Safety Committee and ask, you know, for you all to bring back recommendations as to how can we have more peak hour enforcement in commercial corridors? How can we have not just presence but enforcement? Realizing that a lot of times enforcement is not just on our visitors. Enforcement is a lot of times is on our residents themselves. That's true. And that we're going to be getting those phone calls. But that's the message that we're getting, that our residents, regardless of the amount of enforcement we're doing now, that they want to see more enforcement, and we need to respond to our residents. So how can we get more peak hour enforcement on commercial corridors? How can we get more nighttime enforcement in our residential corridors? And how can we get permanent presence in our causeways? And perhaps we can ask you to put together a plan and bring back recommendations, because I don't want this to be policy-driven direction from the city commission. I want this to be recommendations. Do you all recommend it? Do you all feel it's warranted? Do the studies, the matrix studies, do they feel that this is a proper use? I don't want us to be deciding this from here, but I would like to make that motion for us to send this to the Public Safety Committee, to reach out to FHP, see if we can get their support on Collins Avenue and Alton Road, which are state roads, see how we can get a plan and a recommendation on more peak hour enforcement on commercial corridors, see how we can get more nighttime enforcement in our residential areas where we're getting complaints on, and see how we can keep that permanent presence on our causeways. That's what I hear that our residents want. And that's not to say that we're not doing an incredible job now, because this department does incredible work. The reality is that this department does what it can with the resources we have provided it. And so part of the reasons why I want to refer this to committees, because I am certain that this is also going to have a fiscal impact associated with it that trickles down to our residents, and we need to discuss that as well. And this is the time to discuss that ahead of the 2024-2025 budget process.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And so I'd like to put that motion on the table.
Which committee?
To the Public Safety Committee.
I'll second it.
I'd like to also
Commissioner
speak.
Suarez?
I think this is the issue with the way Miami Beach is governed, is that we try to micromanage the police department, and we're not professionals in public safety. We're not professionals in traffic calming. For all intents and purposes, we're very much lay people. This is an unpaid job for us. It's a public service. It is not our duties and responsibilities to give recommendations to the police department on how to effectively do their job. That is the responsibility of the city manager. Now, as our city manager said, her husband is a chief of police of Coral Gables. If anyone is qualified to do that, it is our city manager, Alina Hudak. But what I have a problem with is that there seems to be no accountability in how we govern our roads. And so, I think like what Joe said is so spot on. We 63 or 2/3 of our budget goes to first responders. I don't think, no matter how much money you throw at this, it's not going to solve any problems. There's apparently a lack of leadership on how we manage our city. And there's a reason why there are video games that feature Miami Beach as a lawless town, especially when it comes on the streets. And so, I'm not in favor of just saying, hey, let's refer this to a committee. I think there needs to be a much greater discussion on the accountability of what happens as far as enforcement goes. And I believe that falls squarely at the feet of our city manager. And so, I'd like her to say a few words to that.
Commissioner, quite frankly, I feel so disrespected by you. The fact that you haven't even given me the benefit or the respect to meet with me, to meet with our team, to be fully briefed on all of the work that we do, to insinuate that our command staff and that everyone in this city that does enforcement doesn't do a good job and doesn't have a plan of action and isn't prepared to deal with situations. Quite frankly, it is so offensive that the only thing I can recommend at this point is, again, to ask you respectfully to perhaps consider meeting with us as a team and being fully briefed on everything that we do, talking about strategies, talking about what we currently do, and have a conversation in preparation for this discussion that's going to take place at committee so that we can educate you on all of the work, all of the good work that's being done by our command staff, the work that's being done by our police department, the outstanding work that's being done by our enforcement folks, our park rangers, and the collaboration. And I have to tell you again, I personally, when I became city manager, I inherited a situation coming out of a world pandemic where there was nothing but chaos on our streets every single weekend, April, May, June, July. We had Surfside that June. We responded to Surfside and supported Surfside. I created a comprehensive approach for the city at the request, quite frankly, of our command staff after meeting with them and how tired they were that every single situation in the city related to high impact was becoming a police issue and how desperately they felt that the rest of the city needed to be a part of the solution. I personally chaired those meetings for almost a year, every 2 weeks, to address the things that were happening on our streets. So again, I'm begging you to be respectful and to understand that those of us in the arena don't appreciate stones being thrown at us without the benefit of having the opportunity to brief you properly, to have a conversation, and to help you understand what we can do within our resources and what we can aspire to do with your assistance in the future.
And may I respond?
This is a conversation that I don't think this back and forth is very, very healthy, to be quite honest with you, but I'll let you respond and then I'm going to respond.
Yeah, look, I've had 3 meetings with you personally since I got elected. And listen, I'm here for the residents, okay? Clearly, there are issues on our roads, and clearly there are problems, and the status quo is not acceptable. And that's a fact, okay? So, you know, I don't know how to convey that because there is a great frustration in our community. And a lot of that has to do with public safety. And of that public safety, it has to do with speeding, reckless driving, because people do not feel safe when they are on the streets of Miami Beach. So, forgive me, but the community is very frustrated with the way this is managed because under no circumstances should we accept the status quo. And the reason why I got elected is to make sure that there is accountability. And if there is no accountability, nothing will get done and nothing will improve. So again, I'm not trying to micromanage you. I am not saying how to do your job. I am simply saying, as an elected official, that things are not safe, or the roads are not safe out there. And so I don't know. I'm not trying to make this personal. This is a message from the voters of Miami Beach that they are fed up with the status quo. And so, you know, that's why I got elected. I got elected on accountability. And, you know, pardon me if I feel very frustrated on this, but there are lives out there and people do not feel safe. And people are emailing us as we speak. It's being brought to your attention, and it certainly seems that nothing is getting done. So, you know, I have a duty and a responsibility to demand accountability, especially when it comes to public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. My turn. So I'll agree with the premise that we're all striving to make things better. That's what we all ran on. And there's absolutely, I will be the first one to say that we do a lot of things well, and there's a lot of things we need to do better. But I will say that you've literally on every item you've brought today, you've attacked our city manager. And I gotta tell you, I don't think that's constructive. There's ways to do things and make things better, but this constant attack. There's an item you brought to discuss the city manager's contract. I think you should bring that item and see where the support is. I think most of our commissioners will support our city manager. If it gets to the point in time where we don't, then we'll handle that and we'll take care of it. But right now, my own guess is it's gonna be 6152. And that doesn't mean that behind closed doors I don't get upset about a lot of things. Believe me, I do. I do. And sometimes I verbalize it publicly as well. Most of the time not. But to me, there's ways that we're going to have to do things. And I agree. There has to be accountability. There's things we need to do better. I could tell you on the ATV issue, publicly I said it. I was very frustrated about that issue. But I think we've actually, and I hope I don't jinx it, but we've gotten better on it. I think the last few months has been better. I'll tell you, that's an issue that, again, I very rarely go on social media and publicly criticize the administration. I'll usually maybe do it here or mostly behind closed doors. But I actually went public multiple times on those ATVs because I was really, really frustrated about it, very upset. There's never a reason why when those ATVs come in that they should not be at a minimum followed by our police or, as Chief Jones says, turned around and sent away. And but I do believe we've done better on that. By the way, I've only emailed Mayor Levine Calver from the county, I think 3 times in 4 years. She's responded every time, by the way. And this was one of them. And she actually put me in touch with county law enforcement because ultimately any of these groups are coming in outside. The point is, listen, I'm not gonna stop you. You can. It's you're an elected official, and I like you personally, but personally, I think that the constant attacks on our city manager is not going to be the most conducive way of getting things done. There was ways to get things done. I do, by the way, you mentioned micromanaging, and I don't like to use that word that I do that, but I am very in the weeds, and I do actually discuss a lot of issues, and ultimately our city manager and police department are going to direct the city. We are legislators, we are policymakers, but we're way more than that, right? Because this Eli you mentioned emailed you, right? He didn't email. I don't know. I haven't seen the email, but he didn't email the city manager, and that often is the case. The residents are reaching out to us. They know us, the electeds. They voted for us, and then it's our job to intervene and try to work with the administration to get things done. Anyway, that's my piece. I think we'll move on to the next item now.
Mr. Mayor, I had a motion on the table.
Oh, yes.
And
I seconded it.
Thank you. And I just want to mention also, I don't believe that the motion is micromanaging, because what I'm asking for is recommendations and a professionally composed plan. I trust no one more than Chief Wayne Jones to come with those recommendations and to come with that plan to the Public Safety Committee. I don't know what it is. I'm telling you the feedback that I feel we're getting, perhaps what we'd like to see, so that we can support you guys in continuing to do the best job that you absolutely can. Because I have no doubt that our officers are doing the best job that they can. And I know whenever I get a phone call from a resident that they've gotten a ticket. And with what we're asking for, we know we're going to get more of those phone calls. So there was a motion that I made that the mayor seconded to ask FDOT for you to put together a plan and recommendations on asking FDOT to enhance their presence on Alton Road and the Collins Corridor, for a plan and recommendations for enhanced enforcement during peak hours in our commercial corridors, for enhanced enforcement nighttime in our residential corridors, and permanent 24-hour presence, police presence in our entry points on the causeways. This is a request for a plan and professionally driven recommendations from our law enforcement experts, and whether it's warranted or not. Recommendations could be the commission asked for input on this and we don't feel it's needed, or recommendation could be, we feel this is needed and this is what it's going to cost in case you want to consider it for the next fiscal year budget. That's my referral to the Public Safety Committee, Mr. Mayor, that I've moved and you've seconded.
We'll take the vote in a moment, but Commissioner Bott.
If you would permit a friendly amendment.
Sure. Oh, your mic.
If you would permit a friendly amendment, in addition to those areas that you've mentioned already, I would very much encourage Chief Jones, when you come back with some recommendations. I know we've been working on the FDOT, not literal, but the walkthrough of the Normandy Isle traffic area, but incorporate that as well, because
Sure.
it may not be people doing wheelies, but it is people going 70 in a 35-mile-an-hour zone, and I know FDOT is doing their thing, but in terms of the enforcement and how we can get perhaps, not to take away from the efforts at rush hour where there are critical issues, but to maybe separately look at how to get more traffic officers of one stripe or another out at nighttime when people are not so much causing havoc because of traffic constraints, but because there aren't cars on the road. It's a free-for-all. But definitely, please include North Beach in that as well, and that curve on 63rd and Alton, which is just a death zone. And then as part of that also, and I know I lost track of where it was, but I think there were some noise meters, a pilot program for noise meters tracking, because they seem to go hand in hand. It's this notion of, I really don't care what you think. I'm going to go as fast as I want and make as much noise as I want, wherever I want. And it seems like that's sort of the general behavioral attitude. So to me, it's all kind of part and parcel. So it'd be great to get an update on how those things could all work together.
And I accept your friendly amendment, and just for the record, this applies citywide. I'm not talking about just South Beach or Mid Beach. I mean, this includes entry points up in North Beach, the Collins corridor up in North Beach and Mid Beach. This is for citywide.
Yeah, those are just two particular hotspots that are like currently disastrous.
So we have a motion to the Public Safety Committee. It's been seconded. Can we take the vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All right.
Let's take C7T, lobbyist disclosure. It's been pulled by Commissioner Dominguez. It's sponsored by Commissioners Bott Magazine, and I added my name on to it as well. Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. So whenever an item is brought, it's usually because development, or maybe we thought of it, or whatever the case may be. But one thing that I've seen from being an elected official for 1 year as of yesterday is that there are a lot of gotcha items, there are a lot of landmines, and I feel that this particular item could be a potential gotcha for the future. And in speaking to the city administration, they felt the same about it too. And maybe if you would wait a few months after you've been elected and see what it's like, maybe you'd reconsider, or maybe you'd like to bring it back. But having only been elected for a few weeks and not know what you don't know yet, I just found it a little extra stuff for a job that we don't get paid for, really.
So I can't even fathom how much I don't know what I don't know. So I take that point respectfully, and I appreciate it. This is in no way intended to be a gotcha mechanism. It is purely to advance the cause of transparency. Anything that gets to the point of being heard at commission should be very proud of its parents, one way or the other. And I know that sometimes things may be harder to bring than others because of who might be interested in it, even if it's the best idea in the world, and I appreciate that. But residents' right to know was an undertaking begun by Mark Samulin, the late Mark Samulin, Commissioner, and adopted into law by this city in 2017. And since that time, it continues to get worked on and made stronger through this legislative body. To me, this is just another step along that line. And it is absolutely not intended to be a gotcha anything. And I just feel like it is in our collective best interest to know where these ideas are coming from and putting them into context. And it's just another piece of information. When residents and we all officials and staff and anybody who's writing about this look at the documentation now, in addition to the analysis that you see on these cover pages, you see supporting survey data, financial information. Is this a resident's right to know item? Legislative tracking. Does this utilize GO bond funds? And I think there was one also, what's the social impact? Commissioner Fernandez, I think that was something you had brought. And so to me, this is all just putting more context around the item being put forth. And that's it. This is not in any way intended to make anyone feel uncomfortable. Let's just see where it's coming from.
Well, for the record, I heard from both the city manager and the city attorney that this could potentially put us in danger. So I'd like for them to speak and let us know what we should look out for so that we don't make mistakes that put us in trouble because you put this forward.
I have a question.
Okay. Well, was it putting it forward that is endangering us, or is it that?
both said dangerous, so let's hear.
No, but is it the fact that I actually put it forward that was a problem, or the fact if it were to get adopted that?
Was on an honor code, so it's not even official, but city attorney, if I.
So yeah, and if there's any misunderstanding, I don't think that we were in any way suggesting that there was any danger with this item. This is a disclosure item. We have a lobbyist registration requirement where any lobbyist that is going to advocate for any matter here at the city would need to register with the city clerk and disclose the name of the principal. What this item does is it requires on a commission memorandum for the sponsor of it's a commission-sponsored item, for the sponsor to simply identify did a lobbyist or a principal request this item or initiate the item or otherwise lobby, and if so, what is the name of the lobbyist and who is the principal. That's all that it does. I think that this body, as a matter of policy, often talks about unintended consequences, and if there was any discussion, it was not any position of mine or the managers, but rather that some of the policy matters for you all to discuss are, well, is there some kind of implication that there is something wrong with speaking to a lobbyist or bringing an item after speaking to a lobbyist? In fact, most of the items, that's why we have the lobbyist registration requirements and that we have, and most of the items on the agenda are in some way or other you're going to be lobbied on it. So that's the only thing that we that suggested that maybe the board consider in its policy discussions.
Madam Vice Mayor. Christie. Oh, well, the mayor's back.
Commissioner, there you go.
Commissioner
Sorry.
Fernandez.
All right. To the sponsors, thank you for your desire to promote transparency and accountability and ethical governance in our city government. We have very strict ethics codes. I think perhaps one of the most strict ethics codes in the county. So strict that I believe it's even has had unintended consequences. For example, here we're asking to disclose lobbyists. Our code prohibits people running for office, for example, from receiving contributions from lobbyists and vendors. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
There are political contribution limitations, yes.
Right. So there are limitations on lobbyists and vendors from making contributions. What has happened? A dark system has been created. A circumventing of the code, a less transparent system. People make indirect contributions to political action committees, to ECOs, and other forms of political committees that circumvent the transparency that the public was intended to receive through the prohibition on contributions. Right now, anyone can find out who is lobbying on an issue through the lobbyist registration. But if we now say that you have to disclose on a form, on your agenda item, who is the lobbyist who is speaking to you, you know what's gonna happen? The lobbyist is not gonna come to send us. They're gonna find someone out in the community that's gonna come and see us, and now that's not a lobbyist. Like, for example, in today's meeting, there was an agenda item that a lobbyist called me on to speak about, and they flat out told me that they had an issue reaching a member, one of our colleagues, and that the only way that they were able to reach a colleague was through an activist in the community. If now, rather than being lobbied, if this passes, if now instead of being lobbied by a lobbyist that's registered and it's transparent who is lobbying us, if now someone from the community, if an activist comes forward to work with us on an item, Mr. Attorney, would that have to be disclosed on this form?
We would need to see if it's compensated or not.
No, if it's not compensated.
A resident does not need to register to advocate on a particular item.
So someone, instead of coming to us with an issue, they can then just go to an activist in the community or any resident in the community. The resident then comes to us, and then that doesn't have to be disclosed. I think it does have unintentional consequences, because I've seen it with the contribution system. With the contribution system, we created very strong ethics codes and prohibitions on lobbyists and vendors making contributions, only to later find out that lobbyists and contributions still get involved, lobbyists and vendors still get involved in our electoral system through dark organizations that then is less transparent. And my concern is that that's what could potentially, unintentionally occur here. And so I think, is this a first reading item, or is this?
Well, no, this is just a resolution on consent. There are 4 sponsors or co-sponsors. And it's an internal procedure that we would just apply to commission memoranda. And, our office and the administration will just check with each of you if you're, before we upload the memos to Novus if this item passes.
I would suggest perhaps referring this to the Finance Committee or one of the committees where we can work out the unintended consequences to make sure that we don't get a transparent system where now anyone knows who is truly lobbying on something, because regardless, the issue is registered with the city clerk, because who's getting paid for it. They have to register with the city clerk. And if they don't register, they get fined and they're subject to ethics violations. And see how we avoid the unintended consequence of then third-party, non-registered individuals are then coming forward to lobby us, and then those people don't have to register, and the public really doesn't know then who's behind something.
So if I might, I'm open to that. I'm curious to hear what the co-sponsors have to say on this. This is not supposed to be, the scarlet letter, like, ooh, you talk to somebody with cooties. That's not what this is about. This is more of, if this information is already in the public record, why not just pull those threads together and put it here on the cover sheet where all the other information is, instead of having people trying to dig through what may be available if you know where to look for it. And that's it. And I think by elevating, I hear you. I hear both of you as on what you're saying about unintended consequences, and I am very mindful of that. But I just want to give you the thought of where this is coming from and how I would actually hope that this now normalizes the fact that, there is no way, as thoughtful as we all may be and as in touch with the residents as we may all be and as creative as we all may be about things that we'd like to see here, there's no way that we can come up with all the ideas that we vet as a board, right? That is the job of all the people out there who then hire lobbyists to say, hey, we have an idea, let's talk about it. That's a very normal part of the conversation of how you govern a municipality. So to me, this is almost putting it out into the sunshine so it can breathe and everybody can see it and everybody knows, and it's just one more data point as you consider the item. But I would certainly be curious to hear what everybody else has to say on this.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to speak.
Commissioner Suarez?
It's very clear. I think the more transparency, the better. And I think my colleague Tanya is spot on. And I mean, look, sure, you can have like a third party a lobbyist can get a resident activist to lobby it, but then, I mean, looking at the logistics of that, it's not there. And so, look, I mean, what's the problem with finding out who's behind it? I don't see a problem with that. And even if they did go through a third party, so what? You know, let's look. One thing's abundantly clear. You know, the residents, they are not in favor of special interests controlling Miami Beach. And so the more transparency that we have, the better. And so I'm going to be 100% in favor of this, and I don't think we need to send it to committee.
Commissioner Rosen-Gonzalez.
So I love the spirit of this, but for somebody who's been up here like 8 years on and off, okay, and somebody who's been investigated at least 10 times, never found guilty, by the way. For me, it's very difficult because there's a lot of lobbyists that dislike me, right? So maybe I'm having a conversation with somebody in public and some idea comes up, right? And then all of it's like, what if like I got baited? Do you understand? Like we have a conversation. Maybe I'm having a conversation and I get and I have an idea. But maybe there's a lobbyist present there. And then I put this down and I don't do the disclosure. This is going to go because I think that it's coming from, like, I crafted the idea, even though it came out of a conversation. All of a sudden, it's giving a lot of fuel to anybody who could potentially be your enemy to send you to investigation, which I don't mind. But I have to say, I don't make tons of money, and defending these investigations that I constantly get, I have 2 right now, and they're not elections from like a year ago from a referenda. It sucks. So so while I understand the spirit of this, I also think that it's just another reason, another way to kind of ensnare or fall into some unintended consequence or trap. Now, I do think that I understand where it's coming from. I just think that it has to be more like, what exactly am I being required to do? Because what if is an act, I would like activist, lobbyist, every single person defined. Most of my ideas might come from a resident. I guess that doesn't have to be disclosed. I don't know. I don't want to add another restriction to anything that we do, something that I could be targeted for, which I probably will be, and then get investigated and then found innocent. And by the way, where's Erin? You always publish the article about the investigation, but when the investigation closes and I'm never found guilty, I never get a she's an innocent article. So, you look at all that stuff, and so this stuff is, sorry, Erin, but it's true. Listen, I'll vote for it. I don't like it simply because it's going to target people like me that push back on the system. I guess it's fine. I would ask you to possibly maybe consider a reevaluation. You have 3 kind of people who've been up here. Well, actually, Commissioner Minor sponsored it, right, too? So,
Well, I'm co-sponsored. I'm co-sponsored.
Co-sponsored. So listen, it's passing. I'll vote for it. I don't love it. I hope I don't get targeted by it. Leave me alone, lobbyists, all of you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for bringing it. I appreciate the spirit of it. I totally understand what you're referring to, Commissioner Dominguez, and who knows, maybe a year from now I sit here and say, well, maybe you shouldn't have put the cart before the horse and understand how the system worked. And I am cognizant of the unintended consequences. As of now, I will err on the side of transparency is always best. Just one quick example just from today that I think this could be incredibly helpful for. Commissioner Suarez and we have an item for decals in North Beach, and there is very good debate that's been happening via email from residents back and forth. If I'm sitting there in North Beach, I'm trying to weigh the pros and the cons of that. I think my view could be very different if I am aware that this was, which it was not, but as an example, if this was actually brought up by a lobbyist for the tow truck industry. And now we are pushing that through. I could feel very differently as a resident how I would feel for an ordinance, and then give me the ability to go out and lobby my elected representatives, versus if then I feel that didn't happen and it did come from a place of genuine concern and wanting to free up better parking for the residents and didn't come derived from special interest. So fully understand I could be, on the other side of this in 6 months or a year saying, hey, I wish I would have understood the system a little bit better before I did something and not appreciate the unintended consequences. But as of now, I'm really going to err on the side of transparency is always best.
Because you can't reverse it. They're
Yeah.
irreversible, except via referenda.
No.
So, though, this is reversible?
This is just a resolution
'Cause it's-
for an internal procedure on our commission memorandum.
Pardon? On our, so we,
When we upload commission memos, at your request, we will ask you before every item did a lobbyist initiate the item or not, and if so, who? That's all that this is. It could be rescinded by resolution. It's not amending the code of conduct of the city code.
okay.
So I have a question to the mayor. When disclosing the lobbyist, I think then it's only appropriate to also disclose the client of the lobbyist. Like, who is this intended for?
That's part of the item.
That is part of the item?
Yes.
Okay, so similar to what's done with the planning board, with the disclosures
yes,
done at
yes.
the planning board? Okay. I think it does have an unintended consequence, because I do think we're gonna end up getting people working around. Let me ask you this, because we have constituents, a lot of constituents that are residents that we speak with on a regular basis. We also have constituents who are business owners, who might not live here, but they're commercial constituents of our city. They pay taxes, they employ our residents, and they contribute to the economy of our city. And so let's say a small business that doesn't have a lobbyist approaches us with an issue. Let's say, a parking issue or some other issue, and it leads to legislation. That would require us disclosing it as well.
If it was initiated by, so a principal is a lobbyist, right? So the definition of lobbyist in our code includes the principal in that case.
A business owner.
The business owner would then be the person you disclose.
Okay, and so let's say, someone is a resident of Miami Beach, and they own a separate investment property on Miami Beach, which for whatever reason leads to legislation. Let's say it's a single-family home, or an apartment, or a small apartment building, and it leads to legislation. By nature of that individual speaking to us about the legislation, we're going to have to disclose that. As a property owner, a homeowner, or a property owner.
And I think Commissioner Bott's intent is if the disclosure was one that would require the person to register with the city clerk and submit go through the lobbyist registration process, that's what she wants covered on the commission memoranda. A resident that is just reaching out to you with an idea of, for something that, some policy or legislation of general applicability, that doesn't necessarily make that resident a lobbyist that has to register with the clerk.
Okay, all right. Commissioner, I'll support your item. My concern is, making sure that people don't start then using, unpaid people in the community to come and approach us for this, and then circumventing the intent. But other than that, I think you certainly come to it with very good optics. It works well at the planning board. I think it could work well here. And maybe later on in the future, we might have to do some tightening up in language if that unintended consequence does occur.
Yeah, I was just, if I may,
Yes.
just respond. I was going to suggest that maybe at a 6-month and a 12-month marker, we kind of take stock and see if it's working the way we intend, we hope it to, and if there's any tweaking these, and if it's an unmitigated disaster, we bring it up and say, great, next idea.
I'm sure it won't be a disaster.
Yeah. And also make a deal, no one's going to jail, okay?
It's good governance.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
No, I was making a joke. No, but seriously, like, if we see that it's, it's sparking behavior that is not what we're trying to get at, then we know that it was a good idea that didn't work the way it was intended, and we sit and have a 5-minute conversation, we repeal it, and we move on to the next.
Commissioner Suarez has something he wanted to speak.
Does the administration ever get lobbied also for items?
Of course.
So should we apply this to the administration as well? Maybe I can make an amendment to.
I have no problem with that. Everyone who comes to see me has to sign at the front desk. So I have no problem with that.
Okay. I'd like to amend that so that it applies also to the city administration.
Yeah, great.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
I would like everyone to stop making more rules. It's too many, like, rules of how long I can speak on something, when we have to adjourn the meeting, how we can give a proclamation. Why are you guys micromanaging this job? We used to be free. I feel like you're shackling all of us with all of these disclosures and law. It's too much. All I ask of you guys is please stop. Stop regulating the meeting so much. Don't regulate the amount of time. Give us freedom. I mean, we used to, honestly, we operated perfectly well. And now, I mean, over the past year, I can't tell you how many different regulations all of you have imposed that make everybody's life miserable. Now you've got them over there with a counter. Granato's trying to count how many times each of us speak. I don't know how many of us are in violation. I'm pretty sure Suarez violated the 5-minute rule on his speak day, but he didn't get the buzzer. I'm just asking all of you guys.
Haven't stopped anybody.
I'm just saying, stop. Let us focus on being clean and safe. Stop focusing so much on each of us, and I think you'll see that we're going to get things done, okay? We were all each elected. Stop micromanaging all of us. I would like to, our meetings, unfortunately, and I apologize to all of the staff, but there's reasons why I have items on here that weren't heard for a full year, and that's because we said, we're going to adjourn at this time. We're going to do this at this time. I wanted to give a proclamation to the head of the Jewish Federation who's leaving in January at the meeting. But now I can no longer do that because now we've regulated every single little thing up to an award that we can give, a 5-minute proclamation. It's got to stop. Because what you're doing is you're taking this office and you're just like squashing it, and I don't even know.
Well, the point was, and I noticed it myself, but also the feedback I got from many residents was that we, and I'll include myself, I'll take the blame too, that we were repetitive and we often knew where the vote was going and then we would keep speaking about it. Ultimately, the idea is to get legislation passed. That's what we're doing, and to try to direct the administration to do things. So I think we've made improvements. We used to go to 11 o'clock, and I think we hear as many items now going till 7. It's trying to be concise. So.
No, I understand the spirit of all of it. I just think that I would just ask my colleagues to please consider, like just stop regulating us anymore than we already are by the state, by the county, by everybody else. I mean, it just, and let us do our job. And if it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And that's just my.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
We do.
And we have with the amendment from Commissioner Suarez.
So I put the motion as Commissioner Body, even though officially she
Okay.
didn't say it, so.
Sounds good.
And do we have a second?
Yes, second.
By Commissioner Suarez, is as amended that applies to the administration. It was also suggested that there was a look back of 6 or 12 months. Is that also included? 6 months look back?
Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay
Let's
with
do
it.
it. Make everybody happy.
So as amended, C17, we have a motion and a second. Can I call the vote?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes as amended 7-0.
I'm going to call one of my items. Actually, Commissioner Fernandez is a co-sponsor with me. R5W, adopt certain state misdemeanor offenses. And thank you, Mark Fishman, for coming up from our prosecution program. I won't belabor it unless someone has questions, but we've had tremendous success in our prosecution program. Again, the state attorney handles all felonies and still most misdemeanors, but we've actually done a really good job as well handling misdemeanors. We're at now 88% conviction rate on our misdemeanors, quality of life crimes. And we already have battery, which we added, and it's an item that I brought a couple of years ago that we handled battery. Now we would handle assault, loitering, or prowling, and we already have disorderly conduct, but this would be disorderly conduct on the premises or establishment. It's a separate misdemeanor. So really, two of these three, we kind of actually have, but there's just the way you categorize battery, now assault, disorderly conduct, disorderly establishment. Again, I think we've had great success and we'll continue to do that, and I think it behooves us to handle these as well.
Mayor, may I read the item?
Yes. I got so excited about it, I didn't let you
sir.
read it.
This is R5W, an orders of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 70 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Miscellaneous Offenses by amending Article 1, entitled In General, by amending Section 70-1 thereof, entitled State Misdemeanors, by adopting through specific reference to state law misdemeanor offenses of assault, loitering, or prowling and disorderly conduct on the premises of an establishment to affirmatively establish offenses against municipal law for the same acts that constitute such offenses against state law, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is the first reading, R5W.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez, co-sponsor. Do you want to speak? Well, I can't make the motion as the chair. Do you want to move it? I'll second it. Oh, you can have it. Commissioner Dominguez seconds.
Is there any discussion? If not, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez. Absent.
She said she was a yes.
Yes, okay, got it, sorry. Mayor Minor?
Yes.
The item carries. Second reading public hearing is January 31st.
Great, thank you. Why don't we call R5K?
1 second, please. R5K is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Resiliency Code of the City of Miami Beach by amending Chapter 7 entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 1, entitled General to All Zoning Districts, by creating Section 7.1.10 entitled Procedures for Increasing Allowable Floor Area and Floor Area Ratio, FAR, to establish policies, procedures, and requirements for the review of future increases in floor area and/or floor area ratio, FAR, and providing for repealer, codification, servability, and effective date. This is a first reading. It requires 5/7 vote. It is R5K.
Commissioner Fernandez, this is your item. Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez and I are co-sponsors.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Commissioner Dominguez, Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think also to Commissioner Bott for supporting this as well as a co-sponsor. This is legislation that we're bringing forward. I'm not saying I, because this is I had the idea. We worked on this together as a city commission, as commissioners here at the table, at committee as well, and it's resulted in this work as a result of Senate Bill 718 that preempted us last year in prohibiting us from requiring a referendum for amendments to our LDRs and prohibiting referendums for FAR increases. Currently, right now, anyone can bring forward a proposal for an FAR increase. Part of the processes that we're putting here, because of that state preemption, is to establish a process whereas instead of us as commissioners sponsoring an FAR increase for individual applicants, which politicizes the process, which influences and taints what should be something completely objective at the planning board and the vetting of something in an apolitical way, it gets politicized when one of us sponsor one of these applications. This establishes a process where an FAR increase is requested specifically by a private property owner who would file an application directly to the planning board, removing us as a politics from this process. Once that application is submitted, the planning board has an initial preliminary review that is advertised to the public with a 30-day mailed and published notice. And at that preliminary review that's noticed, they're going to go through a number of matters, including analysis on traffic, on calculating the actual size of the property, infrastructure impacts such as mobility, parking, water and sewer, and other impacts. They're going to come forward with massing studies that the public will be able to see and illustrate better what will be the visual impacts and the physical impacts of this FAR application at that initial review of the planning board. Following that initial review, there's a community outreach meeting that the city will facilitate and that the city will advertise for all affected stakeholders. And after that community review meeting, it comes back to the planning board where the planning board will have a transmittal hearing to the city commission. At the city commission, as always, there are two hearings. The first hearing of an application filed by a private property owner would have a 30-day mailed and public notice. But between the two hearings, there is a community workshop. So the theme here is that no resident will be surprised by an FAR application or increase, that they will have the opportunity to be heard, to participate in a process, and to participate in a process whereby from day one, they will know what will be the direct infrastructure impacts with analysis created with the assistance of consultants on traffic, on mobility, on parking, impacts on water and sewer systems, impacts on our parks, and other resiliency infrastructure. We want to make sure that the public is involved, that the public is aware, because before they were given the opportunity to participate in that process in the ballot box. But given the preemption, we want to make sure that they continue to be involved in this process. The planning board reviewed this process. It got a 7-0 recommendation, and I would like to recognize our planning director to guide us with some of the additional recommendations that the planning board has made to this process.
Sure. As Commissioner Fernandez mentioned, this was recommended by the planning board when they reviewed the item in July. One of the things that the planning board recommended was that they recommended a couple of things, but one of the things that they recommended was providing an exceptions provision for smaller increases in FAR and limited exceptions to the definition of floor area. And it should be based upon a specific square footage and or percentage of floor area and include an upper limit. The other thing that the planning board recommended was that the notice provisions for the planning board review and first reading by the commission include a radius of 375 feet, which has been included in the draft text for the ordinance, as well as a requirement that community workshops be held no later than 45 days from the first review by the planning board. We only included item number 1 because that was the initial intent of that, which was item number 2, which was the original intent, was to provide that. We just didn't include it, but we wanted to get your feedback with regard to item number 1 and item number 3. As it pertains to item number 1, the administration is also recommending that an exception provisions be provided simply to give the commission more flexibility in case a circumstance arises where an exemplary type of FAR increase should move forward more expediently. And we've drafted some text for an exception provision and included it in the memo. If the commission includes this as part of first reading, we will then include that in second reading for adoption in January.
Mr. Mayor, one of the differentiations that I would like for the planning director to make here is because this process it provides two different options to address FAR. The one that I described speaks directly to FAR applications from private property owners, but it still allows the city commission to work as a legislative body on broad matters having to do with these LDR amendments when they apply to general zoning districts, where it's not really affecting only one property, but it applies specifically at large to a zoning district citywide. Is that correct?
That's correct. And that option would also require a 5/7 vote by the commission to refer that proposed increase in FAR. Normally an LDR referral is a 4/7 vote. In this particular instance, under that scenario, it would require a 5/7 vote.
All right. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move my item with the incorporation of the 3 recommendations made by the planning board. Again, the planning board recommended in favor of this with a 7-0 vote, and I'd like to incorporate their recommendations, which I think are prudent. They help facilitate public involvement and transparency throughout this process.
Seconded. I second it. Anybody have any comments, or can we take the vote? All right, let's vote.
Okay, as amended, R5K, Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The motion is approved as amended. Second reading public hearing is January 31st.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Good item.
Thank you. Proud to partner with you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's call R9G.
R9G is discuss, take action, referral to Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, protect Biscayne Bay water sewer upgrades requested by the mayor and Commissioner Bott. I'm sorry.
No, R9G.
G, I'm sorry, sorry about that. R9G, discuss, take action, hotel versus residential market studies, requested by Commissioners Rosa Gonzalez, Magazine, and Bott.
Okay, so this has been on the agenda for about a year or two. I think we commissioned the study sometime in early '22, so it's been almost 2 years.
See, we got to it in my first meeting.
Thank you. The reason why I commissioned this study is I think that you hit a fine line when you cross over a certain amount of hotel rooms versus residential. And studies like this have been done in other communities, like, what is that community in New Mexico that's so famous? Anyway.
Santa Fe, Taos?
It's not Santa Fe, but it's similar to Santa Fe. Anyway, other communities that are tourist destinations have done these types of studies. So I wanted to get this presentation and have a robust discussion. We might have to recommission this study. I think it's a very different commission who really, I think that the former commission was a lot more excited about building thousands more hotel rooms. And the reason I commissioned this study was so that we would stop. Put a hard stop on it. We're going to, flood the market now with an additional 800 rooms when the new convention center hotel hits. As you've seen, small businesses are suffering. Hotel occupancy was way down. If you look at our tourism taxes this year, we had months where we were down 15%, even 20%, I believe, at one point in time. What I have found in the past of these studies is that depending on the commission that's giving the direction to issue the study, determines what kind of outcome you get in the data that you look at. So we might need to recommission it depending on what this outcome is, but let's get these findings and then have a robust discussion, because I would advocate for a moratorium on more hotel rooms at this point in time. We have so many in the pipeline. All of our oceanfront hotels are under construction. The convention center hotel, which should be under construction, is not under construction. And so, to keep adding hotel rooms when we have rock bottom rates at $50 a night, I'm always going on Hotel Tonight to see what our rates are. Even if you go on right now, I bet you can get a room in Miami Beach for $45, one block from the ocean. You cannot even stay at a Motel 6 on the side of I-95 for less than $100 a night. And I think that is because we have flooded our market, and we have to look at supply and demand. And I really want as a destination, I want to make sure that we can have robust room rates, something that we just don't have right now. So, ladies?
Commissioner, did you have a question for them?
Could I just add something?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And Commissioner, Madam Vice Mayor, I think this is such an important discussion, and I think a lot of us are probably aligned in our thinking, just seeing the theme of the items on this agenda and the co-sponsorships in the items on this agenda. Just for reference, today on the consent agenda, we as a body have approved sending to the Land Use and Sustainability Committee 2 items that I sponsored, but with the support of the co-sponsorship of several of you. One, to repeal the 0.5 FAR incentive for hotel development in areas like the CD2 commercial district of our city. I think that's going to be important, sending a big message when we repeal an incentive like that right now incentivizes hotel development. And we're going to be discussing that at land use. We also approved a referral to the land use committee on another item to establish a cap on the maximum number of hotel rooms that may be developed in particular zoning districts. As part of that discussion, we're looking to limit which zoning districts permit hotels, increasing the minimum and average unit size potentially for hotel rooms, because that's one of the ways through which we can limit hotel development and promote more permanent residential development and limit the density of new hotel rooms in the city. I think these discussions are all aligned and almost belong together at the land use committee, and maybe we can refer that there so that we have one holistic conversation rather than piecemeal conversations on this. But I completely agree with you. This is a great discussion you've brought forward.
To give you an idea, and the reason I commissioned this, like the beautiful Esme, which is a brand new hotel, do you know what it costs tonight to stay at the Esme? $98. You can stay at the Esme for $98. That is one reason why I think we need to move toward, nobody likes the word moratorium, because I know we have, but honestly, apart from the rooms how many rooms do we currently have approved?
How many rooms, hotel rooms?
How many hotel rooms do we have total?
21,000.
We have 21,000, and how many are in the pipeline to be built?
About a little over 2,000.
So we've got an additional
Rooms.
2,000 rooms, including the convention center
Including the
hotel,
convention center.
which would take us to 23,000. I would say, after listening to this, we consider a possible moratorium until the convention center hotel is built and that is up and running and programmed, and then the city can possibly absorb more hotel rooms. But right now, we are suffering economically. Across South Beach, there's rooms at $40 a night.
Yeah. Commissioner Magazine.
I appreciate the item. If anybody's noticed this budding little bond here, it didn't just start today. I voted for Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez as I was walking in, me and my family several years ago, and this was the conversation that we had. I believe in supply and demand, and I believe that our ecosystem is out of whack, and I want that to be data dependent and data driven. For years, ever since 2017, when the state and local tax reform was passed, that actually was the catalyst for the wealth migration out of high tax states like New York, Illinois, California, and the entire rest of our region has benefited from that. We just continue adding hotel, hotel, hotel. Whether that leads to a moratorium or something else, we need to address this. It needs to be data-driven. We are not adding full-time residential housing. That's a fascinating stat that we have about 20,000 hotel rooms. We're increasing our capacity by 10%. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I don't know if you have a similar data for the number of full-time residential units we're adding. One thing that we haven't added at all is rental housing for over a period of 6 months. Everything that we do is either ultra luxury because it's on the waterfront, or it is of the transient nature, and that feeds our entire ecosystem. That is a public safety issue. When we have $60 a night, $40 a night hotel rooms, or even our newest hotel rooms for $90 a night, that creates an ecosystem that is adverse to public safety. Right, that impacts our economy because it becomes so cyclical that we need to do small business grants. So it's not just looking at hotel rooms in a vacuum, it's the entire ecosystem that then drives. So I applaud your multi-year persistence in this, and it's something I'm incredibly aligned with.
We're ready to take the vote?
We're watching the presentation.
So,
were they giving us a
No.
presentation
What-
on what they found?
Okay.
But I mean, I might not even look these results. Look, we have to take some sort of action on this as a body, and this gives us an opportunity, given the 21,000 rooms and the 10% increase that we currently have right here, to take some sort of action. It's bold and brave to say, moratorium, but what are we going to do to stop more hotel rooms right now? And that's why I commissioned this study, which I'm not sure of the outcome. Do you want to share like simple bullets from the study so that everybody can see? Because if it's a justification to build more hotel rooms, I don't think we buy it. I don't buy it. I don't think he buys it. You know, so if that's, because I've done this is my second study. The first time, the chamber somehow interceded and they paid the money for the study, or they commissioned the study and we paid for it, and they came back and said, we don't have enough hotel rooms. And I said, are you crazy? These are not the results that I wanted. I don't want to spend the money to commission another study. I don't think I need to spend the money to commission another study. I think the state of our businesses and our empty hotels are reason enough for, and our rock bottom room rates in December are reason enough to take some sort of action. And maybe we speak with Tom Mooney and say, Mr. Mooney, what would you suggest so that we don't have any more hotel rooms? Maybe we just do a year-long moratorium up until Convention Center Hotel is up and finished and programmed. On a case-by-case basis. Like if anybody wanted to build a hotel and they had some ridiculous vision that was not permitted and they had a new use where they could come before us and they could ask for special permission. But I would like to stop it because I don't think we need any more hotel rooms right now.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, that actually leeways into a conversation I've had with legal. It did make the December agenda because we're still fleshing out the legal viability of that. But New York City, just in recent years, actually said you can no longer build a hotel as of right. It has to actually come to their version of the city council. And I would entertain something like that because I don't know if I'd buy into a complete moratorium for a 6-star hotel in the Faena district on the waterfront where room rates are $1,200 a night, like the Amman or the Bulgari. Sure, maybe that adds to things. However, more infill hotels in the middle of College Park or other areas, that should be dedicated and provide incentives for full-time residential housing, which we're lacking. So essentially, an ordinance like that, which I'm going to continue to discuss with legal, actually would provide a case-by-case basis. I don't want to say that we would make exceptions, but for a certain period of time, we could even say until the convention center is built. I originally had 3 to 5 years, but I think maybe that's a great leeway. That any hotel application actually has to be approved by the city commission and could no longer be done as of right.
So I would like to co-sponsor that with you if that's okay. And Raphael, if you're working on this with him, can you have something ready for us by January?
Well, we would start, if you want to start with, since there's a motion to refer this hotel market study with the other conversations related to the hotel, if as part of that, if you would want to refer now Commissioner Magazine's proposal to look at the recently enacted New York model for addressing, limits on approvals of hotel projects, just maybe include that now as a referral so that we could begin to address it at committee.
So we're going to refer this to land use with the hope of crafting something and bringing it back January, February. I just don't want to add in another couple hundred
And I
rooms
apologize, I
signature.
don't want to speak for Commissioner Magazine. If you'd want to get the process started now, we could do that. Otherwise, we could come back in January.
Very rarely, besides for my waste hauler item, will I ever look to add to the government bureaucracy. So let's get it started now.
Great. So I'll come back in January. That's perfect. Thank you so much. So we actually don't even need those results. And look, we already have one vote. How many votes do we need to do this? We have
I'd co-sponsor if I'm
co-sponsor, 3 of us co-sponsoring. Do we have a 4th co-sponsor?
Yeah, that's another.
4? Okay, so
So we're done, let's just legislate.
wonderful. Okay.
Well, so I have a question. So we have 2 items that are going to land use. One on the FAR incentive to perhaps repeal the FAR incentive on hotel development. We have a separate one on establishing caps on hotel rooms in the city based on zoning districts, et cetera. And then we have a separate item that's going to travel in its own path, that's not going to land use, it's going to come here in January?
So no, you would now refer the hotel market study to land use as well to discuss along with those items, as well as the concept for the New York model that was recently enacted. And there was one other item that I think Commissioner Magazine also sponsored for a referral to land use, similar to the similar concept to what Commissioner Dominguez previously sponsored, but for other districts in the city for looking at incentives for long-term residential.
And that way, hopefully we can bring back one holistic group of recommendations to the city commission from land use, hopefully. Okay.
Great.
So I guess by
So by
acclamation.
acclamation?
So by acclamation, referral to land use.
Good job.
Perfect.
Unanimous,
Good job,
7-0.
guys.
So just two
good.
quick administrative items as we have public hearings to open and continue 2 items. First is R5E.
Yeah, there's a request to open and continue the item to January 31st. By acclamation, may I do so?
Yes.
Yep.
Everyone in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, what's the other one? I'm sorry.
R5F, open and continued. North Beach Comp Use
So
Reg.
same, R5F is being requested to open and continue to January 31st. By acclamation, may I do so?
Yes.
Everyone in
Yes.
favor? Acclamation?
Yes.
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 So done.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
And I think we just got an update in one of our previous discussions that I think takes care of R9M for me, which is a public safety specialist. The chief gave us a kind of an update of where we are with the
Yep.
public safety specialist. So I can remove that item.
Which-
if
which
my
item, I'm
colleagues
sorry?
agree.
R9M?
Yes. As the chief did give us an update on the hiring of those positions.
And thank you for bringing that item.
Of course.
Didn't mean to steal your thunder on it.
No. It's teamwork.
Absolutely. Let's call R9V.
R9V, discuss take action Outfront Media Group contract.
Vice Mayor Rosenthal.
Commissioner Bat, when I saw your item about the kiosk, I put on an item about the bus shelters because we signed the contract with the bus shelter company 2 years ago and nothing's happened. We were promised bells, whistles, new shelters, and all I wanted to do was refer this to committee or have a conversation about where they are in the process. When are we getting the new shelters? As you walk the city, I guarantee you that there were people that complained that there are shelters that have no, first of all, we should have bus shelters that tell us what time the buses are arriving. Have you seen that?
Yes.
Yes, they have tremendous technology. Our shelters are completely outdated, and I just would like to send this to the neighborhoods committee so that Outfront Media Group could explain why we haven't really seen anything since we signed the contract a couple of years ago. Because before I leave office, I would like to see some shelters in certain areas that just have a bench. And I think that our residents deserve this. Now, it might not even matter because with this better bus network, we don't even have buses anymore. I don't even know what's going on with our bus routes. But I would like to see how the better bus network affects the shelters that we have. And so what I would ask for, because I don't want to take up a lot of time, is a referral to neighborhoods to have a discussion.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
So it's really just, you just want an update on what's going on?
I want an update. I'm not going to terminate. No terminate, like you said, just discussion.
I'd second that.
Can we have
So-
are there representatives here? Or transportation part?
I think
Yeah,
it's
but
best-
I think what we're trying to do is not have it during
Not
this
have-
meeting, and unless you need it
No,
to make
this
the.
is a really, we do need to have a discussion about this because
A
we haven't
committee.
heard a peep.
Right, but I
And-
think what you were saying is to do it at neighborhoods.
Yeah, do
Yes.
it at neighborhoods.
Right.
We're not terminating, we're just gonna have a conversation
Okay.
at neighborhoods
that's
about
what
the
she's
bus
proposing
shelters and
instead of-
find out where they are in the pipeline.
Okay,
Okay?
I'm supportive.
Yes. Okay.
Everyone in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Why don't we
Mr. Mayor,
call,
I'm gonna do a deferral of R9O to the January meeting. It's my item.
So, R9O, January 31st.
Yes. R9O.
okay? Great. Why don't we call C4C? That was on the consent agenda, was a referral item. Commissioner Suarez is the sponsor and Commissioner Magazine co-sponsor.
Yes, sir. C4C is a referral to finance creation of residential parking permit zones in North Beach. It was separated by Commissioner Bott and Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez. C4C.
So, I understand where this is coming from, the desire to help residents address an issue, an ongoing issue with lack of sufficient parking in North Beach. And my initial thought was, well, we have permit parking in other parts of the city, why don't we have it in North Beach? And that could make sense. But the more I had outreach with residents and neighbors, you know, and I live in North Beach, and I'm fortunate I've always had parking, so it's not affected me directly, but, you know, friends of mine were looking for a place to move to, and I suggested a bunch of really great buildings, which are amazing buildings. They're like, nope, it's on-street parking, there's no way. So I get it, but the unintended consequences, since that seems to be a theme today, is that there are, you know, it's a different population base from the rest of the city. And we have people who don't speak English, perhaps, aren't here, aren't necessarily documented, are working 3 jobs and caring for 2 or 3 generations, don't know that this is a thing. And while we are trying to find solutions, and I actually also have an item about North Beach parking, I've been trying to wrap my head around how we can have a decal system that doesn't penalize people who don't know that there's a system or aren't comfortable coming to government for anything. There are a number of long-term renters who go on a handshake with their landlords. There are no leases. They don't have any utility bills in their own name. They wouldn't be able to find City Hall if their lives depended on it, let alone feel comfortable talking to people about it. And so the unintended consequence is that now people who are trying to protect run the risk of getting towed all the time, let alone, you know, it's not an onerous cost, you know, so if it's $80 a year or something, and there could be income waivers, but I just don't think that this is the way to go about it. And, you know, I'm always open to discussion and conversation and brainstorming, but I just don't see how a decal that requires some kind of proof of residency for people who don't feel comfortable disclosing that they are here in the system at all is the way to go. So that's why I pulled it, to have a conversation with everybody.
I'll start with this. I think there's been a tremendous amount of misinformation out there, originated by certain social media posts. At first, it was said that this was going to cost upwards of $90 per month, and this was some sort of money grab. This is the furthest thing from a money grab that there is. In fact, I'd be in favor of a year pilot program, a 2-year pilot program, to waive fees. It doesn't have to cost anything. It's not about getting money in. I've sat here for years and heard our elected officials accused of building a $150 million parking garage because there's not enough parking in North Beach. This wasn't originated by a lobbyist. This isn't a money grab. This is to try and help thread the needle for a parking situation that I heard about door after door after door when I spent my entire summer knocking on doors in North Beach. Every single person to a person complained about how hard on-street parking was. This isn't meant to tow people starting the day after we implement this, but it is starting a system in place that is a long-term solution. Even if we would do something like, okay, a year, we're not going to tow or we're not going to ticket, but we put the basis for longer term, getting this system in place. People living there can't park. Workers, they have to park far away from their home. This is intended solely, I can't be more clear, to help the residents that live in North Beach park by their homes and not have their parking spaces circumvented and taken from day trippers, people coming into our city. Tell me, what would prevent somebody from leaving their car on the street that doesn't belong there for days or weeks on end, taking up a parking spot from those hard-working people? I'm a hard-working person myself. I've lived in places that require on-street parking. We have a system that may not be perfect, but works in every other area of Miami Beach. If this doesn't work, please, Monica, tell me, why can this work in Flamingo Park, but somehow North Beach is this, all I've heard for years is North Beach is this stepchild that receives no attention from the dais. And this is solely done to try and help hardworking people that have to park their cars on the street find easier parking solutions. If we need to go up there with a bilingual, trilingual, quadruple lingual mobile command center, helping people sign up further parking decals, and we need to go to them. I will lead those efforts. This is being done for outreach and to help solve a problem. Now, I'm not going to force this down people's throats. This is first discussion. This is what I felt with conviction would help the parking situation. If we hear overwhelmingly between now and second reading that this is unwanted, if staff comes back to tell me why this is unfeasible, I will be pragmatic. And I will pull back. This isn't something I'm looking to ram down anybody's throats because there's some money grab at the end or tow truck drivers are doing this. I'm trying to do this for the hardworking people of North Beach. If there's other solutions, I am amenable to it. Tell me. But I've heard for 10 years the lack of any others. So at least let's say, well, we're not going to fix it at all, and everybody that doesn't want it, stop complaining. Or let's move forward with pragmatic solutions.
Mr. Mayor, I'm the sponsor of this item, if I can speak.
Commissioner Suarez?
Yeah, you know, I sponsor this item. And, you know, one thing that was very clear from going door to door, I probably knocked on 5,000 doors, half of them in North Beach, was that there is tremendous amount of abuse in parking in North Beach. And, you know, it's not just one abuse, it's multiple factors. And so, you know, it's notorious around the Tri-County area that if you want to come to Miami Beach, you can go to North Beach and you can park basically anywhere in a residential neighborhood and go to the beach. And you'll not get ticketed or towed. And that puts a big strain on the people that actually live there. Not to mention, you know, as I was going door to door, there was a lot of complaints about residents or other people using the app Turo. And so Turo is an app that allows you to essentially be a car rental company. It's like the Uber of car rental companies. And what these individuals are doing is they're using the North Beach parking lot as their fleet parking lot. And I mean, you know, I got a couple emails already on it today, and in support of my item. Another issue that is consistent with tight parking in North Beach is that there's tremendous amount of short-term rentals that take place, and in these short-term rentals, either through the day or the weekend, they rent a car, they bring it to North Beach, and they park there, and that adds to more parking constraints in North Beach. And look, and last but not least, there's going to be a tremendous amount of development in North Beach, specifically with high rises. And I understand these high rises might have parking, but it's just one parking space per unit. And so what happens if they have two cars or a weekend car, and they have the ability to just park their cars, their weekend cars, their second cars anywhere in North Beach, because it's free and it's unrestricted. And so, as my colleague Joe mentioned, there is a lot of misinformation about this program, about what's going on. In fact, I have it here. There's a post that says, if you do not want to pay $82 a month as a parking tax to the city of Miami Beach, write commissioners now. And what's funny about this is that when I got like maybe a dozen emails about this, I responded with the facts, and they were all in agreement. And so, let me lay out some facts now. That the base parking rate is around $58 a year. Okay, that comes out to 15 cents a day. All right. However, I'm proposing the pilot program to be free for the first year. Okay. Requirements to qualify for a residential parking permit is very easy. All you have to do is just show a utility bill that's been active in the last 30 days, or you show a tenant lease. The application process can be done 100% online, and so you don't have to go to City Hall. And there is even an ability to provide guest parking passes online. All you have to do is just give your guest license plate number. And so, and again, the enforcement would only happen, as I would imagine, after 5 p.m. And until 8 a.m. So between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., if you have a contractor coming in, a plumber, an electrician to work in your property, it's not going to apply. I think there's a 2-hour time constraint, but for all intents and purposes, it allows work to be done in the neighborhood. And so, look, like Joe said, there's this feeling out in North Beach that the commission doesn't care about North Beach. And so when Joe and I have knocked on thousands of doors in North Beach, and we hear the complaints, from the people that live there, I think it's worth addressing. I certainly think it's worth a discussion at a committee. And, there's a reason why it works so well in South Beach. And people love it. They love the fact that, they're not getting overrun with tourists, transients, people who abuse the free parking to make their personal side business out of, on like Turo, for example. And not to mention the looming pressure that these new developments and new high-rises are going to apply to these residential neighborhoods. So, I'll ask Monica to speak to the item and cover the fees associated so that all the facts are here and that there is no question to the intent of Joe and I's agenda item.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to thank my colleague for the concern in this area of the city. I do have some concern about unintended consequences. For example, I go to this part of the city a lot. I know that there are a lot of elderly people that live there. A lot of elderly people who depend on the support of either relatives or caretakers, nighttime caretakers that stay overnight to take care of elderly people. I'm concerned how this could impact them. I also believe, especially in the evening hours, we might see a higher concentration of vehicles there, because sometimes it's our workforce. People, you may have two families that might be living in an apartment that may have maybe more than 1 or 2 vehicles per apartment that could potentially be affected by this. I have concerns with this. Ultimately, I think the reality is that the area is going to need a garage. It's ultimately going to need a garage. Is it a $100 million garage? Absolutely not, probably. But it's going to need a garage to deal with the real issues. We're really want to be forward-thinking. We need to be thinking about how we increase capacity, future capacity to accommodate more parking in the planning of our city and this area, and how we properly invest in that, so that by the time that the developments exist and that the density is there, we've done what we can do as a government to accommodate the increased demand for parking. Today, I have concerns that while this comes very, very well intended, and I thank you both for the initiative that you've brought forward in your first meeting to address this, it could have unintended consequences where by creating this permit, these individuals are still going to have to find parking. They're just going to have to go further away to find the parking. They're going to go further into the neighborhood. They're going to have to walk to get back to the area. And lastly, I just also want to say, I think we all care about North Beach. And I'm not saying it in direct response to my colleague, but I do think that there is oftentimes this notion out there that this city commission doesn't care about North Beach. I know my colleague has been focused on tree planting in North Beach. I've been focused on working with the city administration on a reforestation plan for North Beach. I'm working on Route 115 and seeing how we can expand possibly trolley service for North Beach on Route 115, and we expanded trolley service to also include North Beach. We've worked on a facade improvement program for commercial and residential properties in that part of the city. We've created a tenant defense program with dollars specifically dedicated to prevent for homeless prevention, specifically in North Beach. We've worked on commercial use regulations to prohibit and limit the proliferation of nuisance uses in North Beach. We've worked on land development regulations to address hostel and hotel uses and establishments that create noise in our land development regulations in North Beach. We've done a number of things that focus specifically on North Beach, on improving the quality of life in North Beach. And I think we all want to work together. And I'm happy to collaborate with both the sponsors of this item, the two sponsors, on other solutions that could come forward. I'm concerned that it could appear as a solution when in fact it's just gonna push individuals to have to park further away and have to then walk to get to where they live or where they take care of a relative or where parents are going to drop off grandchildren because the parents are working at night at the hospital or a restaurant, but the grandparents take care of the children, and so I'm concerned of those unintended consequences.
Thank you. It's a referral, just so I'm going to be supportive of the referral, but Commissioner Bott.
Yeah, to set the record straight, I am not responding to a social media post. I didn't know that there was one. I am responding to the people who I've talked to who live there, work there, own businesses there, bring their kids to school there, have relatives who are undocumented or elderly. I know that my colleagues come at this because we all heard it when we were knocking on doors, whether it was this election or the prior elections. It has been an ongoing issue for North Beach for years and years and years. I actually have an item, it's the very next one, it's C4D, which is trying to address this issue as well with a different way of coming at this, which doesn't require some kind of decal. It doesn't have, I don't think it has unintended consequences of putting residents at some kind of risk of, having to deal with the city if they're not documented. Again, a lot of these tenants don't have leases and might not have utility bills in their names. It's not for lack of care. That's not the question. The question is a decal program viable given the population it's intended to serve? So that's just, I just wanted to correct the record. Look, it's a referral item. I just wanted to have this conversation. Happy to support a referral for a more robust conversation where the residents can, it's a referral.
It's a referral. I think we have the vote.
Let's just.
Okay, great.
Okay, can we call the vote?
Yeah.
Great.
I need a
I
motion.
motion to call the vote.
We have a second?
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Okay, second, okay. So all in favor of the referral?
Aye.
Is there any noes? So the referral passes 7-0. C4C.
Great, thank you. Let's go to R5S, Neighborhood Resiliency Projects, Commissioner Dominguez.
Which one was it?
R5S?
Yes, sir.
We'll let the clerk read into the record.
R5S is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach entitled, amending Chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees by amending Division 34 by creating Sections 2-190.149 through 2-190.152 to establish the Neighborhood Resiliency Project Advisory Committee to advise the administration and City Commission in connection with the city's resiliency projects in order to improve planning and delivery of these capital projects and providing for repealer severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading. The item requires 5/7 vote, R5S.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. So part of the reason I ran was to finish some of Commissioner Mark Samuelin's projects or in items, and this resiliency project was something that he started. All this, when I was elected and got sworn in a year ago yesterday, as I've said.
Congratulations.
Yeah. one of the first things I brought back was the ad hoc resiliency committee and make sure that it was extended for another year. I've attended every single meeting this year, and they have been an amazing committee. And the liaison, Amy Knowles, has also been outstanding. Some of their recommendations have already been put into effect, and our website has been updated, and it's clearly for them to give input on how to better inform on our resiliency projects, which we have many. And I think it's very important for us to continue this committee. And I'd like to move the item.
I second your item.
Thank you.
Any objections? Okay, let's take the vote. I actually, I am not just going to vote yes, I'm extremely supportive. Before you were elected, I was starting to work on this, and then I was very excited when you obviously took it over and continuing in Commissioner Samuelin's legacy. Let's call the vote.
Commissioner Magazine.
Can I say one thing on this before we go? You know, some of the larger projects are very hard to get done, but we do have, Joe, what did you call that list? The high priority list of projects? Critical needs. I had some investors, a family, who had recently purchased a home, $7 million on North Bay Road, one of our beautiful Russell Pancoast 1936 homes. And the renovation is going to cost about $4 million. And they called me, their realtor called me, because they didn't want to invest in that older home. These homes that are really quintessential Miami Beach, beautiful, historic homes, because 59th and North Bay Road is flooding. Now, I know that I was here when, you know, we proposed this resiliency project up and down North Bay Road, and we put a pause on it because what we were doing at the time was raising the roads too high and transforming neighborhoods, and we made a lot of mistakes on Palm and Hibiscus Island. But there are hot spots, and I think that now we're getting to a point where we can do these projects, especially in the residential neighborhoods, without going overboard and, you know, raising the streets and completely removing all of the foliage. But it was very scary for me to see these people say, we want to sell because we don't believe in Miami Beach. And actually, I went out there to reassure them that we were getting the funding for that project at 59th and North Bay, because it's just one area of that, you know, resiliency that I had to go out there, reassure them that we were getting the funding. Joe said it was going to be, you said about 2 years to get it done, right? And literally tell people that it's okay to buy a historic home on Miami Beach because it's not going underwater. So what we're doing here is so important, and I want you to know that that's very scary when people are second guessing Miami Beach as an investment. So they're important, and I think with this commission here, moving forward, we don't have to have that ridiculously high NAVD, and we can raise the streets and put in new infrastructure and flooding and pumps without ruining our neighborhoods, and I think that's the goal for all of us. So I'm happy about this. You know, I'm super happy about this committee. More importantly, I'm happy about we need to fix where the critical needs are. They must be fixed, because this will affect our bond rating, and it will affect people wanting to purchase and invest in our city. So there, just said my 2 cents on this.
Well said.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
I am honored to vote on and help continue in Mark's legacy. So I'm yes. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Should call the vote?
Not yet. So, Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vote
Vice-
early, vote often.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for January 31st.
Let's call R9Q.
R9Q is update on school zone speed detection systems requested by Commissioner Fernandez and Dominguez. R9Q.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank my colleague, Commissioner Dominguez, for joining as a co-sponsor of this item. You know, last year, during last session, the Florida legislature gave us local governments the authority to enforce school zones through the use of speed detection systems. In essence, they're cameras that monitor the speed of drivers and allow us to do enforcement using technology in where we should be most proactive about this, which is in our school zones. This is thanks to that legislation that the state passed. It requires us, in order to do this, to adopt an ordinance for the placement of these devices and to identify the location where these systems would go. In order to pass that ordinance and identify the locations where we would have these speed detection systems, we directed the city administration back in June to evaluate our school zones and identify any school zone where there were concerns for heightened safety risks to children. And the police department engaged in a professional evaluation, as they always do, performing the best that they possibly can, and identified 6 potential school zones where we could potentially use these speed detection systems to enhance the safety of the children in these schools. I'd like to recognize, through the mayor, I'd like to recognize Jose Gonzalez to elaborate a little bit further on speed detection systems, how they could be a benefit to our city, and how they could be a benefit in general, even to public safety, beyond simply during school hours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. For the record, Jose Gonzalez, Transportation and Mobility Director. And my apologies for being a couple seconds late. I actually was running back from the bathroom. New Florida statute that has been enacted allows for the installation, it allows for cities or counties to install speed detection devices or speed cameras, or to contract with a vendor to install speed cameras at school zones where speeding is occurring and that meet certain criteria. So following the Florida statutes and the recent resolution that was adopted, we conducted a traffic analysis that looked at 17 different school zones in the city associated with 8 different schools. 17 school zones, 8 different schools. We had to wait for school session to begin in order to conduct that analysis, which we did, and what the study concluded was that 6 different school zones associated with 5 schools meet the criteria and warrant the installation of speed detection systems or speed cameras. So the Florida statute also requires that the governmental entity adopt an ordinance that would allow this type of program in the city. So that would be the natural next step should this body wish to move forward with the installation of speed cameras in the cities, in the schools in our city that have speeding. Then there would need to be an ordinance created. And following that ordinance, the city would then contract with a vendor for the installation of the cameras.
I think through the mayor or the vice mayor, I think this is one of these things that we can do that I believe is a no-brainer. Anything that we can do to help make our children safer, our school zones safer, but also it makes our communities safer. Because these schools are also either within residential areas or in the perimeter of residential areas. So anything that we do that helps children ultimately also does have a consequential trickle effect into the residential areas. I'd like to make a motion directing the city administration and the city attorney's office to work on a draft ordinance to bring forward to us and take whatever other action we need to do to move forward with this technology. And I'd like to put that motion forward to the body.
I'll second.
Oh, okay, you're seconding the motion. Okay, so all in favor, is anybody opposed to this? By acclamation.
Thank you.
Mayor Minor, are you coming back? Do you want me to
Thank you.
call? I'm gonna start calling items. We're moving on.
All right, how about R9U?
Oh, okay. R9U. Okay,
Well,
so.
let Ralph call
Oh,
it.
okay.
Got it.
No.
Sorry, discuss, take action, fully funded pre-K scholarship lottery results.
Okay, so.
Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez.
Yes, our scholarship program for the VPK and any scholarships for pre-K is super successful. We have a wait list of about 19 people, and I believe we need $10,000 this year to complete and fully fund everybody who applied. So it's two separate actions. Number one, we want to fully fund everybody who's on the applicant list this year and then allocate enough money for next year. So it would be $10,000 to complete the budget for this year and about $50,000 to complete it for the following year. Is that correct, Leslie? Through the mayor? What do you guys
Yes,
say, through the chair?
good afternoon, Leslie Rosenfeld, Chief Education Officer. So for our pre-K scholarship program, as Commissioner Rosen Gonzalez indicated, we actually have 177 families that are eligible for the scholarship. We have enough funding for 158, so we do have 19 that are on the wait list to cover the months of August and September. For the 19 that are on the wait list would be approximately $10,000 in this fiscal year, and the remaining amount to cover the rest of the school year for the 24-25 would be about $50,000.
So that would be the action. I'm going to make a motion to move this. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is anybody opposed? I'm sorry. No.
I think you got it. And we're the only
Okay.
city in Florida that offers this program, in addition to the monies that the state sends, but the only city in Florida that does this. So I think that's a testament to our city and commission.
Thank you.
Right, but is this only applicable to this fiscal year for the 10, and then it goes to the budget cycle for the rest?
Well, we're going to put that, we're agreeing right now to put the additional 50 so that it's funded in the next budget cycle also.
Is your question, Ralph, is this going to be a continuing, so that we fully fund it every year? Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, well, we're funding what's the full amount of 177 families right now?
There's 177 families for the 24-25 school year. So are you saying that
We want to
going
fully
forward,
fund all of those.
we want to fully fund for 24-25?
Yes. We might want to allocate, what is the total amount for that? I know you said an additional 50, but what's the total amount of the scholarship money that we're spending right now?
450.
450, okay. All right, so we're going to fully fund. Everyone okay with that?
Great.
Okay.
It's a great enhancement to recruit families and keep families here in Miami Beach. So, okay, let's take the vote.
It's, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone in opposition? Approved 7-0.
Let's call R9S.
R9S is update on police efforts to protect against anti-Semitic acts, requested by Commissioners Magazine and Suarez.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes, certainly appreciate this. This item actually derived before the protest that we saw out front of Art Basel this weekend. It wasn't in direct response to the incidents that occurred at Josh's Bagel. I don't know if there's an update on the second incident, but I want to tip my cap to the fine men and women of our police department, state attorney's office. There was an arrest made in that horrific hate crime that was carried out at Josh's Bagel, damaging one of the Israeli flags. This is more, Chief Jones, don't want to get any type of, you tip your hand to the operational strategy, but just ensure that we have some of our religiously sensitive institutions, culture institutions, firmly on our radar, perhaps allocating additional resources, and just if you could talk high level without divulging any insider information about how you're approaching that, because there also is, I'm sure, budgetary constraints. I believe it was brought up at the last City Commission meeting. Allocating additional resources, the schools might have incurred an incremental $400,000. So, it comes a point where we have to discuss a reasonable path forward. But first and foremost, wanted to ensure, while I'm 110% sure, wanted to hear it from our fine men and women, that we are allocating additional resources to our religiously sensitive institutions in a time of rising anti-Semitism, not just worldwide, but incidents that we've seen here in Miami Beach.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you for bringing this up, this item. Wayne Jones Police Department. So ever since the afternoon of October 7th, following the very unprovoked, very horrific event in Israel, we implemented what we call a high-risk directed patrol detail. And what that really means is we bring in additional officers and assign them to patrol temples and synagogues and religious institutions throughout the city, to include schools. We've been doing it since October 7th to the tune of just about $500,000. We've discussed this with the city manager, and her direction is do it as long as reasonably possible, because it's important that our community feel safe in their homes, at their workplace, and the places they visit socially. So we're doing that, and we're going to continue to do it as long as we can reasonably afford it. As far as the bagel time incident, as you know, is very well publicized on television, and our investigators did a fantastic job tracking down and identifying the culprit involved in that vandalism. He was appropriately charged after a warrant was issued for his arrest, and we're very, very proud of the work that was done on that. The second incident, unfortunately, despite identifying both the driver of the car and the young lady that perpetrated that crime, there was some news media coverage that went out too early in the investigation that spooked these people, and they left town. We know who they are. Warrants being issued for their arrests. At some point, we'll pick them up, but very, very proud again of the work my department did in quickly identifying these people. And at some point, we'll bring them to justice.
Yeah, we're all proud. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor? Oh, if I may add that with the support of the chief, we have a justice advocate program that this commission approved, and I have assigned an attorney, and we are putting our resources to work on the case, on the bagel time case. And the victim has authorized the justice advocate to appear on the victim's behalf, and we will be monitoring every aspect of that case through all the proceedings. So
That's great, and I've been in touch with the state attorney's office as well. Commissioner Bott?
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. City Attorney and Chief Jones, that perpetrator was also charged with a hate crime, right? It was elevated to a hate crime.
Yes,
So,
that's correct. Yes.
Just props for that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything further? Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
I want to thank my colleague, Commissioner Magazine, because Commissioner Magazine did some very strong statements that I think represent, I don't want to say represent the commission, at least represents me well, and represents, I think, our city well, because your statements were so on point that anyone who commits any type of anti-Semitic crime, or hate crime like that, this city will be unstoppable in pursuing justice, in pursuing the full prosecution, and will not be tolerated in any way. And you stated that so eloquently, publicly, that in moments of great difficultness, you brought pride, at least to this city commissioner, seeing you state that. You exemplified the leadership that we should be all exemplifying in a professional way in support of our community. I just wanted to put that publicly.
Yes, thank you for that. And Chief Jones, as you mentioned about the enhanced police patrols, which really helps everyone, but certainly in high visibility Jewish areas, which are certainly, we've seen around the country, enhanced anti-Semitic acts, whatever. I can tell you it is very much appreciated by the residents and definitely noticed. So thank you for that, and hopefully it will continue. Ready for the next item? Anybody else? Okay, great. Let's call R5X.
R5X is an ordinance of the mayor, city commissioner of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 46 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Environment by amending Article 10 entitled Use of Gas-Powered Leaf Blowers to create definitions, eliminate the financial hardships waiver, prohibit the use of gas-powered chainsaws within the city of Miami Beach, provide for a temporary suspension for storm and hurricane cleanup, and establish enforcement and penalty provisions, and further providing for repeal or severability codification and an effective date. This is a first reading, R5X.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Thank you, Mayor. So there's already something in place that was initiated by Commissioner Samulin. And what's happened lately is local companies are using chainsaws that are gas instead of electric. And so the thought was to include that language, power tools, so that chainsaws would be included. But during my agenda review, the city administration recommended that a certain size chainsaw would have to be gas. And Eric, if you don't mind coming to explain it better, to give the city leeway because there aren't electric chainsaws for certain diameter trees.
And thank you, Commissioner. And I was getting all of my information from Joe and Rodney, so I don't want to steal their thunder. But my understanding, based on the information that we were discussing, is that electric chainsaws are more than available for smaller diameter tree trimming that needs to be done, or smaller jobs. I believe it's less than 24 inches.
It's for battery-powered chainsaws. The available cut branches diameter 16 inches and lower. Anything above that, the strain on the battery-powered chainsaws becomes a real issue.
And so we would just ask for the ability to have those larger chainsaws that we need for some of our larger work be available. But as you had mentioned, we don't want to create an opportunity for people to have a loophole. So we'll work with the city attorney's office between first and second reading, if it's okay with you, to come up with some reasonable language that would give us the flexibility we need, but not give a backdoor to people to avoid the need for electric.
Thank you. And that would be perfectly fine for you to work on the language. And I'd like to move the item. There's nobody here. Thank you.
Wow. Are we at a quorum?
Well, here.
Where's everybody?
Yes.
I was going to go tell the city attorney. Yes.
So
I think we're calling the vote?
Okay, so if no further discussion, Commissioner Magazine on item R5X.
Yes.
With direction to come up with alternative language. Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez. Not present. Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion passes with direction. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for January 31st.
Great. So the next three items I'm going to call were addendum items that are just referrals. So again, I pulled it from consent, but hopefully it'll go through fairly quickly. They're just referrals. So C4Y.
C4Y is a referral to Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, enforcement of excessive noise violations.
Somebody will move the item? I cannot move it.
I'll move it.
So Commissioner
Second.
Dominguez, Commissioner Suarez, all in favor of C4Y?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Referral 7-0.
C4Z.
C4Z is referral to, where is that to? Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee and to the, I'm not sure what the other one is by the initials. Transportation? Okay, Transportation, Public, whatever it is. We got it.
It's in the record.
It's in the record, Mount Sinai Medical Center for North Beach residents. It's a long name on that first one.
Anybody want to move it? Commissioner Suarez moves it. Seconded. Joseph Magazine, Commissioner Magazine, you want to second it?
I do, Mayor.
Great, thank you.
I would.
So C4Z by
It's
acclamation, may
C4Z.
we approve it?
By acclamation.
So all in favor, 7-0. Thank you. Refer it C4Z.
And the last referral is C4AA.
That's a referral to land use. Review code sections regarding expiration of land use board orders, C4AA.
Commissioner Fernandez moves it.
Commissioner Suarez seconds it.
Any opposition? If not, C4AA is referred 7-0, C4AA.
Yeah. So C7W.
C7W is direct administration to plant canopy trees, P63 surface parking lot. C7W, it was separated by Commissioner Magazine.
Yeah, and this was just a referral, not indicating support or opposition to this, just giving kind of the fiscal amount. I thought it was prudent to refer this to finance.
I know when you look at the initial amount.
C7W.
C7.
C7W.
C7W. Let me explain what my thought process is here. We have tremendous surface lots across the city that are unsightly. There are no trees in them. There are no trees on them. And frankly, this lot right next to North Beach Elementary is much needed. And not only that, but it's been circled by a lot of developers who would like to take these surface lots that are needed by the school, by the residents, to get their stuff done and build on them. And so it's twofold. As it becomes hotter and hotter, first of all, they're ugly. Planting shade trees will transform these surface lots. Have you ever been to other municipalities where they have beautiful shade trees and you drive onto a parking lot? It's just gorgeous. So I wanted to, look, the estimate is expensive, but I want to try to do one lot. And if I was going to try to save one lot and make sure that, number one, we're making an investment in that lot, which is going to kind of discourage anyone who wants to come along and, build on a lot right next door to a school, and the parents are no longer going to have an easy way to drop off and pick up for North Beach Elementary. Let's transform this lot. To me, it's incredible that it's going to cost $1.6 million, but this is like serious, like lighting, trees, transformation of this parking lot, and I think everybody will benefit. And I think the people of 41st Street too are really going to like that we're investing in the community. It has taken us forever to get anything done on 41st Street proper. If we go into that parking lot and we put in mature shade trees and lighting and beautify it, this is a direct impact for thousands of people. So it might seem like a lot of money, but if we can do this there, then maybe we can start to do this across the city. And if we take our surface lots and transform them into beautiful, tropical, shaded areas, our city is going to be so much prettier for it. So it's expensive? Yes. But hopefully, maybe once we do it once, they can figure out how to do it cheaper. There will be lessons learned, and we can apply this to different surface lots throughout the city. They wanted to bring a market. Do you remember they wanted to bring a market to 41st Street, and they chose that parking lot? It was so hot out that day that they had to close the market that they did it once, and they said, we're not doing it again. Well, why? We need a shaded space outdoors. And I think everybody will appreciate it. I think the families of Mid-Beach, anybody who goes to the deli or any of those businesses, the surrounding homes, it's just a win-win-win. So I would ask that, I know we're referring it, to consider it for the next budget cycle and really transform something in the city. I mean, I had them repainted. I will say that Monica did a beautiful job because I was complaining about it just looked awful. Came in, we restriped it, pressure cleaned it, repaved it. It still doesn't look good because there's not a single tree. So, I mean, anyway, that's.
No, so you're okay with the referral?
I'm okay with the referral. I just want to convince you guys also to eventually.
No, I think
support it.
I know you brought this item before as well, and it's a good item. Actually, the police had one of their sort of neighborhood community events there. It was a tremendous success. That parking lot was filled with people, but yes, it was it was hot. And there's not a lot of shade. So I think it's a good item, but I think a referral.
And if this works, I mean, let's say that over a certain amount of time, we end up spending $10 or $20 million, creating shade in all of our surface parking lots. They will be beautiful and transformed.
This is the lot behind Roasters and Toasters.
Yes.
I like their kitchen sink omelet.
What?
I love their kitchen sink omelet.
Oh, well, they are opening a,
New one.
hopefully we gave them some help. I know that they were looking for help with their final permit because they just couldn't get through the building department. So hopefully at this point we reached out and helped them so they can open a new Roasters and Toasters and hopefully eventually we'll have a better program. By the way, trees do absorb water and flooding and resiliency, so this is the kind of things that we really need to do, is green areas.
I had
green and
concerns
blue.
that this had not gone through the process.
Mr. Mayor.
But
Well, we're referring it.
Yeah, finance, I support that.
Commissioner Suarez.
You know, one of the issues that I've heard from going door to door is that we don't have enough green space or canopy in our city. And I know that parking lot's fairly big, and so I think that's, I mean, look, I'd be ready to vote on it today in favor. You know, I go to that parking lot all the time. My kid goes to the mathnasium there, and it's hot, and it would go a long way of putting some great canopy trees there, especially if we're gonna activate it with any future events. So I would be in favor.
Great.
Okay, so. Okay, any objections? Okay, great.
And for the record, I had Commissioner Magazine making the referral, seconded by Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez. So unanimous 7-0.
Yes. Let's hear C7X and the companion item R5C.
Yes, sir. Let me read R5C first. R5C is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 78 of the Code of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, entitled Personnel, by amending Article 1 entitled In General, by creating Section 78-3 thereof to authorize qualifying city employees to make donations of annual and sick leave for humanitarian disaster relief as may be approved by the City Commission, and providing for repeal or severability codification and an effective date. This is a second reading public hearing. That's R5C. The companion item was C7X, authorized employee leave donations, American Friends of Megan David Adon, requested by Commissioner Fernandez.
Mr. Mayor, I move my two items.
So Commissioner Fernandez moves the item, seconded by Commissioner Suarez. It is a public hearing. I see no one on Zoom, and I see no one in the audience.
Okay, public meeting closed. Let's call the roll.
Commissioner Magazine is a yes. Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Dominguez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The item is approved. The same vote will be taken on C7X, same maker of the motion, same second, so C7X is also approved.
Thank you.
We'll stick with you, Commissioner Fernandez. C7Y.
C7Y is authorized, approved $10,000 grant waive permitting fees premier of Zorro.
Mr. Mayor, this is one of these things that we can do to help our business districts and get great international publicity that elevates our city. Hopefully, we can get the premiere of Zorro here on Lincoln Road, and we can support that through this grant and through the waiver of fees. With that, I move the item.
I'll second. Any objections?
Thank you.
And so it's 7-0, item is approved. C7X.
C7, that was C7Y.
I'm sorry, C7Y, I apologize.
Call C4V as in Victor.
C4V, referral to Planning Board, alcohol hours, Collins Avenue, 53rd Street, 72nd Streets.
That was pulled by Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to suggest a dual referral on this, also to the public safety neighborhoods, if the sponsor.
If I may, through the mayor, I'm open to that. This is an amendment to, a potential amendment to land development regulations. What would be the nature of the discussion at the Public Safety Committee? Just wondering in general.
The two properties that would be affected,
Okay. All
Bath
right.
Club and Sherry Frontenac.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I welcome the dual referral.
Did you move the item?
I'll move the item.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
So by acclamation,
I think,
referred,
Mike,
duly referred.
Commissioner, you had a question?
Nope.
No, I was just looking, it's only the east side of Collins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to
Ocean
touch on the
fronts.
rocks. It's where all the employees go after they finish their shifts at like midnight. And they go and they have cocktails there. They're not doing any harm.
No.
There's never any issues.
No, this is to avoid potential issues on the ocean side.
So the item is referred 7-0.
Thank you, colleagues.
Yeah, duly referred.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep, got it.
Let's call R5AA. And there's a
R5A.
companion item as well.
Yeah.
C7U?
Yes,
is the
sir.
companion.
C7U.
R5AA is an ordinance of the mayor and city commissioner of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Administration by amending Article 1 entitled In General by creating sections 2-2 thereof entitled Alternative Publication of Legal Notices on a publicly accessible website to provide that in accordance with section 50.0311 Florida statutes, whenever the city code provides for newspaper publications of legally required advertisements or public notices, the city may use a publicly accessible website hosted by Miami-Dade County as an alternative means of publishing said legally required advertisements or public notices, except to the limited extent that newspaper publication is required under the city charter, Miami-Dade County Charter, or the Miami-Dade County Code, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and an effective date. This is a first reading. The companion item is C7U, which is direct city clerk to publish city's legal notice on Miami-Dade County's website. It was separated by Commissioner Fernandez.
I'll tell you my concern with this. I have been in the position where a resident, actually a resident from Belle Isle, and other residents, but I'm thinking of a very recent example. A resident from Belle Isle called me because they learned about an ordinance that I was bringing forward having to do with regulations, having to do with the north side of Belle Isle through the ad on Neighbors. I thought no one read the newspaper anymore, but apparently people do, and people have found out about public hearings through the ads on the newspaper. And this one was probably 2 months ago, 2 or 3 months ago, that someone reached out specifically because of the public notice ad that was placed on the newspaper. So, the same way that we are working on expanding transparency on the disclosure of lobbyist forms, while I get a lot of people, probably most people get their notifications online, there still is a segment of our population that gets their notifications and their information through print newspaper ads. And so I wouldn't want to roll that back. I don't think we're there yet. We might be getting there in the future, but I think we still have a significant segment of our population, especially older people, that get print newspaper and rely on what they see there. And a lot of our residents also do read the digital editions of publications where they might see some of these notices.
Commissioner Suarez.
Hi. I think the county, or the state of Florida, I believe the state of Florida, the state has allowed us to cover a deep savings on what we end up spending $100,000 a year on. And I think each ad is $300, as opposed to through the county, it would be $50. And so, look, I know I don't want to seem like a penny pincher, but our budget is at $1 billion, and I think we have a fiduciary responsibility to be mindful of, and wherever we can save costs, that I believe we can, and there's absolutely no lack of transparency in this process. I think we should take this opportunity to cut our costs down, and so I think that this is a great opportunity to do so.
May?
Yes, Commissioner Bott.
Listen, I appreciate the instinct to save money as large or small an amount as possible when it presents itself. But in the interest of transparency and the fact that we are not yet a fully digital society, I mean, there are people who don't even have internet in their homes. So it's not a huge expense. It's $80,000 to $100,000 a year, and there is a significant enough percentage of our population who do not read anything online, don't have a computer, don't use apps at all, that until that transition is complete, I think we should continue to notice our meetings and items as robustly as we can. It's not an enormous cost or burden, and I don't think it necessitates a change.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'll rely on the city clerk for guidance here, because I don't know what the proper way is. What is the precedent around the area? What does the county do?
So
neighboring cities?
This is becoming available for the first time now. So we had a meeting with all the cities, with the vendor that the county has selected. It's a very easy system to utilize. Basically, it's a flat fee of $50 per ad. Right now, our ads run anywhere between $400 and $700. That is if we make the deadline of 2 weeks in advance. This will be an immediate posting on the website. The state statute still requires that we advertise once a year on a newspaper to tell the people that this is online. So most cities are going to change to this system, and the reason is because the Daily Business Review, which was the newspaper that most other cities use, now is going digital only. So they asked the county to take this task on, and they have, because the Florida statute says that the county must be the one that initiates this. So we will still have to publicize ordinances in the newspaper, because that's in our charter, so that would require voter referendum to change. So we would advertise the public, if so directed, we would advertise the meeting notices. We would advertise the resolutions. We would advertise the elections item though. So just want you to be aware that we would also be advertising all our election matters online.
So boil that down for a simple mind like myself. The county, what are they doing?
I have a 2-minute presentation if you want to see it.
Yeah, let's.
Hey, PJ, can you bring up R5AA? So the company that we're going to be utilizing is Real Auction, is the one that the county, the clerk's office uses. So this is basically their information. They're being used in 14 states, and many, the county uses them. So can we go to the next one, PJ? So what this does is the city controls all the publications, so you tell me what to publish, it will be published. There's no posting, there's no publication deadline, so if we need something posted today, it gets posted today. There's a unique site for each city, and you'll see what that'll look like in a minute. And there's a flat fee for all the publications, so regardless of size, how long you keep the notice online, so it's a flat fee of, right now they're telling us it's $50. PJ, next. It's extremely easy to utilize. While at the meeting, we were able to utilize it in less than a minute. Basically, you send an email to the company sends you an email back. You tell it when you want it to run, for how long, and that's it. It gets posted automatically. If you can go to the next site. Basically, that's the email you get back. Next one. You also get publication of notice if that's necessary. So you would have proof of notice if anyone wanted to see that once the ad is removed from online. Next. This is basically the email that you get from the company, telling it how long you want, where you want to put it in the ad. Next, please. So this is what it will look like. So this will it will be branded with the city's name on top, and it will have the types of notices that it is. You click on this, and it expands it to the notice.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just, you know,
thank you, BJ.
The county's already doing this, okay? And I think every city in Dade County is also doing this. So I think it's a no-brainer. So.
If I may ask a question, when you mentioned that the digital is immediate as opposed, what's the time lag when you go to print?
Right now, we have to send it to the neighbors. We send it on Wednesday. It gets published on Friday.
So it's basically 48 hours?
A little longer, but mind you, since we also publish that we require that it be 10 days in advance, meaning some of the ads. So, but yeah, between the time that we send it to the Herald, their deadline is Wednesday, they publish on Sunday.
And you're saying that the cities that were using the Daily Business Review are now all going digital?
They're going to have to. We had a huge advantage because the neighbors covered our entire city. Most cities are way larger than us, so they would have to advertise. If they advertise in the neighborhood, it would cost them tons of money because they would have to advertise in different sections that correspond to that area of the city, or advertise in the regular Miami Herald, which is extremely expensive to do. So the Daily Business Review, much more expensive than a neighbor's, but less expensive than the full Herald for those cities that would have to go multiple. So we were very fortunate and still are very fortunate in that respect. But most cities, due to the fact that they now have lost that cheap or that inexpensive way of advertising, are proposing to go this. All the clerks were there. They met with the company. So everyone seems to be, at least the clerks were on board. They were taking it to their board. Coral Gables, I think it's either today or tomorrow that's having it heard. So,
from talking with your colleague city clerks, have you had they expressed any complaints that residents made to them?
No, I did not. And in the meantime, before we go live, because this requires 2 readings, we were proposing, if that was the direction, to go both use the Herald and test out the website until January, if that was the wish.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Well, I just wanted to propose possibly an amendment, because I do think that we should be as transparent as we can. And I do realize this is the direction we are moving in. This is the future. We're not completely there yet. I mean, we do have constituents that do see the ads, and Ralph, it's on the neighbors section of the Herald.
It is in the neighbors.
And
also
the neighbors.
And whatever we publish in the neighbors, we also put it on our website now.
Right. Perhaps, I think, let's do both. Let's continue advertising in the neighbors for that segment of our population that still receives this, but let's initiate the online advertising as well. That way, we're not removing an avenue through which our residents and our constituents do find out about some of our legislation, but we do also engage with the online advertising. And so I would offer that amendment to your legislation if you're willing to accept that.
Doesn't that mean that our cost will just be increased by $50?
Per ad, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, look, the point of this is to save a tremendous amount of money, and I mean, I forgot who said it's a drop in the bucket. I personally don't think $80,000 or $100,000 is a drop in the bucket if we can move forward with essentially what we're getting now, but at a much cheaper rate. And so, I think we're getting kiosks that have digital, and we are moving into 2024. So I don't think we're stretching this as far as transparency goes.
Did you move the item?
I move it.
I'll second.
Commissioner.
I'll second.
First and foremost, don't take any offense to this, Aaron. I'm not the biggest fan of the Herald. Okay? I'm not. But do I think the local news coverage is important? Absolutely. Because if the Herald isn't there to cover what's going on in our city and to get a message out, even on the app, who fills the vacuum? Like me with my emails? Like who's covering it? You understand? So while I understand, and by the way, they have beaten the crap out of me over the years. They've done something, I'm sure they've offended everyone.
This is nothing
But
personal.
I know. But what I'm saying is, number one, there is that segment of the population, okay, that gets the Miami Herald. And number two, I think it falls upon municipalities so that we have local news. Because if we don't have anybody covering, the only press sitting here right now covering that meeting is that young gentleman over there. You love him or you hate him, Aaron Leibowitz, and the Herald is razor thin, and so they're falling on municipalities like us and notices to, it's basically a subsidy at this point. Now, but I believe in that. Because if we don't have that, we're really gonna have a lot of issues. Now, we've had, very transparent elections here, but I think it's important. I think it's important, number one, because people don't know where that website is, but also the subsidy.
Which website?
This county notice website,
But it gets published to our website. Correct.
We have to put a link on our website per statute to direct them to the county's website.
Right.
I got it, but the thing is, there is a group of the population that does read it, and like I said, love them or hate them, I think we need to support our only local newspaper, because otherwise we will no longer be covered with local news, and then who the heck knows
This
what will happen.
has nothing to do with
I
news.
know,
This
I
is only
understand.
legal notices.
I understand, but I think legal notices are a very important subsidy for, it's one of their, I don't know how much revenue they generate. I don't even know what the circulation of the Miami Herald is on Miami Beach. Does anyone have that number? How many people get the Herald on Miami Beach? That would be an important number to find out. But I do think it's important that we continue those ads.
Mr. Mayor, may I, just one last comment?
Yep.
I don't think it's a fiscal responsibility for the voters and taxpayers of Miami Beach to subsidize failing businesses. And so, just because they're razor thin doesn't mean what we should do what's in the best interest, at least financially, for our taxpayers. And so, little tiny decisions like this is why we go from a $400 million budget to $1 billion budget in 10 years. So, I think that this would be a great way to at least, have some common sense fiscal responsibility, because again, this is not news. These are just legal notices. And so,
Mr. Mayor, one comment?
Commissioner Magazine.
Maybe I'll address this to my colleagues Suarez and Fernandez. Would you recommend some sort of phase-out period? Or is it just, okay, in January when this is adopted, is it drop dead date? Is it a 6-month or a year phase-out period that would help thread this needle?
that's actually a great idea. And what we can do is we can actually put an ad in the Herald and say that, hey, we're going to be, next year, we're going to be sunsetting this. And we'll pay for that ad, and everyone will know to go to the correct pathways. And so we can do that for a year, and I think that'd be a great leeway into being financially responsible. And it seems that Rafael is pretty eager to get on board with it. Yeah, I mean, he had a I didn't even know he had a presentation here, but look, I think it's the right path to go forward. And Joe, thank you. I would second that.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, and I'll just say, I respect what you're doing. You're trying to find the cost savings for our city. Listen, we've made motions at this table to buy a piece of land for up to $10 million. We've discussed today possibly buying a building for that's on the market for close to $20 million. We've discussed possibly making a motion today to possibly plant the trees at a parking lot for 1-point-something million dollars. While I respect the intent, I do know that there are residents that even if it's not the physical newspaper delivered to their home, I know that there are residents who I've spoken to that get the e-edition of the Miami Herald, which is like a print edition, but they see it on their iPad or on their phone. And I know they've seen on the neighbor section, on those e-editions, the public notice ads that would go on this website as well. I support what you're doing. I don't think that this is where we need to be doing a cost savings in our city. I can't vote for this today. I would suspect it seems like you might have the support that you need. And again, I respect what you're doing. in trying to find a cost saving. This is one area where I can't support it, but I thank you for your initiative.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Are we ready to take the vote?
I wasn't sure what the phase-out period was.
Yeah, that's true. We didn't specify.
For my support, I'd like to make a motion, a friendly amendment, if Commissioner Suarez would entertain, phasing the notice in the Herald out over a year's period so we can provide adequate notice for this.
So we would still be publishing 100% in the Herald, but have a deadline to stop. Go
6 months, a year, whatever my colleagues deem fit.
I'm okay with a year.
Sure. Okay, can we roll call? Ralph?
So this would be for C7U, the direction to coordinate the transition, with the amendment being that, that we will be fully transitioned from the Herald within 1 year to within 12 months?
Correct.
So on C7U, I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez as amended and a second by Commissioner Magazine.
Okay, can we call a vote?
So, all in favor of this item?
Roll call. Let's do a roll
Want
call.
Roll call? Commissioner Bott,
No.
Commissioner Dominguez,
No.
Commissioner Fernandez,
No.
Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez,
No.
Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
So motion fails. Do you wish to hear R5AA, or is that withdrawn?
It would have to be withdrawn at this time. yeah.
R5AA is withdrawn.
Okay, let's call R5H.
1 second, please. R5H. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Miami Beach Resiliency Code at Chapter 7, entitled Zoning Districts and Regulations, Article 5, Supplementary District Regulations, Division 4, Supplementary Use Regulations, Section 7.5.4.13, entitled Accessory Uses, at subsection D, entitled Permitted Accessory Uses in Single-Family Districts, to permit the rental of accessory dwelling units to a family unrelated to the family occupying the primary dwelling unit within the Palm View Historic District if specific criteria are met, and providing for codification, repeal, or severability and an effective date. R5H is a first reading. It requires a 5/7 vote. R5H.
So Commissioner Fernandez, this is your item. We have 4 co-sponsors, Commissioner Suarez, Dominguez, Bott, Magazine. I'll add my name, so we have 6. You got the votes.
For the interest of time and the good of the order, I'll just move the item.
Great item.
Commissioner Suarez seconded it.
And if I may, I just want to put out there, and in reality, the initiator of the item, though I worked with him at committee, was our former colleague, Commissioner Ariola. And so it's only proper to give him recognition as who initiated this item as well.
Great. And this does have the support of the Palm View neighborhood?
Yes.
I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Dominguez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez, Commissioner Magazine,
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
The motion is approved. The second reading public hearing is January 31st. We're adding Mayor Minor as a co-sponsor. Wait 1 minute.
It's here, item R5G.
R5G is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Resiliency Code of the City of Miami Beach by amending Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 2, Definitions by amending Section 1.2.1, entitled General Definitions by amending the definition of electric vehicle charging level, and by amending Chapter 5 of Off-Street Parking, Article 2, Vehicle Parking, Bicycle Parking, and Off-Street Parking Loading Requirements, by amending Section 5.2.12, entitled Electric Vehicle Parking, to increase the charging stations and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and effective date. This is a first reading. It requires 5/7 vote. It is item R5G.
And Mr. Mayor, this is an item, again, that I'm sponsoring, and I want to thank Commissioners Bott and Dominguez for their co-sponsorship. We worked on this at a committee. It got the full support of the planning board. Again, is to increase the minimum amount of electric vehicle charging stations in off-street parking facilities, including in residential buildings and in commercial buildings. in a nutshell, that's what it is. Tom, I don't know, as a planning director, if you want to add anything else?
And the other area that it covers is standalone parking garages.
Yep. With that, I move the item, Mr. Mayor.
Item's been moved. We have a second from Commissioner Dominguez.
No discussion? If
Mr. Mayor,
so,
I just had one quick question. I
Sure.
think I knew the answer to this. I support her on the planning board. Want to be supportive here. Just one quick question to clarify, and maybe it comes with some direction to the parking department. It just seems as if, maybe over the past year, the penetration of EVs hasn't been quite what the market anticipated. I believe this is a very important ordinance. We want to get there. But to the extent, it's not as if when 10% of all parking spaces in a new development would be EV for this new ordinance, it's not as if that wouldn't be compatible with a normal car. If we saw that those were just excess parking spots that EVs weren't utilizing, there would be nothing preventing us from saying, okay, these could be kind of a hybrid or dual parking space, correct?
Yeah, that would be permitted.
Okay.
Yeah, that's allowed under the ordinance.
Okay.
Okay, so
Thank you.
I'm calling the roll on this item. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Commissioner Bott.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez. Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Item passes. Second reading public hearing is January 31st. That's item R5G.
Great. There's 3 R9 items that are actually can be referred to committee, so I just wanted to hopefully do that quickly. R9, let's call R9D.
Sorry, D as in dog?
D as in dog, correct?
Got it. That's a referral to Public Safety, Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, Pedestrian Bicycle Safety Beach Walk, create bike path on sand.
This is my item, and thank you, Commissioner Bott, for co-sponsoring. So I had this item on as a referral months ago. It was pulled by a commissioner who's no longer on the commission.
He's here. He's here. He's here.
It was you?
Yeah, but I love to discuss our public safety because I do love the idea, and I love to join as a co-sponsor.
Oh,
But we'll
excellent.
love to chat about it there.
Excellent. I thought it was somebody else who pulled it. So
No,
Thank
it's
you
me.
for that clarification. Okay, so we have three sponsors now. Great. So any objection to referring this to the Public Safety Committee? Great.
So by acclamation, no motion, no second needed, a referral R9D.
So let's do R9F, if you can call that. I had it as a discuss, take action, but also as a referral, so I'll bypass the discuss, take action and just refer it, but if you
So
want
this
to
is
read
a
it.
request then to refer to the Public Safety Neighborhood Quality of Life Committee, Protect Biscayne Bay Water Sewer Upgrades, R9F.
Correct, that's my item and Commissioner Bott co-sponsoring.
So if we may do so by acclamation if there's no discussion.
Any objection? Okay, great. And then we have R9P.
R9P is a referral to Planning Board, Sunset Harbor Formula Retail Boundaries.
So this is a referral to the Planning Board as Commissioner Magazine's item. Any objection to referring it? Okay, great.
So R9P is referred by acclamation, Planning Board.
Great. What do we call R9K?
R9K, discuss, take action, enforcement against illegally docked vessels, additional fees for dockage, requested by Commissioner Suarez, R9K.
Commissioner Suarez.
So, one of the biggest contentious, or one of the most contentious issues on our West Avenue and Sunset Harbor residences that they have is that there are these unsightly, illegal, or not illegal, but these derelict boats out in the bay. And these boats, they anchor there forever. And they do not move. And they spill their bilge out into the bay. Their anchors ruin the seagrass, if there's any left. And, I understand that we are preempted from the state, or the state has many regulations on no anchoring zones. And so, my intent of this is I'm going to try to limit the amount of access that the people who live on these boats that come to the mainland. And, you know, because they can't live on a boat forever, they have to come to the mainland to get food, water, necessary supplies. And so it just so happens that on the canal along Dade Boulevard, there has been an illegal dock that has been there for about, I'd say about 5 years. And what these illegal, with this illegal dock, the derelict boat operators, they come through and go under the bridge of 17th, and they go to the Publix. The dock happens to be right in front of the Publix on Dade. And so, you know, I thought it was curious that code enforcement never saw this, this illegal dock that has been placed there. And I'd like to know how come we haven't removed it. You know, I talked to, I believe, legal, that there should be no permitted dock there, and there is. And I also wanted to explore the options of increasing the fines for the dinghies from these derelict boats that come along the seawall, along Lincoln Road, at the end of Lincoln Road, West Avenue, certainly near the Bentley Bay. And we want to de-incentivize these derelict boats to just anchor here and get whatever they need. So, you know, I would like to ask Madam Manager, are you aware of this illegal dock that's on the canal on Dade Boulevard?
Commissioner, I would ask Eric to update you on that. There is a permitted dock there that was allowed as part of many years ago, a shared use path that was constructed. I believe that we discovered, as a result of your questions, that in fact there was attached to that permitted dock an illegal dock, and that has been removed.
So, yes, Commissioner, on Dade Boulevard, as part of the construction of the shared use path, and this even predates me, there was the inclusion when we built the, I guess it's really a vehicle protection from ending up in the canal. There was a gap built into that with a narrow docking facility adjacent to Michigan Avenue on the Collins Canal as part of the city project. There was an extension that was out there that was attached to our dock, which was not permitted, which was not legal, and our Public Works Department went out there and removed that extension that I guess other people, because there wasn't enough space or the dock was too small, were using it to tie up to. So that's actually gone as of last night, Joe. But there is still that small, I think it's about 3 feet wide, 20 feet long dock that is out there that was built as part of the city project.
Who permitted? The city permitted it, that dock?
So I don't know the answer to that question. Like I said, it predates me, but I do know that it was constructed as part of that shared use project.
Does, Raphael, does the city have the ability to remove that dock?
The one that the illegal one that was already removed, yes, of course we had that authority.
The one that is legal, and
So, and you're saying, and I'm sorry, I missed the conversation.
So
You're saying it's ours?
there were two pieces of it. There's the 3 foot wide, 20 foot long piece that's actually attached to the seawall and the Jersey barrier. And then there was a floating dock that expanded that, I guess, dock facility that was attached to the seawall that has already been removed. That wasn't permitted, wasn't done.
We applied for that permit, it's our dock?
It's our dock.
So if we're.
So if
it's
I'm
ours, you
assuming
could
if we
remove it
wanted
if
to
that was
remove
the
it, and that's
direction.
the direction of the policymakers, then we could certainly get permission from whatever regulatory agencies is required and remove it.
So, so the city of Miami Beach owns that dock?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So, look, this has been a big concern for residents where these derelict boats, they basically park right out in front. And, I hate to beat a dead horse, but, it certainly seems that, I'm having to find workarounds to enforce or discourage these dinghies from coming here and basically living, out of our waterways. And so it would be great if we had some creative ways to figure out how to remove them without having to rely on the state for them to come in and remove the anchoring zones. And so I guess let me bifurcate this. I'd like to make a motion for the City of Miami Beach to remove that dock and to make sure that these derelict boats do not use that dock to go to Publix and live where they do. And the second part, I'd like to speak to our co-director that, I've had numerous complaints from residences along West Avenue that we have an incessant amount of illegal dinghies illegally docked to our seawall. And I have on, I went on Google Maps, and if I can present that, it's just pictures of just docks. Okay, all right. I don't know, PJ, if you can put me on, please. Okay. So, just so everyone is aware, this is the dock that that's in question. This is right in front of Publix. You can see that right on this Google image, there's 6 dinghies parked at this boat. And so this is how the people who park their unwanted vessels in our bay forever, this is how they get their food. And so this is why they stay. Now, to that end, let me go to the next picture. So this is along, I believe, at the end of Lincoln Road. You can see that there is a dinghy there. And it just so happens that Google Images, when they took this picture, there happened to be a dinghy there, which shows that it's happening kind of all the time. And so this speaks to the enforcement of the area. And this, I believe, is next to the Flamingo. In fact, I think there's a sunken dinghy there and a dinghy floating there. And then last but not least, there is another one. And you can see that it's actually sunk. I don't know if this one's sunk or if it's there. But the point is that it just so happens that when Google Maps take these satellite images, it actually takes it with these dinghies there, and it shows that there's a lack of enforcement in the area. And so, like I said before, it's a little frustrating that, I'm trying to find creative ways to discourage unwanted boats from being in the bay that pollute our waters and destroy our seagrass, and generally it's unwanted. I can't tell you one resident here that enjoys that these boats, and so maybe you can speak to that, Madam City Manager.
Hernan, do you enforce dinghies?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. So with respect to all of the photographs that you just showed, code compliance has to enforce against a person in order to issue a violation. We don't have the authority to tow or remove vessels. With respect to the one at the Flamingo, that would be private property. We do have an ordinance on the books. It's our section 66-151 that prohibits the docking on public seawalls and at all of our street end, or as they call them, bulkheads. To that extent, our enforcement over the last 2 years has been, we've had 11 complaints, we've issued 17 violations, which says we've done some proactive. It's mostly complaint-driven. When we have the videos that are sent to us where folks dock on private property seawalls, we share those with police because then that's now a trespassing issue. But with respect to dinghies that are just docked that there's no one around, we have zero authority to issue a violation to the dinghy, or if there's no one present, then there's no one there to receive that violation.
So, I mean, chances are, if there's a dinghy docked at the seawall, they're going to eventually come back to the dinghy, right? So, I mean, what's the protocol if a code officer comes out and then they see a boat or a dinghy docked to the seawall? Are they supposed to wait for the operator to return, or they just say, "Oh, no one's here, time to go"?
Well, when we encounter someone, then yes, we take the enforcement action.
Right. So what I'm saying is, when there's a dinghy illegally docked at a seawall, what is the protocol for code? Are they just say there's no one here and then they leave, or are they going to wait for someone to come and issue a citation?
Well, it's a little personnel intensive to sit and wait for someone to come back. But while they write their report, they'll be in the area for 20, 30 minutes. So they'll stay in the area. If they encounter someone, then the enforcement action is taken.
Just thinking outside the box here, if they are tied up to the seawall, are we allowed to untie them to the seawall?
I don't know that code compliance has that authority. I think vessel tows, which this would fall under, is statutory and would probably fall to Police Marine Patrol.
Maybe you can help me with this, Rafael. So if there is a dinghy that's illegally tied to a seawall, a public seawall, do we have the ability to untie it?
So we'd have to research that, Commissioner, and would be happy to do that.
Okay, and would we be able to instruct code enforcement or law enforcement to untie the boat?
We'll look at that.
Okay, and so back to my original request is that I'd like to have the city administration remove this dock from the Dade Boulevard Canal. And I'd make a motion to do that.
Yeah.
Great.
Great. Thank you. This is a good item. Thank you. I appreciate it. I've gotten a lot on, maybe we've all gotten it, but I know I've been working with some residents regarding Lincoln Road on the bay. I've been forwarding those emails around with the problems with the dinghies constantly coming late at night. So this is definitely a problem, so I'm glad you're highlighting it.
So just, if we do remove this dock, and Eric, maybe you can speak to how long would it take roughly to remove this dock? If we
I'll be honest, I've never removed a dock before, so I don't know what the permitting process would be. Certainly, we want to do it properly, and so we would have to check with the regulatory agencies, probably DERM. I don't think that removal of something like that would require any kind of state or Corps permit for the Collins Canal. But we'll check on that, and we'll be happy to get back to you and give you a timeline.
Just so that we can start, having some sort of action now. Can we say that there's no trespassing on this dock? We no longer allow. You need to have a permit to come here, and then if they try to use the dock, they cannot. Is that something we can do, Rafael?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Repeat your.
So, waiting on DERM, I think is probably years away. What I'd like to also propose is there'd be of no use anymore, and I'd like to put no trespassing on this dock, and have code enforcement make sure that it is not being used.
So there's signage that we can put on public seawalls to say that there's no docking permitted. So, and I think we have the template for that.
But not just seawalls. I'm talking about this dock, because it's going to
This-
take maybe a year before the dock is removed. And so in the meantime, I would like to have some sort of reprieve for the residents to not allow these dinghies to use the dock.
Yeah, so I see Mark Fishman here. I suspect we're going to have to look at that and get back to you, but.
I mean, if it's city-owned, I mean, we can easily say, you know, you need to have a permit to come here. I mean, we can throw all the regulations we want so that they can't come.
Yeah,
Or a violation, sure, yeah.
yeah, Commissioner, I tend to agree with you. I mean, I think if it's our dock and it's our property, I think we should be able to establish when it can be used, under what circumstances, and by whom, and therefore erect signs for no trespassing. But I'll definitely take a look at that and talk to Eric about it.
And to the extent that it's possible, we can certainly try and erect some sort of impediment that keeps people from getting from the dock to the sidewalk, that would make it less attractive for them to use, in addition to whatever signage.
Okay.
Because that's not waterward, that's on our right-of-way, and certainly something that we can control.
Right, so, well, I'd love to hear your feedback on how we can enforce that, because if we can do that, I mean, we're cutting off basically their lifeline, and then they're gonna have to be forced to do illegal trips to to our seawall, and the idea is that it's going to be so cumbersome to dock their derelict boats here, and they'll move to another city.
Yeah.
So Commissioner, just include as part of your motion if the body wanted us to prohibit, you know, any use whatsoever, and to put up a no trespassing sign if it's legally permissible, and we confirm that, so that we could have that direction in advance.
I make a motion to amend it to that. Do I have a second?
And then I'll second it.
Great.
Great. Anybody, all in favor? Great. Good item, thank you. We have a 7 o'clock cutoff, but we have an item, I think we have time for one more item, R5M. We have 6 sponsors and co-sponsors, so hopefully we can do that quickly.
R5M is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending the Miami Beach Resiliency Code at Chapter 2, entitled Administration and Review Procedures, Article 5, Rezoning and Redevelopment Approvals, to establish Section 2.5.5, entitled Development Approvals under the Live Local Act, to establish regulations and procedures for the review and approval of development pursuant to the Live Local Act, including Section 166.04151, subsection 7, Florida statutes, and providing for codification, repealer, severability, and an effective date. This is a first reading. The item requires a 5/7 vote. It is item R5M.
Anybody want to be heard?
The sponsor.
Absolutely, wow, we got a clean sweep here now, we got all 7. Excellent. All in favor?
So I need a motion.
I'll move it.
So, second.
So Commissioner, Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. If there's no discussion, may I call roll?
I think it was Commissioner Bott. Yeah, Commissioner Bott moved it.
Got it, sorry.
You know, you hear one field male voice, you hear them all.
Now you.
Peer pressure.
So Commissioner Bott, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
May I call the roll?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine. Yes. Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez, Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is scheduled for January 31st. Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez is a co-sponsor.
Great. Actually, there's another item that has the votes by sponsorship, so R5R.
R5R is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 2 of the Miami Beach City Code entitled Administration by amending Article 3 entitled Agencies, Boards, and Committees, by amending Division 30 entitled Committee for Quality Education in Miami Beach Schools, by amending Section 22-190.137 thereof entitled Composition, Knowledge, and Experience, to allow the City Commission to waive by 4/7 vote the requirement that a committee member must be a parent, guardian of a student attending a school in the city, and providing for repealer, severability, codification, and effective date. This is a first reading, item R5R.
Any objection? Okay, we have a second?
I'll second.
So
Call the vote?
Commissioner Bott,
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine. Yes. Commissioner Suarez. Commissioner Fernandez. Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion passes. Second reading, public hearing is January 31st. That's R5R.
We're moving so quickly, we'll call another one that has the votes, R50.
R50 is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 106 of the code of the city of Miami Beach entitled Traffic and Vehicles by amending Article 2 entitled Metered Parking by amending Division 1 entitled Generally by amending Section 106-55 thereof entitled Parking Rates, Fees, and Penalties Exceptions by establishing a voluntary disabled persons parking registration program for individuals properly in possession of a valid disabled person parking permit or disabled person license plate in order to provide those persons who elect to register with the city the benefit of parking without incurring a fee when parked in a city parking lot, facility and timed on-street metered parking spaces, and providing for repealer severability codification and an effective date. This is a first reading, R50.
I move my item, Mr. Mayor.
Any objections?
So then it's a roll call. It's Commissioner Suarez? Yes. Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Magazine?
Yes.
Commissioner Bott?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Minor?
Yes.
Motion carries. Second reading, public hearing is January 31st.
Mr. Mayor, motion to extend them.
Actually, one more item, but I'd like to wrap up after that.
Yeah.
That's all right. And we can extend it for another minute, but R5Y, I'll co-sponsor, so we have the votes.
One sec. R5Y is an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 46 of the city code entitled Environment by amending Article 4 entitled Noise, by amending section 46-152 thereof entitled Noises, Unnecessary and Excessive, Prohibited, by specifying that certain noise regulations apply to noise emanating from vessels or floating structures, and clarifying that engine or exhaust noise emitted from vessels may be enforced as provided in section 7-26.1 of the Miami-Dade County Code, providing for repealer severability codification and effective date. This is R5Y, first reading.
Mr. Mayor, I believe this is my item. I'd like to-
Yes.
So,
Commissioner Suarez.
there's been endless amounts of complaints along the Indian Creek waterway and everywhere of Miami Beach. And so, I mean, there's countless videos of really loud music being played on our waterways. And I believe the county has just changed or updated their ordinance to go from cars to boats. And so now this gives our police an opportunity to better enforce the noise nuisances on our waterways, including Indian Creek and in front of the Venetian and Sunset. So I think this is a great way, and thank you for co-sponsoring the item, Mr. Mayor.
No, it's a good item, Commissioner Suarez. Thank you. Thank you for bringing it, and for everyone who's co-sponsored.
I'll co-sponsor too.
All right, I think,
Yeah.
okay.
Do you know who?
Call the vote. Want to read out the co-sponsors?
Yeah, let me see. Hold on for a minute. This is R5Y, correct? Right now, Suarez, Dominguez, Magazine, and Minor.
Add me as a co-sponsor.
Fernandez?
And me, might as well.
Good job, David.
So,
To everybody.
everyone, Commissioner Rosa Gonzalez?
Yes.
Favor?
Co-sponsor?
Yeah.
It's very efficient.
Well, before we adjourn, thank you very much, everyone. I think
Roll
we-
call, hold on.
Oh, roll call, sorry.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Suarez, seconded by,
I'll second it.
thank you, Commissioner Bott. Vote.
Yes.
Commissioner Dominguez. Yes. Commissioner Magazine.
Yes.
Commissioner Suarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rosa Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Minor.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Second reading, public hearing is January 31st. Every member of the commission is sponsoring and co-sponsoring this item.
It's like the Kumbaya Commission.
Yes,
Mr. Mayor.
thank you all. This was, I think, a really good meeting. We had some healthy discussions on items. We got a lot of work done, though, today.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner Fernandez.
Before we adjourn, I want to congratulate you on a very well-ran meeting. We got so much work accomplished today, and our new colleagues as well. So you've brought so many thoughtful new items to this commission that we've advanced on today. Even when we didn't agree, we did so respectfully, and that's why we were able to move on this. And going into the holidays, I just want to thank all of you, but also want to thank all the wonderful employees that work for us every single day, working for the residents and the taxpayers of the city of Miami Beach. I know during the holidays, because every year during the holidays, you guys get calls from us, You guys get calls on Thanksgiving, on New Year's, on Christmas, on whatever the holiday. You guys are getting calls from us. And we know that oftentimes you have to make sacrifices. You have to decide, do you go to the family activity or do you tend to the needs of our residents and taxpayers? So from our city manager on down to every assistant city manager, department director, and employee serving our community, thank you. I hope you know that this is an employer worth working for and worth making sacrifices for, because it is appreciated and we see your work every single day. And I
Yeah,
wanted to
happy
say-
Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Happy Kwanzaa.
You're done for
Beautifully
this
said.
year.
Thank you, thank you, thank you all. Happy holidays, everyone. We'll see you in January.